born hated, ignored, and underestimated. Then the green hit. Naruto became the single most devastating force alive. This world-breaker doesn't negotiate with fate. He punches it, seals gods, and leaves the planet trembling. The loudest, strongest, most unstoppable menace Konoha never deserved.
The Valley of the End split open like a wound that would never close the day. Naruto Uzumaki brought both fists down on the earth, and the river that had carved its path between two ancient statues for a century drained into a fissure wide enough to swallow houses, deep enough to touch magma, permanent enough to redraw every map of the Land of Fire for the next 1,000 years. The shockwave registered in 3 countries simultaneously, and the Hokage felt it in her bones from 40 miles away, and she already knew whose rage had done it before the messenger hawk arrived. This is the story of how a boy who looked like nothing, an orphan with bad grades, loud opinions, and a bowl of ramen in his future, became the single most devastating force the shinobi world has ever produced, and how every person who dismissed him spent the rest of their lives regretting it. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Rewind. Go back. Before the valley cracked open, before the arena fell silent, before a Sannin was launched through 3 miles of solid stone by a fist the size of a child's. Go back to the beginning, to the part nobody was watching, to the part that made everything else inevitable. Go back to a boy 5 years old, walking alone into a forest that should have killed him. Naruto Uzumaki was 5 when the village forgot him completely enough to let him wander into the forest of death. This was unremarkable by the standards of his life so far. He had been eating from garbage cans since he could reach them. He had been sleeping in an apartment with a lock that stuck and a window that let in rain. The Anbu who were supposed to monitor him had been reassigned 3 weeks prior. Budget cuts, personnel shortages, the usual bureaucracy of a village that wanted its weapon alive but could never quite bring itself to treat the weapon like a child. He walked through the gates of the training ground perimeter because they were open. He walked deeper because there was nothing behind him worth returning to. He had been walking for 2 hours through trees that grew taller and thicker and stranger, through air that smelled like wet iron and rot, through a silence that even the insects seemed afraid to break when the sky above the canopy tore itself apart. The meteorite came in at an angle steep enough to look vertical. It burned emerald, a green so vivid it turned the clouds around it into backlit glass, so bright it cast shadows in the opposite direction of the sun. The trail it left behind was not smoke but ionized atmosphere, a column of heated air that hummed with a frequency Naruto felt in his teeth before he heard it with his ears. It punched through the canopy 300 yards ahead of him. The sound arrived a full second after the light, a detonation so profound that the air itself seemed to flinch, a concussive roar that flattened Naruto onto his back and stripped leaves from every tree in his line of sight. The ground heaved, the earth split. And then, for a long moment, everything was still except for the green light filtering up through the ruined canopy, like a second sunrise happening in the wrong direction. Naruto got up. His ears were ringing. His nose was bleeding. Every survival instinct a 5-year-old possesses was screaming at him to run, to hide, to put as much distance between himself and that light as his legs could manage. He walked toward it instead. The crater was enormous, a 1/4 mile across, perfectly circular, with edges that sloped downward in smooth, glassy curves where the soil had been superheated into obsidian. The trees at the rim were gone, reduced to stumps and scattered char. The air above the crater wavered with heat, and at the center of it all sat a stone. It was the size of a man's torso, roughly spherical, and it pulsed. It breathed. Green light moved through it in waves like a heartbeat made visible, and with each pulse the ground around it hummed, and the glass beneath it glowed brighter, and the air itself seemed to thicken. Naruto stood at the edge of the crater looking down at the most dangerous thing that had ever touched this planet's surface, and he felt nothing except curiosity. He was 5. He did not know what radiation was. He did not know what mutation meant. He did not know that the stone in front of him contained enough concentrated gamma energy to rewrite the cellular structure of any living thing it touched. Enough raw, reality-bending power to crack continental plates if released all at once. He just thought it was pretty. He thought the green was warm. He thought it looked lonely, sitting there in the middle of all that glass with nothing else alive near it. He climbed down into the crater. The heat increased with every step, but it felt good against his skin rather than painful, like bathwater, like sunlight after a cold morning. The stone pulsed faster as he approached, as if it could feel him coming, as if it was responding to his proximity. His shadow fell across it. He reached out with one small hand. His fingers made contact with the surface. The star of wrath detonated. A column of pure emerald energy erupted from the craters straight into the sky, punching through the atmosphere with enough force to scatter clouds for 20 miles in every direction. The light was visible from the top of the Hokage Tower. It was visible from the border of the Land of Fire. It was the brightest thing the continent had seen since the Nine-Tails attack 5 years prior, and it burned for exactly 7 seconds. 7 seconds of pure, concentrated gamma release flooding into the body of a child and rewriting every molecule it found. Every tree within the quarter-mile crater radius that had survived the initial impact was blown outward in a perfect radial pattern. Their trunks snapped clean and their root systems ripped from the earth. The ground turned to glass for another 100 yards beyond that. The shockwave rippled outward through the forest and set off proximity alarms on Konoha's sensor grid. Emergency teams scrambled. The Sandaime Hokage was at his window within 30 seconds, his pipe forgotten on his desk, his old eyes fixed on the pillar of green light rising from the forbidden training grounds. When the light faded, when the column collapsed back into nothing and the air stopped screaming, Naruto Uzumaki was standing at the center of the crater, unburned, uncut, unbroken. His clothes were gone, vaporized in the initial release, but his skin was unmarked. His eyes were open. Green light pulsed beneath his skin in fading waves, running along his veins like liquid emerald, retreating inward, sinking deeper, settling into his bones and his blood and his cells with a permanence that would never reverse. He looked at his hands. They looked the same. They were not. Over the next 48 hours, Naruto's body underwent a transformation so total and so complete that the word transformation fails to capture it. His DNA did not change. It was overwritten. Every strand, every helix, every protein chain recompiled itself around the gamma energy now fused to his cellular structure. His bones compressed. They became denser than anything his world had a name for. Denser than steel, denser than diamond, denser than the depleted uranium cores of armor-piercing artillery shells that would not be invented for centuries. His muscle fibers recomposed at the molecular level into something that made every blade ever forged look like a toy. His blood thickened. His healing factor activated. A regenerative process so complete and so aggressive that damage ceased to be a meaningful concept for his body. He could lose a limb and regrow it in the time it took to draw a breath. He could take a sword through the heart and feel nothing except annoyance. He still looked like a 5-year-old boy. Short, blonde, blue-eyed, unremarkable in every visible dimension. The gap between what he appeared to be and what he actually was became the defining feature of his existence from that moment forward. Inside him, behind the seal, Kurama felt it happen. The nine-tailed fox, ancient, furious, prideful beyond measure, felt the gamma radiation flood through the seal and into his own chakra network. It hit him like a tidal wave of green fire, rewriting his energy signature, mutating his chakra into something new, something radioactive, something that crackled and burned and hummed with a frequency he had never encountered in 1,000 years of existence. His red chakra turned emerald at its edges. His hatred, the ancient cultivated rage of a being wrongfully imprisoned, found a new fuel source and burned hotter than it ever had before. And then Kurama looked outward through the seal at the thing his container had become. And for the first time since his imprisonment, the great fox went silent. He said nothing. He thought nothing. He simply observed. Because the nine-tailed fox had spent 9 lifetimes being the most powerful entity he knew, the apex of what living things could achieve, the walking apocalypse, the calamity made flesh, and he was sealed inside a child whose raw destructive potential made him look restrained by comparison. It was like being a river and suddenly realizing you were sitting inside an ocean. Kurama did not speak to Naruto for 7 years after that moment. The Anbu arrived at the crater site 4 hours after the detonation. They found glass. They found leveled trees. They found residual energy signatures their instruments could not categorize. They found a scorched column of atmosphere and soil samples that glowed faintly when touched. They did not find a body. They did not find tracks. They filed the incident under anomalous energy events, cross-referenced it with the sensor grid logs, wrote a report that used the word unknown 14 times, and returned to their posts. Nobody checked on Naruto. The boy walked home through the forest on legs that could have launched him into orbit, wearing borrowed clothes from a drying line at the edge of town, eating an apple he'd found on the ground. He went to bed. He slept. He woke up the next morning feeling better than he had ever felt in his life. Stronger, warmer, more alive in every direction his senses could reach. He did not understand what had happened to him. He would not understand for years. And by the time anyone else figured it out, the understanding would come far too late to matter. The Star of Wrath had chosen its host. The universe had made something new. And the village that had spent 5 years ignoring Naruto Uzumaki had exactly 7 more years of blissful ignorance before it learned what it was living next to. 7 years passed. Naruto grew. He did not grow the way other children grew. His body remained lean, almost wiry, carrying none of the visible bulk that his internal composition would suggest. He looked like a Genin candidate. He weighed what a small apartment building weighs, but the gamma energy compressed his density into a frame that appeared entirely normal. He failed tests. He pulled pranks. He painted the Hokage monument in broad daylight and outran 3 Chunin while laughing his head off. And those Chunin never realized that he was jogging at a fraction of his actual speed, because running at full capacity would have put him through the village wall and 3 mountains beyond it. He made friends poorly and lost them easily. He developed a laugh that was too loud and a grin that was too wide and a personality that filled every room he entered with enough energy to exhaust everyone else in it. He ate ramen like other people breathed air, with the consistent, devoted frequency of something necessary for survival. Ichiraku became his temple. Iruka became his person. And the academy became the place where he sat for 4 years learning techniques his body would never need, while his classmates looked through him like glass. The night everything changed for everyone else was the night Mizuki decided to use a lonely boy's desperation as a tool. Naruto was 12 years old. He had failed the graduation exam for the 3rd time. His clone technique was garbage. His chakra reserves were so massive and so thoroughly contaminated by gamma radiation that standard jutsu refused to form correctly in his hands. He sat on the swing outside the academy watching his classmates receive their headbands and their parents' pride, and the feeling in his chest was the one he knew best, the heavy, grinding loneliness of being surrounded by people who would never see him. Mizuki found him there. The Chunin instructor appeared with warmth in his voice and a plan behind his eyes, and he told Naruto about a secret path to graduation. Steal the scroll of seals from the Hokage's vault, learn one technique from it, and the headband would be his. It was a lie built on a truth. The truth was that the scroll of seals did exist, and it did contain forbidden techniques. The lie was everything else. Naruto believed it. He believed it because he wanted to. Because the alternative was sitting on that swing for the rest of his life, watching other people succeed. Because hope is the cruelest thing you can offer someone who has been starving for it. And Mizuki knew exactly how to plate the dish. He stole the scroll. He sprinted through the village at night with a grin splitting his face, moving between rooftops with an ease that should have alarmed anyone watching, reaching the designated meeting point in the forest with hours to spare. He opened the scroll. He found the first technique listed, Kaji Bunshin no Jutsu, the shadow clone technique, and he learned it in under an hour. His chakra reserves were so preposterously vast that a technique requiring massive chakra expenditure was trivially simple for him. He created 1,000 solid clones on his first successful attempt and dispelled them with a thought. He was sitting against a tree surrounded by scattered leaves and discarded training notes when Iruka found him. The Chunin's face was a mess of emotions: relief, anger, confusion, fear. He had been searching for an hour. He had been imagining the worst. And here was Naruto, sitting in the grass, looking pleased with himself, completely unaware of the crisis his absence had triggered. "Naruto, what are you doing? Do you have any idea?" "Iruka-sensei, look, I learned a technique from the scroll. I can do the clone thing now, the real one." Naruto's voice was pure excitement, unmixed with guilt, because in his mind he was following the rules. "Does this mean I pass?" Mizuki-sensei said if I learned one technique. Iruka's expression changed. His eyes went sharp. His body shifted from frustrated teacher to something more alert, more rigid, more aware of the situation's shape. He opened his mouth to speak. The giant Fuma shuriken hit him before the first word left his throat. Mizuki was in the tree line above them, laughing. The four-bladed weapon buried itself between Iruka's shoulder blades as the man threw himself forward to cover Naruto, and the impact drove Iruka face first into the dirt, with a sound that Naruto would remember for the rest of his life. The wet, heavy thud of a body absorbing damage meant for someone else. "Iruka-sensei." Naruto was on his knees beside him in an instant, his hands hovering over the embedded weapon, his eyes wide and lost. Blood was pooling. Iruka was coughing. The shuriken was in deep enough that moving it would make things worse. Mizuki dropped from the trees. He landed 10 feet away with the kind of easy confidence that comes from believing you have already won. His smile was a performance, and his eyes were a confession. He had planned this moment. He had rehearsed the reveal. "You want to know why everyone in this village hates you, demon brat?" Mizuki's voice carried through the clearing like poison poured into an open wound. "You want to know what you are? Why the shopkeepers won't sell to you? Why the children are told to stay away? Why even the teachers look at you like something they stepped in?" Naruto was frozen. His mouth was open. His hands were still hovering over Iruka's bleeding back. 12 years ago, the nine-tailed fox attacked this village and killed hundreds. The fourth Hokage sealed it away, sealed it inside a baby, inside you. Mizuki spread his arms wide, relishing the delivery. "You are the Nine Tails, the monster, the demon. That's why everyone hates you, Naruto. That's what you've always been." The words landed like a punch to the center of everything Naruto had ever built to survive. Every smile he'd forced, every laugh he'd manufactured, every time he told himself the coldness was something he could outlive if he just tried harder, believed harder, smiled wider. It all collapsed at once into a single, unbearable truth. They had always known. They had always had a reason, and the reason was him. For exactly 4 seconds, Naruto felt nothing except the void. Then Iruka spoke. From the ground, bleeding, dying in degrees, with a shuriken in his spine and dirt in his wounds, Iruka Umino lifted his head and looked at Naruto with eyes that refused to agree with anything Mizuki had just said. "He's wrong." Iruka's voice was breaking apart at its edges, but the center held. "You're my student. You're Naruto Uzumaki. You're the hardest working kid in my class, and you're going to be something incredible. And I don't care what's sealed inside you, because I see you. I've always seen you." Mizuki laughed. He pulled a second Fuma shuriken from behind his back and began spinning it. "How touching! Let me end this." He charged. The shuriken came forward in a sweeping arc aimed at both of them, teacher and student, two bodies close enough to bisect with a single throw. Mizuki's arm was cocked back. His body was committed. His eyes were full of murder and righteousness. Naruto stood up. When he rose, the temperature in the clearing spiked by 40 degrees in 10 seconds. The leaves on the nearest trees curled inward. The grass at Naruto's feet began to brown and smoke. His veins, across his arms, up his neck, along his temples, lit up beneath his skin in lines of vivid toxic green. The color of radioactive rain. The color of a star that should never have touched this world. Mizuki was 6 feet away and closing. Naruto looked at him. "Leave him alone." His voice came out wrong. The frequency was too low, the resonance too full, carrying a bass note that had no home inside a 12-year-old's throat. It was a voice that suggested the displacement of continental shelves. It was a warning delivered to a man too stupid to hear it. Naruto pulled both hands back. His fingers spread wide. His palms faced each other across 15 inches of superheated air. Every muscle in his arms, muscle that looked lean and unremarkable, but operated at densities that defied physics, contracted simultaneously. He clapped. The thunderclap. The sound it made was beyond sound. It crossed from audio into physical force in the first microsecond and kept escalating. The shockwave erupted outward from Naruto's palms in a cone of compressed air moving at hypersonic speed. Mizuki was directly in its path. He was there, and then he was not. His body did not fly backward. It did not ragdoll. It ceased to exist. The kinetic force at the center of that shockwave exceeded the structural integrity of human tissue by such a profound margin that Mizuki was vaporized before the signal of pain could travel from his nerve endings to his brain. What remained was a blast shadow, a Mizuki-shaped discoloration on the trunk of the tree behind where he had been standing, burnt into the bark by the thermal energy of his own instantaneous deconstruction. Beyond that tree, the shockwave continued. A mile-long cone of the forest of death was stripped bare. Every tree in its path was snapped at the base and launched backward. Every rock was pulverized. Every bush, every root system, every bird's nest, every spider's web, gone, erased, reduced to raw earth and airborne splinters. The cone carved itself through the forest with the geometry of a shaped charge and did not stop until the energy dispersed at its maximum radius, leaving behind a wedge of devastation that pointed back toward a 12-year-old boy standing with his palms still raised. The shockwave's residual force hit Konoha's outer wall, a mile and a half from the point of origin, and rattled every window in the village. Glass cracked in 7 residential buildings. A merchant's cart overturned in the market district. 3 Chunin on patrol stumbled. The Ambu Sensor Division registered a seismic event and an atmospheric concussion simultaneously and could not reconcile the data with any known jutsu classification. In the Hokage Tower, the Sandaime was already at his window. His pipe was forgotten. His old eyes tracked the residual glow, the fading green luminescence hanging in the air above the forest like an aurora that had lost its way. He knew. He had always suspected, since the report about the crater 7 years ago, since the energy signatures that matched nothing in any record. He had hoped he was wrong. He was staring at the evidence that he had always been right. In the clearing, Naruto lowered his hands. His palms were warm, slightly pink. He looked at them with mild curiosity, the way someone looks at a pan they forgot was on the stove. Behind him, Iruka was staring. The shuriken in his back was forgotten. The pain was forgotten. He was looking at the mile-long scar that had just been carved through the forest by a child's handclap, and his brain was performing rapid recalculations about everything he thought he knew about his most difficult student. Naruto. Iruka's voice was very small. What was that? Naruto turned around. His veins were fading back to normal. His eyes were blue again. He looked exactly like a 12-year-old who had just been through something emotional and was trying to process too many things at once. He sniffed once. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand. I don't know. I was mad. He paused. He looked at the destruction behind him. Then back at Iruka. Are you okay? Should I get someone? I can carry you. Iruka began to laugh. It was involuntary, and it hurt because of the metal in his back. But he could not stop it. The absurdity of this child. This ridiculous, magnificent, impossible child, asking if he was okay while standing in the center of a mile-long crater of his own making. Yeah, Naruto, get someone. Naruto picked Iruka up like he weighed nothing, because relative to Naruto's strength, the weight of a grown man registered the same as the weight of a single eyelash, and ran toward the village at a speed that made the trees blur. He could have gone faster. He could have broken the sound barrier on foot. He held himself to a pace that would not rip Iruka's injured body apart from wind resistance, and this showed a kindness that Iruka would remember when he wrote his own account of this night years later. The hospital. The Anbu. The report. The Sandaime sitting at his desk past midnight with a single lamp burning, writing in the margins of a file that grew thicker every year. He wrote 3 things that night. The first was a revised threat assessment for the Uzumaki asset, that reclassified him from potential concern to S-rank containment uncertainty. The second was an order to ensure that Naruto Uzumaki received his headband the following morning, because the Kaji Bunshin he had demonstrated more than satisfied the graduation requirement. The third was a personal note, written in the old man's cramped handwriting at the bottom of a page that would be seen by his eyes alone. He looked happy afterward. He asked about ramen on the way to the hospital. I do not know if this makes it better or worse. Naruto went home that night with Iruka's blood on his jacket and a headband tied around his forehead and a new identity forming in his chest. He was a ninja now. He belonged to something. He had a teacher who claimed him in front of a man trying to kill them both, and he had a power in his hands that he still did not fully understand, but intended to figure out. He fell asleep with the headband still on. He dreamed of green light. Morning came too fast and brought with it the reality of team assignments. Naruto showed up at the academy with his headband slightly crooked and his jacket still unwashed, and a grin that could have powered the village's electrical grid if anyone had thought to hook it up. He was assigned to Team 7, alongside Sasuke Uchiha, the brooding prodigy who communicated in grunts and one-syllable words, and Sakura Haruno, who looked at Sasuke like he invented color and looked at Naruto like he was furniture. Their Junin instructor would be Hatake Kakashi. He would be late. He was late by 90 minutes. Kakashi arrived on the bridge with his nose in a book and his visible eye curved in a false smile that communicated nothing genuine. He took in his 3 genin with a glance that lasted longer than it appeared to, a rapid assessment built on decades of professional survival. Sakura, civilian background, decent chakra control, underdeveloped combat instincts. Sasuke, clan prodigy, Sharingan potential, emotional volatility masked as composure. Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the orphan, the dead last. The file on Naruto had been updated 12 hours ago. Kakashi had read the update. He had read it twice. The words atmospheric concussion and mile-long devastation corridor appeared in the same paragraph, and the name attached to them belonged to a child currently scratching his head and complaining about how long they'd been waiting. Something in the back of Kakashi's mind whispered a warning. He filed it. He would learn soon enough that filing had been insufficient. My first impression of you 3, Kakashi said, eye scanning them with practiced indifference. You're boring. Meet me at Training Ground 7 tomorrow at 6. Don't eat breakfast. We're doing a survival exercise. The bell test, the tradition, the crucible that every Team 7 in Konoha's history had faced in one form or another. 2 bells, 3 genin, 1 junin who held all the power and all the answers. Kakashi arrived the next morning at 7, despite telling them 6, because the wait was part of the test. He found them in various states of irritation. Sasuke was leaning against a training post with his arms crossed. Sakura was fidgeting. Naruto was lying flat on his back in the grass with his hands behind his head, staring at the sky with an expression of total contentment. You're late, Sakura said. A black cat crossed my path, Kakashi offered. He produced 2 small silver bells and held them up. These are the objective. Take them from me before noon or you fail. Come at me with everything you have or you will never touch them. Begin. Sasuke was the first to move. He vanished into the tree line with speed appropriate to his skill level, impressive for a genin, tactical in its application. Sakura followed, less gracefully. Naruto stayed on his back. Naruto. Kakashi's visible eyes settled on the boy still lying in the grass. This is a combat exercise. Yeah, I know. Naruto sat up and yawned. You said come at you with everything, right? That is what I said. Okay. Naruto stood. He dusted grass off his pants. Here's the thing, Sensei. I could do that. But last time I did something with everything I had, I turned a mile of forest into dirt. You seem nice. I don't want to break your face. Kakashi's eye stayed curved in its smile. The amusement was genuine on the surface and something else underneath. He had been a Junin for over a decade. He had killed in 14 countries. He had trained under the 4th Hokage and survived the 3rd war and lost everyone who ever mattered to him and kept functioning anyway. He was not a man who rattled. I appreciate the concern, he said, and threw a jab at Naruto's jaw. The punch was Junin speed, fast enough that most genin would have registered the impact before they registered the movement. It was a test strike meant to establish hierarchy, meant to demonstrate the gap between ranks. Kakashi's fist connected with Naruto's jaw. Then his wrist broke. The sound was wrong. There was nothing organic about it. It was the sound of someone punching bedrock with their bare hand. The sound of bone meeting something so impossibly dense that the bone had no path forward except failure. Kakashi felt the fracture propagate through his metacarpals and up into his forearm, felt his radius flex in a way that suggested hairline damage, felt the entire kinetic chain of his strike redirect back into his own body because the target had not moved. Naruto's head had not turned. His jaw was in the same position it had been in before the punch landed. He was blinking at Kakashi with mild curiosity. Ow! Kakashi withdrew his hand and looked at it. The fingers were swelling, the wrist was bending at a wrong angle. He was in significant pain, and he was controlling his expression through pure discipline. That's unexpected. Told you. Naruto shrugged. My turn? He took one step forward. One single step. Weight transferring from back foot to front with all the mass his body carried. The bone density of mountains compressed into the frame of a child. The muscle tissue that rewrote the rules of physics every time it contracted. The earth answered. A magnitude 8 tremor erupted from the point where Naruto's foot struck the ground, radiating outward in expanding circles that tore the training field apart. The earth cracked open in jagged fissures running in every direction. The 3 training posts split apart at their bases and toppled. The lake at the far end of the field sloshed upward and spilled its banks in a 4-foot surge. Kakashi dropped to one knee as the ground bucked beneath him. Involuntary, a reflex, the body responding to tectonic force that overrode conscious balance. Sasuke, hidden in the tree line 50 yards away, grabbed a branch to keep from falling and watched with eyes too wide for someone trying to maintain composure. Sakura hit the ground entirely, landing on hands and knees with a yelp as the earth heaved around her. Naruto walked through the destruction. The cracks opened around his footsteps, and he paid them the same attention he might pay cracks in old paint. He reached the training post, the center one, now lying on its side, and the bells were hanging from a timer attached to it. He took both bells. He looked at them. He tossed one to Sasuke's position in the trees and threw the other to where Sakura was picking herself up off the broken ground. I'm going to get ramen, he said, already turning away. Don't annoy me when I get back. He walked off the training ground with his hands in his pockets. The earth was still groaning in his wake. Small aftershocks rippled through the soil for another 4 minutes. Kakashi was on one knee in the center of what used to be a flat, well-maintained training field and was now a seismological disaster zone. His wrist was broken. His understanding of his team was broken. His assumptions about the limits of genin-level combatants were in pieces on the cracked ground around him. He looked at the retreating back of a 12-year-old who had taken his best punch without noticing and cracked the earth with a footstep. And what registered on his face, under the mask, behind the Hatayate, in the one visible eye, was something he had not felt since the night Obito died. He was uncertain. That evening, Kakashi sat at his desk in his apartment with his wrist wrapped and splinted and his report half-written and his pen hovering over the section marked assessment. He had been sitting like that for 20 minutes. Every word he considered felt inadequate. He could write threat, but that implied aggression that Naruto had not shown. He could write asset, but that implied the village had any means of directing or containing what he'd witnessed. He could write unknown, but he was the boy's commanding officer and unknowns were unacceptable. He wrote, Uzumaki Naruto demonstrates physical capabilities beyond any measurable scale currently in Konoha's assessment framework. Recommend observation and minimal provocation. Then he crossed out minimal provocation and wrote caution instead. Then he crossed that out too and left the space blank and went to bed with his lamp still on. Sasuke spent that night in his empty compound staring at his ceiling with his Sharingan unconsciously active. The curse of the Uchiha had always been that their eyes recorded everything, every detail, every motion, every moment that mattered. He had watched Naruto take a Junin's punch like it was nothing. He had watched the earth break from a single step. He had caught a bell that was thrown to him like charity, like an afterthought, like Naruto could not be bothered to keep it because he had better things to want. The fury in Sasuke's chest was a living thing. It coiled around his ambition and squeezed until the two were indistinguishable. He had defined himself by one goal: kill Itachi, avenge his clan, become powerful enough that he would never lose anything again. And now there was a boy with bad grades and a loud mouth who made the earth respond to his footsteps, and the universe felt like it was laughing at him. Sakura went home and said nothing to her parents about her day. What would she have said? My teammate cracked a training field in half by walking. They would have thought she was making it up. She was beginning to wonder the same thing. The Sandaime read Kakashi's report. He read the blank space where an assessment should have been and understood it as the most honest part of the document. He placed it in the file that was getting too thick for its folder and added a sticky note in his own handwriting. Proceed to mission assignment. Monitor. Pray. Team 7 took missions. They chased cats. They painted fences. They pulled weeds from the gardens of civilians who treated Naruto's presence like an insult and said nothing about it where Kakashi could hear them. Naruto bore it with the same impervious cheerfulness he bore everything. A wall of smiles and noise and energy that deflected what it could not absorb. He was loud. He was present. He demanded acknowledgement the way some people demand air. And when the village refused to give it, he generated it himself through sheer force of personality. The dynamic within Team 7 settled into a pattern. Sasuke seethed in proximity to Naruto's impossible existence. Sakura mediated between her crush on Sasuke and her growing, unwilling fascination with Naruto. Kakashi observed everything with the professional detachment of a man who knew he was watching something historic unfold and was trying to decide whether that was a good or a bad thing. Then the wave mission came, and the question stopped being theoretical. Tazuna was a drunk and a liar and a bridge builder who had hired Jinin because his country could not afford Junin. He smelled like rice wine and desperation, and he spoke to Team 7 with the cadence of a man who had given up on outcomes and was just going through motions. The C-rank mission was a protection detail. Escort the client to the land of waves, guard him while he completed his bridge, return home. Simple enough for a Jinin team with a Junin supervisor, the Demon Brothers attacked on the road. They emerged from a puddle on a dry day, the oldest trick in the book, executed with Chunin level speed and razor chain weapons that wrapped around Kakashi before anyone could shout a warning. They shredded him. Chunks of Junin flew in all directions. Substitution. Kakashi was watching from the trees, assessing his team's response. Sasuke moved first, kunai drawn, intercepting one brother with textbook taijutsu, showing the reflexes that justified his class rank. Sakura positioned herself between Tazuna and the threat, shaking but present. And Naruto stood in the road, watching the second demon brother rush toward him with a gauntlet covered in dripping poison and a chain meant to tear flesh. The brother swung. The gauntlet connected with Naruto's stomach, the claws sheared off. The metal crumpled against his abdominal muscles like aluminum foil hitting a concrete pillar, and the demon brother's forward momentum stopped dead as if he had run into a wall at full speed. The impact reverberated up the brother's arm and dislocated his shoulder. He screamed. Naruto looked down at the crumpled metal against his jacket, then looked up at the screaming man. "Was that it?" he asked. Genuine confusion in his voice. He flicked the man in the forehead with 2 fingers. The brother flew backward 30 yards and embedded himself in a tree trunk hard enough to crack the wood around his body. Kakashi appeared from the tree line, took stock, and felt his visible eye doing something complicated. The mission continued. Tazuna confessed the truth on the road that night. Gato, the shipping magnate, the mercenaries, the blockade strangling wave country into starvation. The bridge was an act of hope. The mission was now A rank at minimum, and Kakashi stood in the firelight, looking at his Jinin team and calculating whether they should turn back. His gaze lingered on Naruto longest. They pressed forward. Zabuza came from the mist on the bridge like a ghost taking solid form. Momochi Zabuza, demon of the hidden mist, wielder of Kubikira Bocho, one of the 7 swordsmen, A man whose killing intent alone had caused shinobi to take their own lives rather than face what was coming. The executioner's blade sat on his back like a door made of sharpened iron. His eyes were flat above his bandage-wrapped face. He looked at Team 7 with the assessment of a professional measuring a job. Hatake Kakashi, Sharingan Kakashi, this might be worth my time. His voice rolled through the fog like thunder with nowhere to land. Hand over the bridge builder, and I let the children live. Kakashi revealed his Sharingan. The fight began at Junin speed. Water clones, hidden miss jutsu, the legendary blade sweeping through air thick with moisture and killing intent. Kakashi matched him blow for blow until Zabuza caught him off guard. Water prison jutsu, a sphere of held water that locked Kakashi in place. One of Zabuza's hands maintaining the seal, his free hand directing a water clone toward the genin. Run! Kakashi shouted from inside the prison. Take Tazuna and run! This is beyond you! The water clone advanced on them. Sasuke engaged, brave, skilled, outmatched. The clone batted him aside. Sakura covered Tazuna, and Naruto looked at his sensei trapped in a ball of water and felt something tighten in his chest that had nothing to do with the seal on his stomach. He walked forward. The water clone swung at him. He walked through it, literally, physically, his body displacing the water construct by mass alone, the clone unable to maintain its shape around his density. It collapsed into a puddle around his feet. Then Naruto was standing in front of the real Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes narrowed above his wrappings. This child had walked through a water clone like it was a curtain. He was close, too close, and the blade on Zabuza's back was calling to be used. Zabuza let go of the water prison and grabbed Kubikira Bocho in the same motion. Kakashi dropped into the water, free but momentarily recovering. Zabuza did not care about the copy ninja in that instant, because there was a 12-year-old standing within arm's reach and looking at him like he was something boring, and professional pride alone demanded a correction. He swung. Kubikira Bocho, the executioner's blade, a weapon designed to never dull because it repaired itself with the iron in its victim's blood, a weapon that had severed 100 heads and left 100 bodies, came across in a horizontal arc aimed at Naruto's neck. The blade was perfect in its trajectory. The edge was sharp enough to split a hair dropped across it. It hit Naruto's neck. It stopped. The sound was a scream of metal, the shriek of stressed steel exceeding its material tolerances, the frequency of a blade meeting something it was never designed to encounter. Kubikira Bocho snapped. The blade broke cleanly at the point of contact, and the vibration that traveled back through the handle was violent enough to numb Zabuza's hands from fingertips to elbows. His arms dropped. The severed half of his sword spun through the air and embedded itself in the bridge deck 20 feet away. Zabuza was standing on the bridge, holding the handle of a broken weapon, looking at the neck of a child who bore no mark, and his brain was attempting to process a category of experience it had never contained before. Naruto grabbed him. One hand, fingers spread across Zabuza's face like a palm across a melon. The grip was absolute. Zabuza's hands came up to pry at the fingers, and they might as well have been trying to bend iron bars. Naruto lifted Zabuza off the bridge deck with one arm. The man's feet left the ground. His legs kicked. His remaining dignity evaporated. Naruto threw him. Zabuza skipped across the surface of the lake like a stone, once, twice, 3 times, before the water took him under. He surfaced 80 yards out, gasping, his mask half torn, his shoulder dislocated from the impact angle. He treaded water and looked back at the bridge. The child was still standing there, hands at his sides, face bored. Zabuza made a decision in that moment that would define the remainder of this encounter. He was done. The contract with Gato was not worth whatever that thing was. He had fought Kagesh. He had killed Anbu captains. He had faced the full might of Kirigakure's hunter division and survived. And he was looking at a 12-year-old boy who had broken his sword on his neck and thrown him across a lake with one arm, and every instinct in his body was telling him to be somewhere else. He retreated into the mist. Kakashi pulled himself onto the bridge deck, soaked and shaking and staring at Naruto with his Sharingan still exposed. The tomoe in his transplanted eyes spun and spun, trying to record what it had just witnessed, trying to categorize forces that defied its frame of reference. Naruto. Kakashi's voice was level because he made it level. "What did you just do?" "He hit me with his sword and it broke." Naruto's tone suggested this was a perfectly normal occurrence, like rain or breathing. "Then I threw him. Was that wrong? Should I have thrown him harder?" Kakashi closed his Sharingan eye and pressed his palm against it. He needed a minute. He needed several minutes. He might need a week. The team stayed in Wave Country. They guarded Tazuna. They waited for Zabuza's return because Kakashi knew the man was not dead and the contract with Gato still held weight. During the waiting days, Naruto trained with his team, or appeared to train. He did tree climbing exercises at Kakashi's instruction, walking up bark with chakra concentration, and the trees cracked under his footsteps because his weight exceeded what wood could bear without reinforcement. He discovered he could jump to the top instead. He discovered he could jump to the top of any tree, any building, any mountain within eyesight. His legs carried density and force that made concepts like climbing irrelevant. One crouch, one push, and he was wherever he wanted to be. The first time he demonstrated this, the tree he launched from was driven 6 inches into the ground, its roots compressing the soil beneath them into something approaching rock. Sasuke watched from a neighboring tree and said nothing. His silence was louder than anything he might have spoken. During one evening in Tazuna's home, Naruto met Inari, a boy eaten alive by grief, bitter beyond his years, certain that heroes were myths and hope was a cruelty. The child looked at Naruto and told him that he would die, that everyone who tried to fight Gato died, that strength was meaningless against the tide of the world. Naruto listened. He listened longer than anyone expected him to, because underneath the noise and the energy and the overwhelming presence, Naruto understood loneliness the way a fish understands water. He recognized it in Inari's voice. He recognized the shape of a child who had been broken by loss and decided that breaking was easier than trying. "You know what's stupid?" Naruto said eventually, leaning back in his chair, looking at the ceiling. "Giving up when you're still alive. You give up when you're dead. Before that, you fight. That's it. That's the whole thing." Inari started crying. Naruto let him. When Zabuza returned, he brought Haku, the ice user, the beautiful weapon, the orphan who had found purpose and devotion and built his entire identity around the act of being useful to one man. Haku's Kekkei Genkai materialized as mirrors, crystal structures of ice that reflected his image between them, allowing him to move at speeds that appeared instantaneous to anyone trapped within their perimeter. Sasuke was trapped. The demonic mirroring ice crystals rose around him in a dome of reflective surfaces, and Haku moved between them like a ghost made of senbon and precision. Needles found Sasuke's pressure points with terrible accuracy. He was fast. He was skilled. He was outclassed by a margin that grew with every second. Naruto arrived. He crashed through the perimeter by walking into one of the mirrors and shattering it with his shoulder, the ice breaking across his body like window glass against a bulldozer. Haku appeared in another mirror, registered what had just happened, and threw a volley of senbon at Naruto's exposed neck and face. The needles hit him and bent. They struck his skin and crumpled like they had been thrown against a wall. They littered the ground around his feet. Tiny, broken metal things, decorative in their uselessness against his body. Haku was staring through the mirror at a boy whose neck had broken Zabuza's sword, and the senbon in his hands suddenly felt like toys. "You can't hurt me," Naruto said. There was something almost apologetic in his voice. "I don't think anyone here can." The fight continued, because Haku was devoted beyond reason, because his purpose was to be Zabuza's weapon, and he could not simply choose to stop. He moved between mirrors. He adjusted his strategy. He targeted Sasuke instead because Sasuke could be hurt and the threat to a teammate might create an opening. It did. Sasuke fell. He collapsed in the center of the dome with needles in his neck and chest, his body going still. And for one terrible moment, Naruto thought he was dead. The green came. His veins lit. The air temperature inside the dome spiked until the ice mirrors began to steam and the reflective surfaces grew cloudy with melting. Naruto's eyes shifted from blue to blinding emerald, and the rage that rolled off him was a physical force. Haku felt it in his chest like a hand pressing him backward. The mirrors cracked. They did not break from impact, but from heat. The gamma radiation pouring off Naruto's body in waves of emerald intensity was melting them from the inside, turning Haku's Kekkei Genkai into running water that pooled at their feet. Haku dropped from his mirror. He landed in front of Naruto, senbon raised, and his beautiful face was showing something it had never shown in combat before. The recognition of absolute physical inferiority. Naruto's fist cocked back. Haku did not dodge. He removed his mask. He showed his face, that gentle, sad, beautiful face, and he asked to be killed, because his purpose was to be Zabuza's tool, and a broken tool had no reason to persist. Because dying at the hands of a strong enemy while serving his person was the best death he could imagine. The fist stopped. 3 inches from Haku's face, carrying enough force to crater a mountain, and it stopped. Because Naruto saw the boy behind the mask. Because the rage could not survive contact with that sadness. Because killing someone who wanted to die was something Naruto's spirit refused to do, even when the green was burning in his eyes and his body was screaming to complete the motion. I won't. His voice was raw. The green was fading. I'm strong enough to stop whenever I want, and I'm stopping. The fight ended differently because Naruto was different. Haku survived. He lived long enough to throw himself in front of Kakashi's lightning blade when it aimed for Zabuza. The ultimate act of devotion, the tool throwing itself between the master and destruction. Kakashi's hand punched through Haku's chest, and the boy died smiling because he had served his purpose, and that was all he ever wanted. Zabuza wept. The demon of the mist stood on the bridge with his bandages growing heavy with someone else's blood and his own tears, and the reputation he had built over decades of murder fell away to reveal what had always been underneath. A man who had been loved and had been too broken to say it back in time. He turned on Gato. The little man had arrived with his mercenary army, 300 hired blades, convinced that numbers alone could overwhelm what had already failed. Gato stood behind his wall of flesh and taunted Zabuza, taunted the memory of Haku, and Zabuza went into them with a kunai between his teeth and fury in every step. He fell. Too many wounds, too much blood, too many blades finding the gaps in his guard. He fell beside Haku's body and died looking at the face of the person who had believed in him the most. And the bridge was stained with enough grief to last a generation. Then Gato's army turned toward the village side of the bridge. 300 mercenaries with swords and bows and the confidence of numbers. Arrows flew first, a volley that arced over the bridge and descended toward Team 7 and Tazuna, and the handful of villagers who had come to watch their hope be defended or destroyed. Naruto stepped in front of the group. The arrows hit him. They broke. They struck his chest and arms and face and snapped on contact, their shafts splintering, their arrowheads crumpling, clattering to the bridge deck around his feet like discarded toys. 50 arrows and then 100, and every single one useless. The mercenaries charged, blades drawn, boots thundering on the bridge. A wave of hired violence bearing down on a 12-year-old boy who looked entirely unimpressed. Naruto's expression changed. The boredom fell away. What replaced it was not quite anger. It was displeasure, the focused irritation of someone whose patience had just been exceeded. His eyes shifted green. The air around him began to shimmer and distort as heat radiated from his body. Visible heat, green-tinged, sharp enough to make the air itself crackle. The mercenaries in the front line felt it first. Their weapons, steel blades, iron mauls, sharpened spears, began to glow red in their grips. The handles grew too hot to hold. Men screamed and dropped their weapons, and the weapons hit the bridge deck, already softening, already losing shape as the gamma radiation washed over them. Naruto stomped one foot on the bridge. The bridge held. Tazuna's engineering, the old man's life work, the thing he had staked his existence on, it held under Naruto's foot because the force went down through the bridge pilings into the lake bed beneath. The shockwave traveled through water and earth and hit the riverbed with enough force to displace the entire lake surface in a wall of water that rose 12 feet high and swept across the bridge from left to right like the hand of something enormous and unsympathetic. 300 mercenaries went into the water. They were there, and then they were gone. Swept off the bridge in a single motion, tumbling in the surge, their swords and armor pulling them under. Those who could swim did. Those who could not were pulled from the water by the very villagers they had been hired to oppress, because Wave Country had remembered its courage in the span of one 12-year-old stomp. Tazuna was standing behind Naruto with his mouth open and his hard hat tilted at an angle that suggested recent seismic activity had displaced it. He looked at the boy who had just ended an invasion with his foot and made a mental note to name the bridge after him. The bridge workers at the far end were silent. The villagers were silent. Then someone cheered, and the cheer spread, and within 60 seconds the entire bridge was full of screaming celebration. Naruto stood in the middle of it, grinning his too-wide grin, accepting high fives from people whose hands hurt afterward because his palm was the equivalent of slapping concrete. "Can we get ramen now?" he asked Kakashi. "I'm starving." Kakashi was leaning against a railing with his Sharingan covered and his expression unreadable. He looked at Naruto for a long moment. Then he pulled out his book and began reading again. "Sure, Naruto, when we get home." They returned to Konoha as different people. Kakashi filed a mission report that contained the phrase, "single-handedly resolved a 300 combatant threat through environmental manipulation," and left it at that because anything more specific would require vocabulary he was still developing. The Sandaime read it, added it to the growing file, and stared out his window at the village for a very long time. Team 7 resumed normal operations. D ranks, C ranks, the ordinary rhythm of a Genin team finding its feet. But the rhythm had a new undertone now. Sasuke's frustration was growing into something with teeth, and Sakura was watching Naruto with a curiosity that confused her because it existed in the same space as her dismissal. And Kakashi was training them with an intensity that suggested he was preparing for something he could not name. Then the Chunin exams came, and preparation became irrelevant. The first phase was a written exam, information gathering disguised as a test, designed to identify which candidates could obtain answers through deception and which would crack under pressure. Naruto knew none of the answers. He sat in his chair sweating for 45 minutes while everyone around him cheated with varying degrees of elegance. When the final question came, accept the risk of permanent Genin status or walk away, Naruto slammed his hand on the desk hard enough to crack it down the middle and told Ibiki Morino that he would never quit anything, ever, for any reason, and anyone who wanted to walk could walk past him on their way out. They stayed. Every single remaining team stayed, because something about the conviction in that boy's voice made walking away feel worse than any consequence the exam could deliver. The second phase was the Forest of Death. 44 numbered training grounds compressed into a nightmare of oversized fauna, hostile terrain, and competing Genin teams fighting over scrolls in a no-rules environment. Team 7 entered with a Heaven Scroll and 3 days to find an Earth Scroll and reach the tower at the center. The forest was different around Naruto. Animals did not approach their position. Sound Genin teams who had been planning ambushes changed course without knowing why. Some instinct in the base of their spines whispering that the area around Team 7 was wrong, that the trees were too still, that the ground had microfractures in it from something heavy passing over it repeatedly. They avoided the team like ships avoiding a reef they could not see, but somehow knew was there. One team was too stupid or too confident to listen to their instincts. They attacked on the first night, 3 Genin from Omegakure, who thought a surprise assault in the dark would equalize whatever advantage Team 7 possessed. They threw explosive tags. The tags detonated against Naruto's body and the fire washed over him, and he did not move, did not blink, did not wake up from the sleep he had been enjoying against a tree trunk. The explosions bounced off his skin and scorched the ground around him, and he rolled over and pulled his jacket tighter and murmured something about miso. The AM team reconsidered their life choices and left. On the second day, the forest went cold. Orochimaru's killing intent arrived before Orochimaru did. It rolled through the trees like a wave of something invisible and crushing. The pure, distilled pressure of a murderous will refined over decades of practice. It was tangible. It pressed against the chest. It squeezed the lungs. It filled the mind with visions of death so vivid they might as well have been memories. Sasuke froze entirely. His body locked in place, every muscle refusing commands, his mind trapped in a loop of dying that felt more real than the bark under his hands. He could not breathe. He could not blink. His Sharingan activated involuntarily, which only made it worse, because now he was recording his own paralysis in perfect detail. Sakura managed one step backward before her legs gave out. She hit the branch she was standing on with her knees and gripped the bark with white-knuckled fingers, her face the color of paper, her breath coming in hitches that could not find rhythm. Naruto crossed his arms and shifted his weight to his other foot. He looked mildly annoyed. Like someone had changed the channel without asking, Orochimaru materialized from the tree line. He was wearing a stolen face, a grass ninja's features stretched over his own, the disguise paper-thin to anyone with the senses to perceive it. His tongue ran across his lips, and his golden eyes found Sasuke first, because Sasuke was his objective. The Sharingan, the bloodline, the vessel. He struck fast. He was across the clearing before the air could register his movement, and his hand was at Sasuke's neck, and his teeth were bared, and the cursed seal burned itself into Sasuke's skin with a hiss that sounded like fate being written in scar tissue. Sasuke screamed. His body seized. He hit the branch and convulsed, and black marks began spreading from the bite like ink through wet paper. Sakura screamed his name. Orochimaru straightened. He looked at his work with the satisfaction of a craftsman assessing a finished piece. Then his gaze drifted to Naruto, standing unbothered, watching with eyes that were beginning to shift toward a color that did not belong to any human being. Ah, Orochimaru's voice was smooth with curiosity. The Nine-Tails child. You resist my killing intent. Interesting. He extended one foot and kicked at Naruto with the same dismissive force one might use to nudge a stone off a path. This was Orochimaru's assessment. The demon child was a curiosity, perhaps, but Sasuke was the prize, and everyone else was furniture to be moved out of the way. Naruto caught the leg. His hand closed around Orochimaru's ankle in mid-extension. The kick stopped. The momentum stopped. Everything stopped. Orochimaru's stolen face showed its first genuine expression of the encounter, confusion, followed immediately by something colder and more primitive. He tried to withdraw his leg. It did not move. He tried again, putting genuine force behind the retraction. The hand around his ankle was a fixed point in space. It held him with the same immovable certainty that a mountain holds against wind. Naruto's eyes were green. The air between them was heating visibly. The branch under Naruto's feet was developing scorch marks from the energy bleeding through his soles. You did that to Sasuke. His voice carried the wrong frequency again. Too heavy, too resonant, too full of something that had no name in any jutsu catalog. His veins were lighting up in emerald lines across his free hand and up his arm. You put that thing in his neck. Orochimaru attempted to shed his skin, an instinctive escape technique, the snake sloughing its body to reform elsewhere. The grip tightened. The reformation stalled. For the first time in a very long life spent in very dangerous company, Orochimaru felt his escape route being denied by pure physical force. You think you're a monster? The bass in Naruto's voice was wrong for his age, wrong for his frame, wrong for anything that should exist inside a genin's body. His eyes were twin furnaces of green light. The air was crackling around them both. Try harder. He punched Orochimaru in the chest. Let's talk about what happened next. Let's talk about the physics of a fist weighing what Naruto's fist weighs, moving at the speed Naruto's arm can propel it, connecting with a target that, despite being one of the 3 legendary ninja of the shinobi world, was still ultimately composed of matter that obeyed physical laws. The kinetic force of the impact was apocalyptic. Orochimaru left the forest of death through a horizontal vector. He traveled through 3 miles of solid bedrock in a straight line, his body boring a tunnel through earth and stone and root system and aquifer and more stone, each layer exploding outward around his passage like a bullet through wet clay. The tunnel he left behind was 15 feet in diameter, perfectly straight, smooth-walled from the friction heat, and descended at a slight angle into the earth until it reached the point where the Sanin's momentum finally failed. The exit crater appeared 3 miles east of the forest. It erupted from the base of a hill like a volcanic event, stone and soil launching skyward, a column of displaced earth marking the point where one of the most dangerous shinobi alive had been deposited by a child's fist. Orochimaru survived. He survived because he was Orochimaru, because his body was 90% replacement at any given time, because the substitution technique worked at a level of sophistication that other ninja could not conceptualize, because he shed his skin in the final microsecond of the tunnel and reformed 300 yards from the exit crater, sitting in a pile of broken stone, whole but still. He was sitting very still. He remained sitting still for a long time. His hands were shaking. This was unusual. His hands had been steady while dissecting living subjects. His hands had been steady while betraying his village. His hands had been steady while facing down the third Hokage's full killing intent. They were shaking now because the memory of that grip was still on his ankle, and the impact was still in his chest, and his mind, his brilliant, ancient, serpentine mind, was processing the idea that something existed inside that child's body that could end him permanently and irrevocably, and there would be nothing he could do to prevent it. Kabuto watched from a distant tree. His glasses reflected the light of the exit crater still smoking below him. He pushed them up his nose with one finger. His notebook was already open. His pen was already moving. Every calculation he had made about Team 7, about the Jinchuriki, about the Chunin exams and their role in Orochimaru's plan, all of it was being rewritten in real time. The boy was not a factor to be managed. The boy was a factor that managed everything around him by existing. Back in the forest of death, Naruto stood over a hole in the earth that went sideways into darkness. The tunnel was still radiating heat. Dust was still settling. Sakura was holding Sasuke's convulsing body and staring at Naruto with eyes that held too many emotions to sort. Sasuke was unconscious, the cursed seal burning into his system, and Sakura looked between her fallen teammate and the boy who had just launched a Sannin through a mountain like he was throwing out trash. "Is Sasuke okay?" Naruto asked. He was already walking toward them, the green fading from his eyes. "He doesn't look okay. We should get him to the tower." Sakura found her voice somewhere between the terror and the awe. "Naruto, that man, you punched him through." "Yeah, he was being a jerk." Naruto crouched beside Sasuke and put a hand on his forehead. The skin was burning hot from the seal. "This thing on his neck looks bad. Let's move." He picked Sasuke up over one shoulder like a sack of grain and began walking toward the tower with a pace that suggested urgency without distress. Sakura followed, because following Naruto had become an instinct, because whatever else was true about this boy, being near him meant being alive. They reached the tower. Sasuke stabilized. The preliminary rounds happened in a blur of violence and revelation. Other genin fighting in the basement arena while Naruto sat in the stands eating rice balls and offering commentary that ranged from insightful to completely inane. He watched Lee fight Gaara and his eyes narrowed at the sand. Something about the red-haired boy from Suna pinged against his instincts. Something in the air around Gaara felt familiar, felt kinetic, felt like a mirror reflecting light from a source Naruto recognized in himself. He would deal with that later. First, there was Neji. The Chunin exam finals arrived with the weight of an event the village had been building toward for a month. The arena was at capacity, civilians in the upper rows, shinobi on the lower levels, the Kage box occupied by the Sandaime, and the visiting Kazekage, who was not the Kazekage, but nobody knew that yet. Every seat was filled. Every eye was forward. The betting pools were active, and the odds were posted, and Naruto Uzumaki was listed at 60-1 against, because the betting public still thought of him as the dead last orphan who had barely graduated. Those odds were about to become the most expensive mistake in the history of Konoha's gambling industry. Neji Hyuga walked onto the arena floor with the bearing of someone who had already won. His Byakugan was his birthright and his prison, and he carried both with the rigid precision of a boy who had mistaken certainty for wisdom. His stance was perfect. His posture was immaculate. He looked at Naruto with the specific disdain of someone examining a mathematical proof and finding it too simple to warrant engagement. "Fate has already decided this match," Neji said, his voice carrying across the arena with trained projection. "You were born a failure. I was born to the greatest taijutsu clan in the shinobi world. The distance between us was decided before either of us drew breath. Naruto put his hands in his pockets and tilted his head. You done? Neji activated his Byakugan. The veins around his eyes bulged with chakra circulation, and his sight expanded into the 360-degree microscopic vision of the Hyuga bloodline. He looked at Naruto's Tenketsu, his chakra points, the 64 gates through which chakra flowed, and saw something that made his face twitch in a way he hoped the audience missed. The chakra inside Naruto was wrong. It was too bright. It was too green. It moved too fast, and it burned too hot, and there was too much of it. An ocean where there should have been a river, bath, a bonfire where there should have been a candle, but the Tenketsu were there. They were visible. They were, in theory, vulnerable. Neji attacked. He was fast, legitimately, impressively fast, closing the distance between them in less than a second with footwork refined over years of brutal training. His fingers struck with lethal accuracy. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 2 strikes to the shoulder, 4 to the torso, 8 across the arms, 16 up the spine, 32 distributed across the remaining points with speed that blurred his hands into ghostly afterimages. 64 strikes, each one targeting a Tenketsu, each one delivering a pulse of Hyuga chakra designed to seal the point shut and cut off flow. He stepped back. He was breathing hard. His form had been flawless. It is finished. Your chakra network is sealed. You cannot mold. Naruto looked down at his hands. He flexed them. He rolled his shoulders. He looked back at Neji with an expression that contained the faintest trace of what might have been pity. You sealed my chakra points. Okay. He bounced on his toes, testing, feeling. I don't use chakra to hit things. The arena went still. 20,000 people leaning forward without realizing they were doing it. The Kage box, the Junin section, the Genin in the waiting area above. Every single observer in that space felt the shift. The moment the fight went from expected to unknown. The moment the ground rules changed, Naruto crouched. His legs compressed beneath him, muscle tissue that made steel feel decorative, bone density that belonged in the heart of a collapsing star, and the arena floor under his feet responded immediately. Hairline cracks spiderwebbed outward from his position. The stone tiles groaned. Dust puffed from the growing fractures. He leapt. The arena floor where he'd been standing collapsed into a crater 6 feet deep. The shockwave of his departure knocked Neji backward 3 steps. And Naruto was gone. Straight up, a blur of orange and blonde moving so fast that the human eye lost him within the first half-second of ascent. 20,000 people looked up. They saw a dot of orange shrinking against the blue sky. They saw it keep going. They saw it enter the cloud layer and disappear. They saw in the moments that followed a faint green glow illuminating the clouds from above, growing brighter, then pausing, then beginning to descend. The arena held its breath. Every head was tilted skyward. Fingers pointed. Mouths hung open. The announcer had stopped speaking mid-sentence. The Sandaime leaned forward in his seat. The Kazekage, who was Orochimaru, leaned forward too, and his golden eyes reflected the growing green light in the sky with something that might have been fascination or might have been fear. Neji activated his rotation. He began to spin, releasing chakra from every Tenketsu simultaneously, creating the absolute defense of the Hyuga main branch, the technique he had taught himself through sheer obsessive will, the proof that fate could be defied. The dome of spinning chakra encased him in a shell of blue-white energy, impenetrable, untouchable. Naruto fell. He came down like a meteor. A streak of green light descending from the cloud layer at terminal velocity plus, because terminal velocity assumed air resistance and his mass laughed at air resistance, because his density turned atmospheric drag into a joke, because he was falling with the full acceleration of gravity applied to a body that outweighed most buildings. The green trail he left behind was visible from the Hokage monument. It was visible from the neighboring village. It split the sky like a scar of emerald fire. He hit the arena floor. The impact exceeded what words can describe with accuracy, but this story will try. The stone floor of the Chunin exam arena, engineered to withstand the combined techniques of Junin-level combatants, cratered to a depth of 40 feet in a radius just as wide. The shockwave expanded outward in a dome of displaced air that hit the stadium seating with enough force to knock spectators out of their seats in the first 5 rows. The sound was beyond sound. It crossed into a physical pressure that made eardrums flex and vision blur. Dust and debris erupted upward in a column that obscured the arena for 3 full seconds. Neiji's rotation met the impact. For 1 fraction of 1 second, the Hyuga's spinning chakra dome pushed back against the force descending on it. A teacup trying to hold back a waterfall, a candle flame resisting a hurricane. The rotation collapsed. It did not fail gracefully. It broke like glass, the spinning chakra dispersing in all directions, Neiji's body absorbing the residual force of the impact and slamming into the cratered ground with enough violence to render him unconscious before his spine finished compressing. When the dust cleared, when the column of debris settled and the air stopped screaming, Naruto was standing in the center of a new crater that had permanently altered the architecture of the arena. The floor was gone. The smooth, engineered tile surface was a memory. In its place was raw earth, broken stone, and the silhouette of a boy with fading green light along his veins, looking up at the sky like he was checking to make sure it was still there. Neji was at the bottom of the crater, unconscious, alive, utterly defeated by something his bloodline could not see coming, and his destiny could not account for. Naruto looked down at him. Then he looked up at the crowd. 20,000 faces staring back at him, with expressions ranging from terrified to ecstatic, from confused to converted. Destiny breaks when you hit it hard enough. His voice carried across the ruined arena with the simplicity of absolute conviction. Believe it. The arena was silent for 4 seconds. Then it erupted. Screaming, stamping, a roar of sound that came from the collective realization that they had just witnessed something unprecedented. The betting operators were already adjusting their lifetime calculations. The bookmakers were already bankrupt. The odds had inverted so completely that several civilian betting houses would close their doors before the week ended. In the Kage box, the Sandaime sat back in his seat and exhaled a breath he might have been holding for 7 years. His hands were clasped in his lap, and his eyes were on the boy in the crater, and his expression contained multitudes. Pride, fear, responsibility, and the terrible weight of knowing that you are the guardian of something that cannot be guarded. The Kazekage, Orochimaru beneath the stolen face, sat perfectly still. His mind was performing rapid revisions. His invasion plan included a Naruto Uzumaki variable, but the variable he had planned for was a Jinin Jinchuriki with poor chakra control and excessive reserves. The variable he was now observing was something else entirely, something that had punched him through 3 miles of stone 2 weeks ago, something that had just fallen from orbit and cratered an arena designed to withstand Junin combat. His plan needed adjustment. His timeline needed acceleration. His contingencies needed contingencies. In the stands, Hiyashi Hyuga, patriarch of the Hyuga clan, father of Hinata, uncle of the boy now being carried from the crater on a stretcher, sat with his Byakugan active and his face showing nothing at all. Nothing at all. His hands were in his lap. His back was straight. His composure was impeccable. And behind the perfect facade, behind the centuries of Hyuga discipline and aristocratic bearing, his mind was attempting to recategorize what he had just witnessed his nephew face, and finding that his internal taxonomy had no available slot. Sasuke watched from the waiting area above. His jaw was tight. His Sharingan was active. His hands were clenched into fists at his sides with enough force to draw blood from his palms. The cursed seal on his neck throbbed in time with his heartbeat. It whispered promises of power. Enough power to close the gap. Enough power to stand where Naruto stood. Enough power to never feel this smallness again. He listened to the whisper. He should not have listened. Sakura had both hands over her mouth. Her eyes were wet. She did not know if she was crying from fear or from something else, something that felt dangerously close to belief, to faith in a person she had been trained to dismiss. She watched Naruto climb out of the crater and wave at the crowd and look genuinely confused about why people were screaming, and something in her chest shifted permanently. Hinata Hyuga, in the stands, was holding her hands together over her heart, and her face was the color of a sunset, and she was smiling so wide it hurt her cheeks. She had always seen him. She had always believed. And watching him prove it to everyone else felt like breathing for the first time. The exam continued. Other matches happened. They felt small by comparison. Echoes after lightning, whispers after thunder. The arena was repaired between bouts with emergency Earth-style jutsu from the maintenance crews, but the repair was imperfect. You could still see the outline of the crater. You could still feel the depression in the stone if you walked across it. The arena remembered what had happened to it. Then Gaara's match ended in a forfeiture from his opponent, a genin who took one look at the sand around Gaara's feet and the madness in his eyes and chose survival over pride. And then the signal went up. The genjutsu fell, and the invasion began. White feathers drifted down through the arena. A sleep technique, broad spectrum, covering the civilian audience like a blanket, dropping them in their seats like puppets with cut strings. The shinobi in the crowd began releasing the illusion from themselves and their neighbors, and as they did, they saw what was happening. Sand shinobi dropping their disguises, sound shinobi revealing themselves in the stands, explosions at the village wall, a barrier technique rising on the Kage box roof, 4 pillars of violet energy trapping the Sandaime inside with the thing that was wearing the Kazage's face. War came to Konoha in the space between one heartbeat and the next. The invasion was chaos in its purest form. The streets ran with combat. The buildings shook with explosive jutsu. Civilians fled while shinobi fought and died, and the village that had existed in relative peace for over a decade remembered what it felt like to bleed. Naruto felt none of the genjutsu. The feathers landed on him and slid off like water on stone. His gamma-saturated chakra network was so fundamentally different from standard chakra systems that the technique could find no foothold. He stood in the arena, watching the invasion unfold around him, with his hands at his sides, and his expression shifting from confusion to understanding to a cold, focused intensity that made the air around him hum. Gaara was gone. The Sand siblings had taken him from the arena during the confusion. Tamari and Kankuro flanking their unstable weapon, dragging him toward the village outskirts where the transformation could complete without interruption. Because Gaara was the invasion centerpiece. Gaara was the bomb, and the fuse was burning. Naruto followed. He did not run through the streets or navigate the chaos of the ground war. He crouched in the ruined arena, aimed himself at the tree line beyond the village wall, and launched himself in a single leap that cleared the rooftops and the wall, and 300 yards of forest in an arc that left behind a sonic boom and a trail of displaced air. He landed 2 miles from the village in a crouch that created a crater on arrival, and the trees around him shed their leaves from the shockwave. He could feel Gaara ahead. Something about the boy's energy called to him, a resonance between sealed things, a kinship of containers, a frequency that only Jinchuriki could hear. He moved through the forest at a speed that turned trees into a green blur and arrived at the clearing where Gaara's transformation was reaching its critical point. Shukaku was rising. The sand was pouring from Gaara's body in quantities that defied his mass, an ocean of particulate matter cascading outward, building upward, taking the shape of something vast and manic and ancient. The one-tailed tanuki assembled himself from the grains of a desert that should have been impossible this far from sand country. His eyes were wide and mad. His mouth was split in a grin that contained too many teeth. His laugh, when it came, shook the ground and scattered birds for miles and carried a specific frequency of insanity that belonged to a being that had been alone too long and hated too much. Tamari and Kankuro were at the tree line. They had done their job, delivered the weapon, activated the protocol, and were now watching the deployment with expressions that mixed professional satisfaction with personal terror. Shukaku was their village's ultimate deterrent. He was also a thing they had never fully trusted to follow orders. Naruto looked up at the tailed beast assembling itself in the clearing ahead of him. He was 12 years old. He weighed as much as a small building. He was looking at a creature the size of a mountain, and his primary emotion was irritation. This thing was between him and the village was being attacked. And he did not have time for whatever this was. He crouched. The earth cratered beneath his legs as the muscle tissue compressed and loaded with potential energy that made nuclear reactions look efficient. He launched. Naruto hit Shukaku at supersonic speed. The impact was visible from the Hokage monument. A flash of green light, a shockwave that flattened trees in a half-mile radius, and then sand. Sand everywhere. A detonation of particulate matter that filled the sky and turned the sun into a dim suggestion behind a curtain of brown. Naruto had driven himself into the tailed beast's torso like a living artillery shell, and the force of the collision had blown Shukaku's upper body apart in a spray of scattered material that rained down for 30 seconds across the surrounding forest. But Shukaku was sand. Sand reformed. The construct began pulling itself back together, drawing the scattered material back toward its center, rebuilding its shape, its grin returning to its reforming face with the resilience of something that could not be destroyed by conventional force because it was, at its fundamental level, a collection of individual particles with no structural weakness to exploit. Shukaku opened his mouth. Futon, drilling air bullet. The compressed air projectile launched toward Naruto at point-blank range. A sphere of wind pressure dense enough to level a city block, it hit Naruto in the chest. His jacket rippled. His hair blew back. His feet slid 3 inches in the dirt. He brushed the wind off his face like he was clearing away a cobweb. Was that it? He asked the tailed beast. That's all you got? He leapt again, this time forward and up, catching the second air bullet that Shukaku fired in midair. His hands closed around the compressed wind sphere, and he squeezed it until it burst between his palms like a balloon. Then he was on Shukaku's reconstructed arm, and his hands found purchase in the sand, and he pulled. He tore the arm off, the entire left limb of the one-tailed beast, a construction of sand 20 meters long and 10 meters wide, ripped away from the main body with a sound like the earth itself was being unmade. Naruto hurled it skyward. The arm climbed into the atmosphere and would not return to the battlefield. Shukaku screamed. The sound was less pain and more outrage. The shriek of something that had never been manhandled, never been diminished, never been reduced by a physical force that simply exceeded its ability to maintain structural cohesion. The tailed beast rebuilt the arm and swung with the other one. Naruto caught it. He planted his feet on the beast's chest and pushed. The arm stopped. Shukaku pushed harder. Naruto held his ground against the full force of a tailed beast's physical strength and did not give an inch, and the effort required to maintain his position was approximately the same as the effort required to hold open a door. Where's Gaara? Naruto shouted at the construct. Where's the kid inside you? I need to talk to him, Shukaku laughed. It was a wild, unhinged sound. The kid is asleep. He let me out, and I'm going to. Naruto punched through the sand body. His fist entered Shukaku's chest and kept going, through the compressed material, through the chakra that held it together, through layers of constructed defense until his hand found something solid, something human, something warm. He grabbed Gaara by the collar and ripped him out of the tailed beast like pulling a core from a fruit. Shukaku collapsed. Without his Jinchuriki to serve as an anchor point, the sand construct lost coherence instantly. The shape falling apart, the grains scattering, the manic grin dissolving into a formless desert that settled on the ground in a wide, flat circle. The one tail was not defeated. He was simply denied his vessel, and without the vessel, he was nothing except sand and rage. Gaara hit the ground. He was awake now, jolted from the sleep that had released Shukaku by the force of being ripped from his own tailed beast's body by a hand that could have crushed him and chose instead to simply hold. He was on his hands and knees, gasping, sand falling away from his body in sheets, his eyes wide and wild, and fixed on Naruto standing above him. Naruto landed in front of him. His breathing was even. There was sand in his hair, and his jacket was torn from the wind techniques, but his skin was unmarked. His body was unblemished. He looked down at Gaara with an expression that contained no hatred, no triumph, no desire for further violence. I know what you are, Naruto said. His voice was his own again, young, direct, blunt in its honesty. You've got something inside you, same as me, and everyone treated you like garbage because of it, same as me. Gaara was staring up at him. The absolute defense was gone. The sand was scattered, There was nothing between his skin and the world for the first time since birth, and the boy looking down at him had made that happen with his hands and was choosing to talk instead of kill. How? Gaara's voice was cracked and raw. How are you this strong when they gave you nothing? When they hated you? When? I found people worth being strong for. Naruto extended his hand downward. An offer. An invitation. You should try that. It's better than the other thing. Gaara looked at the hand. He looked at it for a long time. Behind his eyes, something that had been locked in place since childhood, a wall of rage and isolation and definition through destruction, developed its first visible crack. He did not take the hand. He was not ready. He turned away and the sand gathered around him and carried him toward where Temari and Kankuro waited at the tree line. But his eyes, those sea-green eyes rimmed with the insomnia of a boy who could never sleep because his demon would consume him, his eyes stayed on Naruto until the trees took him from view. Temari and Kankuro watched from the tree line. They watched their brother, the weapon, the unstoppable force, the thing their village had built, and aimed like a missile, crawl away from a 12-year-old leaf genin who was standing in a circle of scattered sand, looking mildly inconvenienced. They watched Shukaku's remains settling into the ground like a dead thing. They looked at each other. They said nothing. They did not need to. The decision was mutual, instantaneous, and permanent. They would never, under any circumstances, for any reason, be on the opposing side of whatever Naruto Uzumaki was. They would carry this certainty with them for the rest of their careers, and it would never waver. Naruto turned back toward Konoha. The invasion was still happening. He could hear the explosions. He could feel the vibrations in the ground from jutsu impacts on the village streets. He crouched, aimed himself at the village, and leapt. He spent the next hour ending the invasion one impact at a time. Where sand shinobi held positions, Naruto landed among them, and the positions ceased to exist. Where summoning beasts rampaged through neighborhoods, Naruto grabbed them by their tails and threw them over the village wall with enough force to ensure they would land in a different country. Where fires burned, his passing created shockwaves that snuffed them. Where civilians huddled in shelters, the walls stopped shaking when he arrived, because the things making the walls shake were suddenly gone. He did not kill anyone. He did not need to. The force differential between him and every other combatant on the field was so vast that rendering them unconscious was trivially easy. A flick, a tap, a single exhalation at close range was enough to take any single shinobi out of the fight without permanent damage. He moved through the invasion like a cleanup crew of one. And by the time the barrier on the Kage box fell and the invasion's command structure collapsed, Naruto had personally neutralized more than 60 combatants, and every single one of them would wake up in a prison cell with a headache, but nothing worse. The invasion ended. The Sandaime survived. Barely, broken, but alive. Orochimaru fled with the arms that had been sealed by the Reaper Death Seal, and the fury of a man whose grand plan had been reduced to a footnote by a child he could not kill. Konoha counted its dead. Konoha buried its fallen. Konoha rebuilt. And throughout the rebuilding, a 12-year-old boy was seen carrying lumber that should have required a team of 6, holding up walls while foundations were set and asking construction workers if anyone knew where to get ramen, while he supported a multi-ton crossbeam with one hand. The village watched him. The village watched him in a way it had never watched him before. The hatred was still there in some eyes, old, reflexive, impossible to uproot in a single generation. But layered over it now was something new, something closer to awe, something that tasted like fear and smelled like gratitude and felt in the pit of the stomach, like living beside an active volcano and knowing that today, at least, the volcano was on your side. Weeks passed. Sasuke was released from the hospital. The cursed seal on his neck had been contained by Kakashi's sealing technique, a temporary measure, a bandage on a wound that went deeper than flesh. Sasuke could feel it throbbing. He could feel it whispering. He could feel it offering him everything he wanted and demanding everything he was in exchange. He stood on the hospital roof the day he was discharged and looked out at the village. He could see the repairs from the invasion. New wood against old, fresh paint beside weathered. He could see the crater in Training Ground 7, still unrepaired because nobody wanted to get close enough to properly assess it. He could see the memorial stone where names were being added. He could see a bright orange jacket moving through the market district below, attached to a boy who was haggling with a fruit vendor and laughing about something. Sasuke's hands clenched. The curse seal pulsed. And the decision that would end in the Valley of the End began forming in the space between his thoughts like a seed planted in poison soil. The Sound Four came at night. They found Sasuke on the dock at the Uchiha compound, sitting where he always sat, staring at water that reflected a moon he never seemed to see. They offered him what Orochimaru offered: power without limit, potential without ceiling, the ability to surpass anything and anyone, including the brother who had taken everything from him. They did not mention Naruto. They did not need to. Sasuke's fury about Naruto was already part of the foundation they were building on. "Come with us," Sakon said. "Lord Orochimaru will give you the strength you need." Sasuke listened to the curse seal. The curse seal said yes. He left. He walked out of Konoha under a moon that watched him go and a sky that offered no comment on the mistake being made. He passed through the gate. He passed Sakura, who was waiting because she had known somehow, the way people who love know things. She was there on the bench by the road, and she was crying, and she said everything she had, and it was not enough. "Thank you," Sasuke said. It was the most honest thing he'd spoken in months, and it meant goodbye. He walked into the night with 4 Sound Ninja as escort and a village diminishing behind him with every step. He did not look back. Looking back would require admitting that something behind him was worth staying for, and admitting that would require confronting the fact that the person worth staying for was the same person whose existence made him feel small, and confronting that was more than he could bear while the seal was burning and the whispers were loud. Tsunade, newly installed as 5th Hokage, still raw from the position, still grieving Dan and Nawaki and the Sandaime who had given everything to survive an invasion, received the news at dawn. Sasuke Uchiha had defected. The last Uchiha was heading for Orochimaru. The implications for the village, for the Sharingan, for the balance of power between nations, all of it was catastrophic. She sent a team. She could only send Jinin. Every available Junin was deployed on recovery missions from the invasion. Every Chunin was stretched thin maintaining border security. She sent the best Jinin she had: Shikamaru Nara as team leader, Choji Akimichi, Neji Hyuga, recovered, changed, carrying something in his eyes that Naruto's impact had put there, Kiba Inuzuka, and the boy whose name made her fingers tighten on her desk when she wrote the mission scroll, Naruto Uzumaki. The retrieval team moved through the forest at maximum speed. Shikamaru's strategy was simple because the objective was simple: intercept the Sound Four, recover Sasuke, return alive. The Sound Four had a head start and 4 body modifications and a complete willingness to sacrifice anything for their master's prize. The fights that followed were violent and personal and distributed across miles of forest. Choji took on Jirobo and found the limits of his strength and pushed past them. Neji faced Kidomaru and his spider's web of ranged attacks and won through the same conviction that Naruto had beaten into him: the understanding that fate was a suggestion, not a law. Kiba and Akamaru fought Sakon and Ukon in the treetops and survived through tenacity and teeth. Shikamaru faced Tayuya alone and proved that intelligence could outmaneuver power when the intelligence was sufficient. Each fight cost something. Each fighter was pushed to their limit and beyond. Each one survived, barely, wounded, diminished, but survived. And at the end of the chain, at the final point where the retrieval line ended and the defection succeeded or failed, there was a valley, 2 statues, a waterfall, and Sasuke Uchiha standing on the head of Madara's stone likeness, looking back at the boy standing on Hashirama's The Valley of the End. The water fell between them, a curtain of white noise that should have made conversation impossible, but somehow failed to drown out the words that needed to be spoken. The statues stood as they had for generations, monuments to the founder's final battle, reminders that even the closest bonds could break under the weight of ideology and ambition. Naruto looked across the gap at his teammate, his rival, his mirror image in reverse. Everything Naruto had that Sasuke lacked, everything Sasuke carried that Naruto had learned to set down. They were the same story told from opposite sides of the same wound. And this moment, this exact instant in time, standing across a waterfall on the heads of ancient enemies, was where the story either resolved or fractured. "Come back," Naruto said. The words were simple because he was simple, because complexity was something he left to people who had time for it. "Come home, we'll figure out the rest." Sasuke's Sharingan was active. The three tomoe spun in his red irises with the intensity of a mind that had already made its decision and was simply waiting for the conversation to finish so it could begin the action. The curse seal was spreading across his face, black marks creeping over his skin like vines of living hatred. "You wouldn't understand." Sasuke's voice was tight, controlled in the way of something barely holding itself together. "You've always been strong. You've never had to chase anything. You've never looked at someone above you and known that unless you break yourself apart and rebuild from nothing, you will never reach them." "I've been chasing things my whole life," Naruto said. "The difference is I'm chasing things that matter. Power matters. Power is what I use to protect people. You want to use it to kill your brother, and you're going to a snake to get it." Naruto's voice carried across the waterfall with a certainty that sounded like a natural law. "That's stupid, Sasuke. That's the dumbest thing you've ever done, and you once tried to punch me." Sasuke's expression broke. Something behind his eyes snapped. A wire that had been holding everything in tension, a thread of patience or restraint, or the last fragment of the bond between them that was still accepting words instead of demanding action. He reached for the curse seal and released it. The transformation was violent. His skin went gray. His hair grew long and wild and silver. The whites of his eyes turned black. Wings erupted from his back. Great hand-shaped protrusions of stretched skin and hardened bone that spread behind him like a fallen angel's declaration of intent. His chakra climbed to levels that Junin would respect, that special Junin would fear, that most shinobi would recognize as genuinely dangerous. Against anyone else alive, Curse Mark Level 2 Sasuke would have been a legitimate threat. He gathered lightning in his palm. It was black, the Chidori, but corrupted, turned by the curse seal into something uglier and more violent than Kakashi had ever taught him. The sound it made was wrong. A scream instead of birds, a shriek instead of chirping. The lightning arced around his hand and up his arm, and his Sharingan blazed with three tomoe spinning so fast they appeared as a solid ring. "Chidori!" He screamed it. He meant it. He put everything he had behind the word. Every failure, every loss, every night he lay awake in an empty compound and heard the ghosts of his family asking why he was still alive and still weak and still insufficient. He dove. Wings spread, lightning screaming, Sharingan tracking, curse seal burning, the full measure of Sasuke Uchiha's current existence compressed into a single descending strike aimed at Naruto's heart. The Chidori hit Naruto's chest. The lightning dispersed. It spread across Naruto's torso and died. The concentrated killing technique dissipating against a surface that did not acknowledge its existence. The sound it made on contact was nothing like what Chidori should produce. It was the sound of a wave striking a cliff face. All that gathered force, all that murderous commitment, all that desperate need, arriving at a destination that simply refused it entry. Sasuke's hand stopped. His fingers were against Naruto's jacket. His lightning was gone. His technique was gone. The bones in his fingers broke first, hairline fractures propagating backward through his metacarpals from the impact with something immovable. Then his wrist went. The Ona cracked. His forearm screamed with structural failure that happened in sequence, each bone surrendering to the kinetic energy that had nowhere to go except back the way it came. Sasuke looked up. Naruto's eyes were green. Beyond green. They were twin stars of emerald radiation, blinding in their intensity, impossible in their implication. His veins were lit from within. Every vessel, every capillary, every pathway his blood traveled was glowing with the full activation of the gamma energy that had been fused to his being since the age of 5. The world breaker state did not activate in stages. It did not build. It arrived, complete, total, absolute, like a door being thrown open to reveal the sun behind it. The air changed. Everything changed. The tectonic plates beneath the land of fire began to shift. The motion was imperceptible at first, a tremor that registered on sensors in every village within 100 miles, a vibration that woke sleeping animals and made water glasses ripple in homes 30 miles distant. Then it grew. The earth was responding to what Naruto was becoming, responding to the energy output of a body that was approaching its peak emotional state, and the earth's response was submission. The river below them began to steam. The water was heating from the radiation pouring off Naruto's body, gamma energy at concentrations that ionized the air and turned moisture into vapor on contact. The waterfall caught the glow and reflected it, turning the entire valley into a cathedral of green light. The mist that usually hung between the statues evaporated and was replaced by something that smelled like ozone and burning stone. The statues cracked. The first Hokage's stone face, 10 stories of carved granite, a monument to the village's founding, developed fissures running from crown to jaw. Madara's statue matched it, crack for crack, as if the two were still fighting even in the stone, and the energy Naruto was releasing was too much for either of them. The cracks widened. Stone calved away. The statues began to fall apart in real time, enormous chunks of granite splashing into the rising river, and the Valley of the End was losing the monuments that gave it its name. Sasuke was staring into those green eyes with a broken hand and a failing technique, and the dawning comprehension that everything he had chased, everything the cursed seal promised, everything Orochimaru could ever offer, all of it together, combined and multiplied and perfected, would never be enough to close the distance between himself and the thing standing in front of him. The cursed seal's wings folded instinctively. The gray receded from his skin. His body was attempting to protect itself through surrender, because the deepest animal parts of his brain had recognized what his conscious mind refused to accept. This was beyond him. This was beyond everything. This was the gap between human ambition and something that had left human scale behind at the age of 5. Is that your power, Sasuke? Naruto's voice carried the weight of tectonic movement. It resonated at a frequency that made the stone beneath them vibrate and the air itself bend. That's it? Sasuke could not answer. His voice had abandoned him. His body was shaking. His remaining good hand braced against Naruto's chest, his broken one hanging limp, his wings gone, his gray skin fading, the cursed seal retreating into its containment. He was reverting to base. He was being reduced by proximity. Naruto raised both hands above his head. The movement was slow. It was also inevitable. The way a mountain is inevitable when you are standing at its base, the way an ocean is inevitable when you are in its current. His fingers laced together, his arms locked, his shoulders engaged with the full density of muscle tissue that rewrote physics. I'm bringing you home. He brought his hands down. The double axe slam connected with Sasuke's back between the shoulder blades. The force behind it accomplished 3 things in the same instant, and each one of those things would have been catastrophic independently. First, Sasuke's body was driven downward through the stone beneath the river, through the riverbed, through the bedrock, through geological layers that had been compressing for millions of years. His consciousness ended somewhere in the first foot of descent. His body continued for another 20, before the force dispersed enough for the rock to catch him. Second, the Valley of the End split open. A fissure erupted from the point of impact and ran in both directions along the valley floor, widening as it went. 3 feet across, then 10, then 20, then wide enough to swallow the foundations of buildings, deep enough to show the glow of heated stone far below. The valley's geography was permanently altered in under a second. The canyon walls shifted, new cliffs formed. The land itself reorganized around the wound. Third, the river drained. The crack in the riverbed opened a path to somewhere deeper, and the accumulated water of the Valley of the End, centuries of flow, thousands of tons of moving water, fell into the fissure and was gone. Steam rose from below where the water met heated stone, and within 30 seconds the riverbed was exposed. Slick rock and gasping fish, and the raw skeleton of a landscape that had never been seen without its water. The statues were gone. The falling chunks had already been erased by the initial fissure. The faces of Hashirama and Madara, the eternal rivals, the founding conflict, the original divide, were rubble at the bottom of a canyon that had tripled in depth in under a minute. The Valley of the End had ended. The name was now literal. The echo of the impact rolled across the land of fire for 60 seconds. It registered on seismic equipment in the land of Earth, 1,000 miles away. A sensor technician in Iwagakure looked at the readout, blinked, calibrated his equipment, ran the reading again, got the same result, and filed a report that would reach the Tsuchikage's desk before sundown. Naruto stood at the edge of the new canyon. Below him, 20 feet into the fractured bedrock, Sasuke's body was embedded in stone, unconscious, alive. His breathing was shallow, his chakra signature faint, his curse seal fully retracted, his body reverted entirely to its base state. He looked small in the rock. He looked young. He looked like a boy who had tried to outrun his pain and had been caught by someone who could outrun anything. The green faded from Naruto's eyes. It went in stages, from blinding to bright to present to gone, his irises cycling back through jade and aquamarine before settling into their natural blue. His veins dimmed. The radiation output decreased. The air stopped burning. The ground stopped moving. He looked down at Sasuke and felt the rage drain out of him like water from a cracked cup. What remained underneath was something older and simpler: grief. The grief of someone who loves a person who keeps trying to leave. The grief of reaching out across a widening gap and having your hand slapped away. The grief of being enough to save someone and discovering that saving them by force was not the same as saving them entirely. He jumped into the crater. He landed beside Sasuke without causing further damage, his body capable of gentleness when he chose it, capable of modulating its impact, capable of meeting the world softly when softness was what the moment required. He reached down and grabbed the back of Sasuke's collar with one hand, pulled him from the stone, and slung him over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. Sasuke weighed nothing to him. Everything weighed nothing to him. But the emotional weight of the body on his shoulder was the heaviest thing Naruto had ever carried. He climbed out of the canyon with a single leap. He landed on the rim, on the new rim, the edge of the new geography he had created, and turned toward Konoha. The forest stretched ahead of him, normal and green and indifferent to what had just transpired behind him. Birds were returning to the trees. Animals were emerging from their hiding places. The world was moving on from the moment already, as worlds do. Naruto walked. He could have leapt. He could have been at Konoha's gates in under a minute at full speed. He walked instead. He walked because the walk was necessary, because the distance between the valley and the village needed to be felt in his legs and his lungs and his heart, because Sasuke was heavy in the ways that mattered, and rushing felt disrespectful to that weight. Because sometimes you needed to be a person walking home with someone you loved on your back, and the rest of the world could wait until you arrived. The forest passed around him. Trees and trails and the occasional animal that looked at him and chose distance. His footsteps left impressions in the soil, deeper than a 12-year-old should leave, but nothing catastrophic, nothing seismic. He was managing himself. He was choosing his impact. And the sun was moving through the sky above the canopy, and the shadows were shifting, and the world was spinning, and somewhere, far behind him, a valley that used to hold a river was adjusting to its new shape. He walked for an hour. He walked until the trees thinned and the path widened, and the walls of Konoha appeared between the trunks like a promise someone had written in stone and mortar. He walked until the gate guards saw him. They saw him first. Two chunin on gate duty, Kotetsu and Izumo, career gatekeepers, men who had spent more hours standing at that entrance than anyone else in the village. They saw a small figure emerge from the forest, carrying another figure over one shoulder. They saw blonde hair and an orange jacket, both dusty, both worn, neither damaged. They saw the face of the boy on his shoulder, pale, still, marked with the residual stains of the curse seal's manifestation. Kotetsu dropped his clipboard. Izumo was already moving to the communication relay. The word spread faster than Naruto walked. By the time he was through the gate and onto the main road, the news was running ahead of him like fire through dry grass. He brought Sasuke back. He went to the Valley of the End and he brought Sasuke back. The Uchiha is on his shoulder. He's walking up the main road right now. People emerged. They came from shops and residences and training grounds, drawn by the news and the atmosphere and the instinct that told them something important was happening in their proximity, and they needed to witness it. They lined the main road. They watched. Naruto walked up the center of the road with Sasuke over his shoulder and an entire village watching. His expression was tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical exertion. He looked like someone who had just fought a war with someone he cared about and won, and was discovering that winning felt like losing in different clothes. Sakura appeared. She came running from the direction of the hospital. Someone had told her, or she had felt it, or she had simply known the way she always seemed to know when her teammates were involved. She ran full speed toward Naruto and then stopped, 10 feet away, like she'd hit a wall. Her hands came up to cover her mouth. Her eyes were wide and wet and reading everything on Naruto's face with a clarity that surprised them both. She looked at Sasuke, unconscious, unmarked beyond what the curse seal had done to him, breathing steadily. Then she looked at Naruto's face. And what she found there, the exhaustion, the grief, the love underneath both, made her lower her hands and stand very still and say nothing, because nothing was the only response that fit. Kakashi arrived at a run. His single visible eye took in the scene in a fraction of a second. Naruto standing, Sasuke unconscious on his shoulder, the crowd, the road, the weight of what had clearly transpired between here and wherever they had been. He went still. His body stopped moving and his expression went blank behind his mask, and his eye met Naruto's for exactly 1 second. In that second, a complete communication occurred. Kakashi asked the question with his eye and Naruto answered it with his posture. Sasuke is alive. He tried to leave. I stopped him. He is here now. That is the beginning and end of what happened. Kakashi nodded. Once, Naruto walked to the hospital. The crowd parted for him. They parted the way people part for things they respect, or things they fear, or things they cannot place in a category that allows them to stand in its way. He entered the building. He moved through the hall to the nearest open room. He set Sasuke down on a stretcher with a gentleness that contradicted everything his body was capable of, lowering the unconscious boy onto the mattress with both hands, adjusting his head on the pillow, pulling the blanket up. He stood over his rival for a long moment. Something passed across his face that was private and important, and that this story will not attempt to name because some things belong only to the person feeling them. Then he turned to Kakashi, who had followed him inside, who was standing in the doorway with his hands at his sides and his expression carrying the weight of a man watching two students break against each other and knowing he could have done nothing to prevent it. I want some ramen, Naruto said. His voice was his own, 12 years old, blunt, genuine, undefeated. He walked out of the hospital room. He walked past Sakura in the hallway, and he put one hand on her shoulder as he passed without breaking stride. She felt the weight of that hand, the impossible mass behind what looked like a casual gesture, and she stood in the hallway and watched him go and felt something settle in her chest that would never fully unsettle. Naruto walked down the main road alone. The crowd was still there. They were still watching. He moved through them with his hands in his pockets and his shoulders relaxed, and his face wearing the expression of someone who was done for the day and intended to be done until tomorrow. Behind him, the village continued. The hospital admitted Sasuke for observation and treatment. Tsunade arrived and read the preliminary report and broke a desk with her fist because a desk was the nearest thing that could receive her frustration. Shikamaru delivered his mission report and included the phrase retrieval successful, asset recovered, terrain permanently altered at recovery site without elaboration. The other members of the retrieval team were treated for their injuries and asked questions they mostly chose not to answer. In his office, the Sandaime's successor, Tsunade V, sat at the desk that had been his and opened the private journal that had been his and read the entries he had written over the years about one particular boy. She read about the crater at age 5. She read about the thunderclap in the forest. She read about the bell test, the broken wrist, the training ground. She read about waves and broken swords and mercenary armies swept from a bridge. She read until the entries ended at his death and the blank pages began. And then she picked up a pen and wrote the first entry of her own tenure. He brought the Uchiha back alive. The Valley of the End is gone. I mean that literally. The geography no longer matches any existing map. He walked home carrying Sasuke on his shoulder and asked for ramen. I do not know what we have in this village. I do not know if it is a boy or a force of nature wearing a boy's shape. I know that he is ours, and I know that keeping him ours may be the most important task this office has ever held. Far from Konoha, in a network of underground tunnels that smelled like snake oil and ambition, Orochimaru sat in a chair made of carved bone and stared at nothing. Kabuto stood behind him, holding a report that contained the seismic data from the valley incident, the magnitude, the duration, the estimated force output. The numbers were academic. What they represented was existential. The boy, Orochimaru said. His voice was even, but his eyes were not. Sasuke was meant to be my vessel, my path to eternity, and that child stopped him with a single blow. The data suggests the Valley of the End no longer exists as a navigable landmark, Kabuto offered. His tone was professional. His stance suggested he was prepared to move quickly if the conversation became physical. The boy did that while bringing Sasuke back alive. He was restraining himself. Orochimaru said nothing. His golden eyes stared into the middle distance. The memory of being launched through 3 miles of stone sat in his body like a wound that would never scar over because the thing that had made it was still out there, still growing, still becoming whatever it was going to become. Farther still, in a distant land, sitting on the edge of a natural hot spring with research notes scattered around him, and a toad summoned sleeping on a nearby rock. Jiraiya of the Sannin felt it. He felt the ripple move through the natural energy grid like a wave through still water, the disturbance of something enormous displacing something fundamental. He sat very still. His hand stopped writing mid-word. His eyes focused on nothing visible. The prophecy. The child of prophecy who would bring either destruction or salvation to the shinobi world. He had believed it was Minato. Then he had believed it was Naruto. Now he was sitting in the aftermath of a seismic event that rewrote geography from dozens of miles away, caused by a 12-year-old boy he had helped name. And the word prophecy felt too small for what was actually happening. He stood. He packed his notes. He told the toad he was leaving. When asked where, he said one word, Konoha. And his face as he set out carried the expression of a man who had just realized he was late to the most important appointment of his life and was not sure whether the thing he was rushing toward was salvation or something else entirely. The world outside Konoha was beginning to take notice. Rumors traveled along trade routes and through intelligence networks, and in the whispered conversations of traveling merchants who had heard things from other merchants, who had heard things from people who lived near the Land of Fire's borders. A boy from the leaf, they said. Something in his blood that makes the earth move. Something that does not stop when you ask it to. Something that the village is either hiding or unable to contain, and either possibility carries implications that make people in positions of power sleep less comfortably than they used to. In Iwagakure, the Tsuchikage read the seismic report from the Valley of the End and the earlier report from the Chunin exam arena and placed them side by side on his desk and spent an hour looking at them without speaking. In Kumogakure, the Raikage received intelligence briefings about a Konoha genin with unquantifiable physical capabilities, and his response was to increase border patrols and begin developing contingency plans that he hoped he would never need. In Kirigakure, in the aftermath of Zabuza's death, stories circulated about a child who had broken the executioner's blade on his neck and thrown the demon of the mist across a lake with one hand, and those stories made their way to people who collected such information for reasons that were never benign. The shinobi world was recalibrating. The balance of power that had existed since the Third War was shifting under the weight of a single variable. A 12-year-old orphan who could crack continents with his anger and wanted nothing more than acknowledgement and ramen and the people he loved to stay where he could reach them. Naruto knew none of this. Naruto was sitting at Ichiraku Ramen with a bowl of miso in front of him and steam rising around his face, and Tochi asking if he wanted extra pork and Ayame smiling at him from behind the counter. He was at peace. His body was at rest. His veins were blue, and his eyes were blue, and his expression was the expression of someone who has done the hardest thing they have ever done and survived it, and found on the other side of it a bowl of hot noodles and a seat that was always kept warm for them. "Another bowl, Naruto?" Tochi asked. "Yeah, 2 more, and extra eggs this time." "Coming right up." Naruto ate. The village existed around him, healing, processing, adjusting to a world that was permanently different from the one it had been that morning. People walked past the ramen stand and glanced in and saw a boy eating noodles and felt something: awe, fear, gratitude, confusion, some nameless mix of all 4, and walked on. The boy ate his ramen. The world kept turning, and somewhere deep inside him, behind the seal, in the emerald-tinged silence of a space that used to hold only hatred, Kurama opened one enormous eye and looked at his container for the first time in 7 years. He watched the boy slurp noodles. He watched the simple happiness of a meal earned after a fight won. He watched the complete lack of arrogance, the complete absence of cruelty, the impossible gentleness of a being that could crack the world in half, choosing instead to eat soup and laugh at a joke the ramen chef made. The great fox closed his eye. His tails curled around his body in the seal space, and the expression on his ancient face, had anyone been able to see it, looked remarkably close to something that had never appeared there before. It looked like respect. The night settled over Konoha. The stars came out above a village that was relearning its own shape. The moon hung over the Hokage monument, 4 faces now, with space for a 5th, and its light fell equally on rebuilt walls and unmarked skin, on sleeping civilians and wakeful shinobi, on a hospital room where a boy with a curse seal slept restlessly, and on a small apartment where a different boy had already finished his ramen and brushed his teeth and crawled into bed with his headband on the nightstand beside him. The broth was good, and the air outside was cool, and the village was holding its breath without knowing it was doing so. The way a forest holds still in the seconds between lightning and thunder. The way a fault line rests between earthquakes. The way the world pauses at the edge of something it cannot take back. Naruto Uzumaki was on his 4th bowl. Miso. Extra pork. The egg cooked the way Tochi knew he liked it without being asked anymore. And his veins were running their last traces of green back toward blue under sleeves that hid them from the 3 other customers in Ichiraku who were eating their own meals and pretending they had not noticed the fading glow. The night above the stand was clear and full of stars that had been watching this planet since before chakra was a word anyone knew. And those stars had seen a valley drain itself and a river die and a geography rewrite itself in the time it took a boy to bring his hands down. And the stars had kept burning because that is what stars do when faced with things beneath them that they cannot explain. Inside the seal, Kurama kept both eyes open. His enormous pupils tracked the shape of his container through the barrier, the slurp of noodles, the satisfied exhale, the complete absence of anything resembling awareness that what he had done 3 hours ago would be studied by geologists for centuries. The fox's tails were still. His claws were tucked beneath his body. The emerald tinge at the edges of his chakra pulsed in time with the boy's heartbeat. A synchronization that had developed without either of them choosing it. A rhythm that the fox found himself unwilling to disrupt. He said nothing. He had been silent for 7 years, and silence was what he knew. But the quality of the silence had changed. It used to be the silence of contempt. Now it was the silence of someone paying attention, because the thing in front of them had earned the effort of being watched. The village night settled into itself. 3 Anbu on the rooftops had been assigned to Naruto's perimeter, a rotation Tsunade had implemented within her first hour of reading the Valley report. They stayed at a distance that communicated observation rather than intervention, because intervention implied capability, and none of them possessed enough of it to matter. They watched the boy finish his ramen and stretch and yawn and walk home through streets that were still damp from evening rain. And they filed their reports and changed shifts and said nothing to each other about how the ground trembled with each of his footfalls in a frequency that was barely perceptible but absolutely present. Jiraiya of the Sannin reached Konoha's main gate at 4 in the morning. The guards, Kotetsu and Izumo, still on rotation from earlier that day, running on soldier pills and obligation, recognized him immediately. One of the legendary three, the Toad Sage. A man whose silhouette alone appeared in bingo books across 4 countries. He was carrying a travel pack and a scroll case, and an expression that neither guard had ever seen on a Sannin's face before. The expression of someone who had been running calculations in their head for 2 days straight, and every result kept coming back with the same impossible answer. "I need Tsunade," he said. His voice was flat in the way of someone conserving energy for a conversation that would require all of it. Now, they took him. The tower. The office. Tsunade behind the desk that was still too new to feel like hers. The lamp burning because she had given up on sleep 3 reports ago. She looked up when Jiraiya entered, and her face did something complicated, relief and irritation and an old familiarity that belonged to people who had known each other when the world was smaller and their problems were survivable. "You felt it," she said. A statement. Jiraiya placed a single sheet of paper on her desk. It contained a waveform readout from a natural energy sensor, the kind of instrument that sage practitioners use to monitor tectonic activity across continental distances. The waveform was wrong. It spiked past the measurement scale, and the line simply ended at the edge of the paper because the instrument had maxed its recording capacity. That was from the Valley of the End. He stood with his arms folded and his mouth set in a line. 3 hours ago, the natural energy grid registered it as an 8.9 seismic event localized to a single point of origin. An 8.9 tsunade from one person, one child. I know. The valley is gone. I confirmed it on my way in. The river has drained into the earth. The statues are rubble. The geography has been permanently altered in a radius that will require new survey teams to map. He paused. His eyes were hard and his voice was harder. We have a problem, or possibly the solution to every problem. I cannot tell the difference yet. Tsunade leaned back in her chair. The wood creaked beneath her weight. She pulled a bottle from the desk's bottom drawer and poured 2 cups without asking whether he wanted one. His name is Naruto, she said. You named him. I know what I named him. Jiraiya took the cup and did not drink from it. I named him after a character in a book about a boy who would change the world. I did not expect the change to be measurable on seismographs. They talked until dawn came through the window and painted the office in colors that made the reports on the desk look less severe than they were. They talked about the boy and the star and the crater from 7 years ago and the 9-tailed fox behind the seal and the radiation that no instrument in Konoha could categorize. They talked about potential and limitation and whether the second word applied at all. By the time the sun was fully up, Jiraiya had made a decision that would define the next 18 months of both their lives. I'm training him, Jiraiya said, standing, stretching his back with the crack of joints that had traveled too far too fast. Whatever he is, he needs direction. A river without banks is a flood. And if you can't direct him? Jiraiya looked at her with an expression that was honest enough to hurt. Then we better hope he stays fond of us. He found Naruto at 7 in the morning on Training Ground 3, or what remained of it after the bell test incident that Kakashi's report had described with such professional understatement. The boy was hanging from a tree branch by both hands, pulling himself up with a rhythm that belonged in a metronome. Each pull made the branch groan in a register that suggested structural failure was imminent. Each descent made the air pressure shift downward in his wake. The tree itself was leaning 6 degrees off vertical from the accumulated stress, its root system slowly losing the argument with his mass. Jiraiya stood 30 yards away and watched. His sage-trained senses reached toward the boy's energy signature and recoiled. Something hot, something vast, something that his toad-taught perception classified as excessive, in the same way the ocean was excessive compared to a glass of water. His chakra network was saturated with something that was not quite chakra and burned at a temperature his sensory range was not designed to measure. The fox was there too, behind the seal, enormous and old and wrapped in the same green fire that ran through the boy's veins. Everything about this child's energy profile was wrong in ways that made Jiraiya's hands itch for his notebook. "You Naruto?" he called out. The boy dropped from the branch, 12 feet, landing without bending his knees, the ground accepting his arrival with a compressed thud that was deeper than it should have been. He turned. Blue eyes, blonde hair, a face that could have belonged to anyone and belonged instead to something that made the planet readjust when he moved. He looked at Jiraiya with the open assessment of a child who had never learned to be impressed by reputation because nobody had taught him what reputations were worth respecting. "Who's asking?" "Jiraiya, your godfather, the man who named you." The pause lasted 3 seconds. Naruto's head tilted to one side. Something worked behind his eyes. A calculation that was less mathematical and more emotional, less analysis and more accounting. Godfather. The word implied presence. The presence had been absent for 12 years. The boy's face registered this without the accompaniment of anger, which was worse than anger would have been because it suggested the boy had long ago stopped expecting people to show up. "You named me after a book character." His voice was even. "You couldn't pick something better than that?" Jiraiya laughed. It was involuntary and genuine and carried the specific sound of someone encountering a personality they had been warned about and finding the warnings insufficient. The character was a hero. The character ate a lot of ramen. The character never gave up. Another pause, shorter this time. Something in the boy's posture shifted. A millimeter of relaxation, a fraction of willingness. "Okay, what do you want?" "To train you." "I don't need training to hit things." Jiraiya gestured at the leaning tree, the cracked earth beneath it, the 6-degree tilt that would become terminal within the week. "I can see that. I'm here to teach you when to hold back." Naruto's expression suggested he was considering this concept for the first time and finding it confusing. "Why would I hold back?" Jiraiya walked toward the cliff face at the far end of the training ground, a natural rock wall, 40 feet of exposed granite that had been part of Konoha's landscape since the founding. He placed one hand against the stone. "Hit this, full strength, right now." "I'll break it." "I know. I want to see what break means when you say it." Naruto shrugged. He walked to the cliff face and stood 6 feet from the stone. He pulled back one fist, the motion simple, unrefined, carrying none of the taijutsu forms that the academy had spent 4 years trying to teach him, because those forms were designed for bodies that operated within human parameters. His arm extended. The cliff face exploded. Naruto's fist never made contact. The radiation pressure ahead of his knuckles, the bow wave of super-compressed air generated by mass moving at speed, reached the stone first. The rock face stripped away in layers, each layer vaporizing before the next one had time to register the force arriving behind it. A cone of destruction bored into the cliff at the speed of his approach, and by the time his fist would have connected, there was nothing left to connect with. The stone had been removed. A tunnel now existed where the cliff had been, smooth-walled from thermal pressure, 15 feet in diameter, extending through the rock for a distance that Jiraiya's eyes could not determine because the tunnel curved with the natural curvature of the hill behind it. Naruto lowered his fist. He looked at the tunnel. He looked at Jiraiya. "See?" Jiraiya's notebook was already open. His pen was already moving. The entry he wrote would be the first of many. First observation. Didn't touch the cliff. Cliff left anyway. This is going to take longer than I thought. He stayed. He trained the boy. The training was unlike anything either of them had experienced before, because the goal was reduction rather than increase, restraint rather than power, the science of applying infinite force in measures that left the world intact enough to still be worth living in. Naruto resisted it. He resisted it with the stubbornness of someone who had spent 12 years being told he was insufficient and had finally discovered he was anything but, and being asked to make himself less went against every instinct he possessed. Then Jiraiya mentioned, on the third day, between exercises, with the timing of someone who had been saving this information for the precise moment it would be most effective. My Toad Messenger network can locate any bowl of ramen anywhere in the shinobi world. I know where the best one is. I will tell you when you can destroy exactly one target without affecting anything within 10 feet of it. Naruto mastered the concept within the hour. The precision work took weeks. Naruto learned to modulate, to adjust his output the way someone adjusts the volume on a speaker, finding settings between silence and maximum that allowed for conversation rather than deafening. He punched rocks into powder without cracking the ground beneath them. He flicked pebbles through tree trunks without toppling the trees. He learned the Rasengan on a Tuesday afternoon that smelled like pine and ozone, and the learning of it nearly ended the training ground's existence. Jiraiya demonstrated first. The spinning sphere in his palm was a thing of beauty, contained, rotating, complete. He showed the 3 stages. He explained the principle. He formed the technique and held it out for Naruto to observe, with the confidence of someone who had taught this move before and knew how long mastery took. Naruto watched. He nodded. He held out his palm and pushed chakra into the formation pattern Jiraiya had shown him. The Rasengan formed. It was the wrong size. It was the wrong color. The chakra sphere in Naruto's palm was 3 feet across instead of 3 inches, burning emerald instead of blue, rotating with enough angular velocity that the air around it screamed, and the ground beneath his hand began to trench itself in a spiral pattern that matched the technique's rotation. The energy output was visible from orbit. The glow it cast turned the entire training ground into a green-lit theater of displaced leaves and scattered debris. Jiraiya dove behind a boulder. The boulder vibrated against his back. "Smaller!" He shouted over the sound of reality protesting the technique's existence. "Much smaller!" Naruto looked at the massive Rasengan in his palm with confusion, then compressed it. The sphere shrank from 3 feet to 2 to 1 to 6 inches. The glow reduced from blinding to visible. The sound dropped from a scream to a hum. The technique sat in his hand, still green, still radiating, still wrong by every measure of what a Rasengan was supposed to be, but contained. "Like this," he called. Jiraiya emerged from behind his boulder. He looked at the Rasengan in Naruto's hand. He looked at his own, still spinning in his right palm, blue, standard, proportional. He looked at the difference between them the way someone looks at the difference between a candle and a reactor. He wrote in his notebook that evening. "Second attempt. Form achieved. Calibration catastrophic. Then corrected in under 4 seconds. We need a new training ground and possibly a new definition of the word jutsu." The weeks turned to months. Jiraiya and Naruto fell into a rhythm, training in the mornings, eating together at Ichiraku in the evenings, the old man telling stories that were 60% true and the boy asking questions that were 100% earnest. Jiraiya described the world outside Konoha with the detail of someone who had lived in every corner of it. Naruto listened with the hunger of someone who had been told his whole life that the world was too big for him and was beginning to understand that the opposite had always been the case. Their dynamic was warm in the way of mismatched things that fit anyway. The legendary sage who had been everywhere and the village orphan who had been nowhere. The old man who had spent decades running from his attachments and the boy who had spent 12 years running toward anyone who would let him attach. Jiraiya was the first person in Naruto's life who looked at the full scope of what he was. The density, the radiation, the impossible strength, the world breaker potential that hummed beneath his skin like a second heartbeat, and responded with fascination instead of fear. He responded with "show me again" instead of "don't do that." He responded with his notebook open and his eyes bright and his voice carrying the excitement of a researcher finding something unprecedented. And what that response did to a boy who had been hungry for exactly it since birth was visible in the way Naruto showed up to training 15 minutes early every single day without exception. Sasuke was awake within 24 hours of being placed in the hospital bed. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, and his Sharingan activated without permission and replayed the valley in perfect detail against the white plaster above him. Green eyes, impossible density, the descent of fists carrying the weight of a geological event, the moment his Chidori dispersed against a chest that refused to acknowledge its existence. He watched the replay 17 times before Kakashi appeared in the doorway. "You're awake," Kakashi said. His visible eye communicated nothing readable. Sasuke said nothing for 10 seconds. Then, "He brought me back." He did. I couldn't have stopped him. Kakashi moved to the chair beside the bed and sat with the posture of someone who had been thinking about this conversation for hours and was still unsure of its shape. Nobody could have. That's the thing you're going to have to decide what to do with. Sasuke's jaw tightened. His eyes stayed on the ceiling. The power Orochimaru offered, all of it, everything the curse seal contains. His voice was flat. It wouldn't have been enough. It would never have been enough, Kakashi confirmed. His tone carried something that might have been gentleness, if gentleness were a language he spoke fluently. The question was never whether you could match him. The question has always been what you're building toward when you stop trying. Sasuke was silent. The curse seal on his neck throbbed, fainter than before, diminished by exhaustion and defeat. Its whispers reduced from a shout to a murmur. He did not respond to Kakashi's statement. He filed it. Somewhere in the architecture of his determination, a single beam shifted by a degree so small it was imperceptible from the outside and would take months to produce visible structural change. Naruto visited on the third day. He came through the door with a takeout container from Ichiraku. Miso ramen, the good kind, still hot, because he had run from the stand to the hospital in under 4 seconds. He sat in the chair beside Sasuke's bed and placed the container on the side table and looked at his rival with an expression that was simultaneously simple and impossible to parse. "Brought you food," Naruto said. Sasuke looked at the container. Then at Naruto, then at the window. "I tried to kill you. Yeah, it didn't work. A beat. Your Chidori broke your own arm. That was stupid." Sasuke's mouth did something that was almost a smile and hated itself for it. "Your face broke my arm. My chest, actually. You missed my face. Next time I'll aim better. Next time I'll let you hit my face so you can break both arms." The room was still. Two boys who had tried to end each other 36 hours ago, sitting in fluorescent light with ramen between them, communicating in the only language they shared, the language of people who matter to each other and express it through antagonism, because anything softer would require a vulnerability neither of them was built to offer. Naruto stood. He moved toward the door. At the threshold, he turned back. "Don't leave again." It was not a request. The mask behind the words, the physical fact of what would happen if Sasuke tried to leave and Naruto decided to bring him back a second time, turned it into something closer to a natural law. Sasuke heard it. He heard what it meant. He said nothing in response, which was its own form of agreement. Inside the seal, Kurama watched his container leave the hospital and walk toward the training ground with that particular bounce that human children had when they were heading somewhere they wanted to be. The fox's eyes tracked the movement through the barrier with something that was becoming recognizable as investment. He was paying attention to decisions now. The decision to bring the Uchiha food. The decision to threaten him with a sentence that contained both love and absolute force. The decision to leave before the conversation became something that required more emotional capacity than two 12-year-olds in a hospital room could generate. These were decisions that reflected something the fox had never credited his container with possessing: intelligence. A kind of intelligence that had nothing to do with test scores or jutsu memorization and everything to do with understanding what people needed and providing it in the exact dosage they could tolerate. The fox said nothing. His silence was evolving. It was filling with content it had never previously held. Months passed. The village rebuilt and the rumors spread, and the world outside the walls of Konoha grew more restless with every intelligence briefing that crossed the desks of people who made decisions about armies and borders. Inside those walls, Naruto trained and ate ramen and visited Sasuke and learned things from Jiraiya that had nothing to do with fighting and everything to do with the kind of man he was becoming. Outside those walls, something was moving. It came on a night that smelled wrong. The southeastern quarter of Konoha erupted at 2 a.m. The ground split upward in a line 3 blocks long, and the thing that emerged from beneath the district was alive and ancient and measured in hundreds of feet. Manda, Orochimaru's great serpent summon, the largest snake in the summoning contract, a creature whose body displaced entire neighborhoods simply by existing in their space. His emergence alone crushed 4 buildings and killed 3 civilians in their beds before the alarm could sound, his coils rising through the earth like a mountain deciding to relocate, and on his head, standing with the posture of ownership over everything beneath him, was Orochimaru. His voice carried the night. It was aimed at the hospital, at the room where Sasuke slept with containment seals on his door and Anbu at his window. "Sasuke-kun, I've come to collect what was promised to me." Behind him, emerging from the broken streets with silver hair and circular glasses, Kabuto moved through the rubble with the efficiency of someone who had memorized Konoha's defense architecture during his years as a spy. Sound-style barrier seals pulsed at 6 points around the district, disabling the Anbu sensor grid in a half-mile radius. The infiltration was professional. It was planned. It was the work of a genius who had spent months recalibrating after the Forest of Death and had concluded that speed and overwhelming force were the only viable approach when your target village contained something that had punched you through bedrock. The alarm went up. Junin scrambled from barracks and homes and late-night posts. Tsunade was already moving, her fist through the office window, her body in the air before the glass finished falling, her chakra-enhanced leap carrying her toward the serpent, rising above her village with the fury of a woman who had been Hokage for 2 months and was already tired of people testing her. On the roof of Ichiraku Ramen, where he had been sitting since 9 o'clock, because Jiraiya mentioned the air pressure was wrong and Naruto had learned to trust the old man's instincts about wrongness, Naruto watched Manda surface through his village. He watched buildings fall. He heard the screams of people who had done nothing to deserve being woken by the end of their homes. He saw Orochimaru on the serpent's head, golden eyes scanning the streets, mouth curved in the satisfaction of someone executing a plan they believed could succeed. His veins went green. The transition was immediate, baseline to full in the span between one heartbeat and the next. The emerald fire ran through every visible vessel and some that were buried too deep to see, his skin taking on the luminescent quality of something that contained a star and had decided to let the light through. The air around him ionized. The roof tiles beneath his feet began to glow with thermal transfer. His eyes, both of them, the full iris, lit from behind with the specific green of gamma radiation at weapons-grade concentration. He walked off the roof edge. 4 stories of free fall and then the landing. His feet meeting the street and the street answering with a crater 20 feet across. The cobblestones converted to powder in a perfect circle. The surrounding buildings shedding their window glass from the shockwave of his arrival. He stood in the crater and looked toward Manda 3 blocks away, and his expression did the thing that people near him had learned to recognize as the final warning before something permanent happened. He walked toward the serpent. Every step left a footprint depression in the cobblestone. Every step produced a tremor that the buildings on either side absorbed and transmitted upward through their frames. He did not run. He did not hurry. He walked with the pace of something that knew time was irrelevant when you were the inevitable outcome of every confrontation you entered. Manda's head turned. The great serpent's tongue flickered, sensing, tasting, reading the air for information about the approaching presence. What it found made the tongue retract so fast the motion was invisible. The serpent's body stiffened along its entire 300-foot length. Every scale rippled simultaneously in a defensive contraction that belonged to a creature experiencing something its survival instincts had never encountered and had no protocol for addressing. Orochimaru felt the serpent's hesitation beneath his feet. His golden eyes found the approaching figure, small, glowing, wrong in every frequency his senses could measure. The memory of 3 miles of bedrock sat in his chest like a wound that had healed wrong. His hands were steady. He made them steady. He would not allow them to betray him twice. "Kill the child," he told Manda. His voice was smooth. His eyes were lying. Manda struck. The bite radius was wide enough to consume a house, jaws opening, fangs extending, the full killing mechanism of the world's largest serpent descending at a speed that read as instant to every human observer within range. The strike covered the distance between serpent and boy in under a quarter second. Naruto caught the upper jaw in one hand. His palm met the roof of the serpent's mouth, and his fingers closed around the bone beneath the scale, and his arm locked, and the strike stopped. All of it. 300 feet of serpent committed to a descending bite, the kinetic energy of something that weighed more than a warship, the accumulated force of muscles evolved over millennia to kill things larger than itself. All of it meeting a single hand that said no through the medium of physics. Manda tried to close his jaws. The muscles along the great serpent's skull contracted with force sufficient to compress stone into gravel. The jaw did not move. The hand held it open with the same immovable indifference that a mountain shows to wind. Naruto looked up into the serpent's open mouth, the fangs, the venom glands, the pink throat disappearing into a body that contained enough poison to kill every person in this village twice. And his expression carried mild irritation. The look of someone who had been heading somewhere and found an obstacle. Manda's coils came. They wrapped around Naruto from 3 directions simultaneously. The serpent's body contracting, encircling, the constriction technique that had crushed fortifications in previous wars now applied at maximum force to a frame the size of a 12-year-old. The pressure increased. The stone beneath Naruto's feet turned to powder. The coils tightened until the scales ground against each other, and the serpent's muscles were at their absolute limit, and the compression had reached levels that would turn steel to foil. Then Naruto expanded. Every muscle in his body engaged at once, a single, total exertion that pushed outward in all directions simultaneously. The coils did not burst because bursting implies a sudden failure point. They were moved. They were forced outward by something generating more expansive pressure than they could maintain closure against. And the great serpent unspooled from around him like rope, unwinding from a post it could no longer grip. The coils fell away. 300 feet of serpent slid sideways and stacked against the nearest building in a pile of defeated scale and displaced pride. Naruto grabbed the tail, both hands, fingers sinking into the scale with the ease of someone pressing thumbs into overripe fruit. He planted his feet, his legs loaded with the compressed potential of muscles that rewrote what force meant every time they engaged. He swung. Manda traveled in a flat arc over Konoha's eastern wall. The serpent's body carved a path through the air that displaced clouds and left behind a trail of shed scales and terminal surprise. The furrow his body carved through the forest on landing was a 1/4 mile long and 20 feet deep, visible from the air for the next decade, a permanent scar on the earth that mapmakers would eventually label without explanation, because the explanation would require believing it. Orochimaru was in the street. He had separated from his summon during the throw. Instinct, survival reflex, the part of his brain that had been keeping him alive for 50 years, overriding the part that had planned this attack. He landed on the cobblestone with Kabuto beside him, and both of them were looking at the boy who had just thrown the largest serpent in the summoning catalog over the village wall, the way someone tosses out unwanted mail. And the gap between what they had planned for and what they were facing was a canyon neither could bridge. Naruto turned toward them. His eyes burned. The green in his veins was at full intensity. The street was cracking beneath him in expanding patterns that radiated from his feet like fault lines spreading from an epicenter. Every window in the surrounding buildings had long since broken. Every civilian in the district had long since fled. It was just the 3 of them, a boy, a snake, and a spy, in the destroyed remains of a neighborhood that would need months of reconstruction. Kuchiyose, Sanju Rashomon. Orochimaru's hands flew through seals and slammed the ground. 3 gates rose, the triple Rashomon, demonic barriers each capable of withstanding a tailed beast's direct assault, stacking between him and the approaching child like walls between a man and the thing he feared most. The gates were massive. They were reinforced. They were the strongest defensive summon in Orochimaru's arsenal. Naruto walked through them. He did not punch. He did not strike. He walked, and the gates tore. The metal of their construction contacted the radiation pouring from his body and lost coherence. The molecular bonds failing at the point of proximity, the iron softening, the structure folding inward as he passed through each one like a person parting curtains. 3 gates, each the height of a building, each designed to stop catastrophe. Three gates torn open by proximity alone, Orochimaru's composure cracked. The smooth facade that had survived decades of betrayal and battle showed its first genuine fissure, the eyes widening by a fraction, the hands coming up in a formation that was defensive rather than aggressive, the body shifting its weight toward retreat rather than engagement. Kuchiyose, Edo Tensei. His hands found the forbidden seal, the technique he had stolen from the second Hokage, the reanimation of the dead, the violation of death itself put to military purpose. 3 coffins rose from the street. 3 lids fell. 3 former Kage stepped forward. Dead eyes, dead skin, the reconstructed forms of shinobi who had once led their villages and were now puppets in a desperate man's final gambit. They attacked. The first, the second, and a former Kazakage, each a Kage-level combatant, each immortal in their current form, each wielding the techniques that had defined their era. Wood release erupted from the first, water dragons from the second, gold dust from the third. The techniques were real. They were powerful. They represented the accumulated combat wisdom of 3 generations of leadership. Naruto caught the first and second with one hand each, gripping their throats with fingers that closed like vices. Their reconstructed bodies unable to generate the force necessary to break the hold, their immortal flesh reforming around the grip, and finding that reformation changed nothing about the result. He held them, pinned, their attacks continuing to fire from their free hands and connecting with his torso and producing 0 measurable effect. He was holding 2 former Hokage like someone holding misbehaving kittens, by the scruffs, at arm's length, with an expression that suggested inconvenience rather than effort. The Kazakage's gold dust reached him and he walked through it. The metallic particles settled against his body and slid off, unable to find purchase against skin that was denser than anything they could compress against. He caught the 3rd reanimation with his foot, a single stomp that pinned it to the ground through the chest. Its body flatting against the street beneath pressure that made its reconstruction stutter and fail and restart in a loop. He turned his attention to Orochimaru, both hands full, one foot occupied, and still looking at the Sannin with the expression of someone who had plenty of capacity remaining and was choosing this moment to deploy it. Orochimaru revealed his true form. The human disguise melted away, the skin splitting, the body expanding, the great white serpent emerging from within its own shell. This was Orochimaru's actual mass, coils thicker than Manda's, because this was the caster himself rather than a summon, scales white as bone, fangs carrying a poison that dissolved flesh, sealed chakra, ended Kage-level shinobi in under a minute. The serpent form was his last resort and his most powerful manifestation, and it struck at Naruto with the speed of something that had nothing left to lose. The fangs reached Naruto's hands, the one still holding the 2 reanimated Kage. The poison hit his skin, and the gamma-saturated cells that composed his epidermis converted the chemical compound to inert vapor in under a second. The toxin evaporated on contact. It simply ceased, the molecular structure unable to maintain coherence against a cellular temperature that burned hotter than the poison's activation threshold. He closed his fists around the fangs. The crunch that followed was final in the way that only endings are final. The sound of something breaking that would never be repaired, the sound of a weapon being removed from the world's inventory permanently. Both fangs snapped in his grip. Orochimaru's white serpent form recoiled with a shriek that carried frequencies of genuine pain, something this body had been designed to be immune to, and was discovering it was not. Orochimaru shed. He attempted to reform, sliding from his own skin like a snake renewing itself. The technique he had refined over a century of evasion, the escape mechanism that had saved him from every threat he had ever faced. His new form emerged 3 feet from where the old one had collapsed. Naruto's hand was already there, fingers closed around the throat of the new form before it finished solidifying. The grip was absolute. Orochimaru shed again, a fresh body, a new position, another attempt at distance. The hand found him again, faster than the reformation, faster than thought. Every body he produced was held before it finished existing. Every skin he discarded was replaced by another that was immediately captured. And the fundamental truth of this exchange was printing itself across the Sannin's brilliant mind. in letters he could not ignore. There was nowhere to go. There was nothing to become. Every form he took would be held by the same hand, and the hand would never tire, and the hand would never weaken. And the hand belonged to something that did not share his understanding of what was escapable. He stopped shedding. His final form, human-shaped, sweating, diminished in a way that pride alone should have prevented, hung in Naruto's grip with both feet off the ground, and his golden eyes showing something they had never shown in the presence of another living being. They showed the understanding that this was the end, that everything he had built across 50 years of genius and ambition and immortality chasing had arrived at this specific terminus, and there was no tunnel through it, no substitution past it, no new body beyond it. You bit Sasuke. Naruto's voice was low and carried more weight per word than any technique the Sannin had ever faced. 2 words describing a crime, 3 words forming a sentence. He closed the hand. The Edo Tensei dissolved. All 3 coffins crumbled. The reanimated Kaj returned to dust and then to nothing, the binding technique collapsing with its caster's death, and the 3 souls that had been held in violation of natural order returned to wherever souls went when the world released them. The night was still. The street was still. The green faded from Naruto's eyes by degrees, and the world around him stopped trembling, and the southeastern district of Konoha settled into the kind of stillness that follows the permanent removal of a threat. On a rooftop 40 yards away, Kabuto Yakushi sat with his pen still touching his notebook and his glasses reflecting the fading emerald glow from the street below. His pen had stopped moving 9 seconds ago. His hand had stopped moving 9 seconds ago. His brain had stopped producing useful output approximately 12 seconds ago, when the man who had defined his professional existence for the last 8 years ceased to exist in the grip of a child who was now looking up at the rooftop with an expression of mild inquiry. Kabuto closed his notebook. He pushed his glasses up his nose. He performed a rapid internal audit of his remaining options. Fight, outcome, identical to Orochimaru's. Flee, outcome, delayed version of fighting. Surrender, outcome, survival. The math was simple. He stood. He placed his hands where they were visible. He looked down at the boy in the street. "I know things," Kabuto said. His voice was steady because his voice was always steady, but the steadiness was costing him more than usual. "About Akatsuki, about their operations, about what they're planning. I can be useful." Naruto looked at him for 3 seconds. "You worked for the snake guy." "I did. You helped him attack my village." "I did. And now you want to switch sides because I'll do to you what I did to him if you don't." Kabuto's mouth twitched in something that was almost a smile and thought better of it. "That is an accurate summary." "Cool. Go to the Hokage Tower. Tell them everything. If I find out you lied about anything, I'll find you." A pause. "I'll find you really easily." Kabuto descended from the rooftop and walked toward the Hokage Tower with the measured pace of a man who had performed a cost-benefit analysis and was satisfied with the result. Behind him, the street held the evidence of what had transpired: cracked cobblestone, melted gate fragments, the dissipating traces of 3 Edo Tensei summons, and the absence where Orochimaru had been. The absence was permanent. The space he had occupied in the world's threat assessment was now vacant, and the vacancy was felt across every intelligence network that had ever tracked his movements. Tsunade's debrief happened at dawn. She sat across from Naruto in her office with a report form in front of her and a pen that she had not yet used, because the conversation was still in the phase where she was staring at him, and he was looking out the window at the sunrise with an expression of contentment. "You killed a Sannin," she said. "He was attacking the village. You threw his summon over the wall. It was big. I had to throw it somewhere. You held 2 Edo Tensei reanimations by the throat with 1 hand each while restraining a 3rd with your foot. They were trying to hit me. It seemed rude to let them continue." Tsunade put down her pen. She looked at the ceiling. She breathed in through her nose and out through her mouth and performed the specific mental exercise that her position required when confronted with situations that defied the framework her job had given her. "Are you hungry?" "Starving." "Go eat. I'll handle the paperwork. You're the best Hokage. I'm the only Hokage you've had who didn't die in office. Go." He went. He walked out of the tower and into the morning light and turned left toward Ichiraku without needing to think about the route because his feet knew the way a river knows which direction downhill is. Behind him, in the office, Tsunade opened the journal that the third had kept and wrote her own entry. Orochimaru is dead. The Southeastern District requires 3 months of reconstruction. Naruto asked about ramen before I finished the debrief. I am beginning to understand why the third wrote about him the way he did. In the hospital, in the room where Sasuke lay awake at dawn because his body had learned to run on less sleep than a human needed, the news arrived through Kakashi, who stood in the doorway with his hands in his pockets and his visible eye communicating something that took Sasuke 3 seconds to interpret. Orochimaru came last night, Kakashi said. Sasuke's body tensed. The curse seal throbbed once. His hands found the bedsheet. Naruto killed him. The seal throbbed again, but differently this time. Fainter, like something losing signal, like a radio station moving out of range. The whispers that had been constant since the Forest of Death, the promises of power that had been his lullaby for months, they were growing distant. Their source had been removed from the world. The signal was dying. Sasuke's face went through something in the silence that followed. It was fast. It passed like a shadow across water, relief and rage and confusion, and something beneath all of them that was too new to name and too honest to suppress. The man who had bitten him was dead. The power he had been promised was gone. The path he had tried to walk to the Valley of the End had been erased behind him by the same person who had dragged him back from the other end of it. He said nothing. His face settled. Something behind his eyes reorganized itself into a configuration that would take time to understand and longer to accept. Kakashi watched it happen and said nothing, because sometimes silence was the only thing you could offer someone in the middle of becoming a different person than they planned to be. 6 months passed. The world adjusted. The absence of Orochimaru from the global threat landscape created a vacuum that intelligence agencies across 5 countries scrambled to understand and exploit. Kabuto delivered information to Konoha's intelligence division with the thoroughness of someone who understood that his continued existence depended on his continued usefulness. The Akatsuki's operational structure became clearer with every briefing. Their membership, their pairings, their objectives, their timeline for collecting the 9-tailed beasts. Naruto turned 13. He grew 2 inches. He learned a dozen variations of the Rasengan, each one a different calibration, a different scale, a different application of the same fundamental principle applied through a body that turned everything it touched into something unprecedented. Jiraiya taught him to think before striking, and he learned. Jiraiya taught him to read battlefields rather than just react to them, and he learned. Jiraiya taught him to love the world well enough that protecting it felt like instinct rather than duty, and this he already knew but appreciated having confirmed. The Akatsuki sent Itachi and Kasame on the road outside Konoha. They appeared in the forest on a morning when Naruto and Jiraiya were working precision drills against the cliff faces east of the village. 20 craters of graduated depth in the stone, each one a measurement of reduced output. The exercise a collaboration between a boy learning restraint and a sage learning faith. The cliff looked like art made by something that considered stone an opinion. Kasame felt it first. He was the Akatsuki's physical powerhouse. Chakra reserves that matched a tailed beast. Samahata on his back, hungry for energy. A body built through decades of warfare into something that most shinobi classified as do not engage. He walked the forest road beside Itachi and felt in his bones, in the marrow of his reinforced skeleton, something that his body identified as a warning before his mind could generate a category for it. The forest was wrong. The birds were absent. The animals were positioned in ways that suggested they had been avoiding a specific radius for days. The air carried a static charge that made the hair on his arms stand up and his chakra senses reach toward the source and then pull back, the way fingers pull back from a stove that was hotter than expected. Something's off, he said. Itachi said nothing. His Sharingan was active. The 3 tomoe in each eye spun with the rotation of a mind processing variables at a speed that made most geniuses feel slow. He was already in outcomes. He was already modeling the encounter ahead of them based on the intelligence file and the seismic data and the report Orochimaru had filed before his death that contained the phrase, "punched through 3 miles of bedrock by a genin." He was modeling outcomes and finding that a concerning percentage of them ended in the same result. They found them in the clearing. Naruto, punching the cliff face at reduced output, each strike producing a new crater slightly smaller than the last, the exercise requiring a focus that his grin suggested he found enjoyable. Jiraiya, sitting on a boulder 20 yards away with his notebook open, watching with the expression of a teacher seeing progress and a survivor recognizing threat. Jiraiya went still when he saw the red clouds. Naruto noticed 3 seconds later. He paused mid-strike. His fist was still extended toward the cliff. He turned his head and looked at the 2 figures at the clearing's edge. Black cloaks, red cloud pattern, one tall with blue skin and a bandaged sword, one shorter with red eyes and a face that gave away nothing. "That robe pattern is ugly," Naruto said, his fist lowered. "Who wears red clouds?" "Akatsuki," Jiraiya answered. His voice carried the weight of 1,000 intelligence briefings compressed into 4 syllables. He was standing now. His posture had changed. Everything about him was in a different mode. "And?" Naruto asked. "They collect tailed beasts." A beat, the information processed. Something in Naruto's expression shifted. Amusement, mostly, with a foundation of the specific irritation that came from learning someone had designs on something inside him without asking first. "Oh, cool," Kisame extended Samahada. The great sword unsheathed itself from its bandages with the eagerness of something sentient and hungry. The shark-skin scales flaring outward, the blade's surface rippling with anticipation of the energy it was about to consume. He moved with professional efficiency, closing the distance to Naruto's position with a single long stride and pressed Samahada's tip against the boy's elbow in a range test. Standard practice. The sword would taste the target's chakra, assess its composition, and the feeding would begin. Samahada made contact. The sword screamed. The sound was unlike anything it had ever produced. A full-body convulsion, the blade wrapping itself backward against Kasame's arm, the scales sealing shut rather than opening, every part of the weapon's sentient biology recoiling from the point of contact with a violence that suggested something fundamental had been violated. The gamma radiation in Naruto's skin was not what Samahada ate. It was something else. Something that burned at a frequency the sword's biology could not process. Something that felt wrong in the same way that a fish feels wrong when pulled from water into air. The sword retched. It actually gagged, the scales convulsing in a pattern that Kasame had never witnessed in decades of partnership. Kasame stared at his sword. His face, never expressive in the ways that indicated surprise, expressed surprise. Full, unfiltered, genuine surprise from a man who had believed himself past the capacity for it. "What?" he said. "Your sword tried to eat me." Naruto looked at Samahada with mild offense, the way someone looks at a dog that has nipped their hand. Rude. Itachi's Sharingan was spinning at maximum speed. The Tomoe were a blur. Every piece of visual data about this boy was being recorded, analyzed, cross-referenced against the intelligence file, and finding the intelligence file insufficient by orders of magnitude. The chakra output alone exceeded what the Sharingan's scale was designed to measure. The density readings made his visual processing stutter. The radiation trace coming off the skin was something his bloodline had never encountered in its entire genetic history. He deployed Tsukuyomi. The genjutsu activated through eye contact. The most powerful illusion technique the Sharingan could produce. A world of complete sensory control that compressed 72 hours of psychological torture into a single second of real time. It had broken Anbu captains. It had driven Kage to their knees. It was Itachi's absolute weapon. The technique entered Naruto's mindscape and found Kurama. The nine-tailed fox sat in the seal space surrounded by emerald fire. His chakra mutated, his form illuminated by the gamma radiation that had saturated everything in this container since the day the star fell. He was enormous. He was ancient. And he was looking at the Tsukuyomi construct with one enormous eye that contained something the genjutsu had never encountered in any target. Complete contempt. One tail swept sideways. The movement was almost lazy. the tailed beast equivalent of swatting a fly. The tail connected with the genjutsu's structural framework, and the technique broke. It did not weaken. It did not fade. It broke. The entire 72-hour constructed reality collapsing inward like a house without foundations, the visual sensory feedback chain severing at its origin. And Itachi snapped back into real time with the feedback migraine of a technique that had been defeated from the inside by something that considered it beneath engagement. His hand went to his eye. Involuntary. The pain behind his Sharingan was sharp in a way he had not experienced since awakening the Mangekyo. Something in his mindscape had been pushed back by the force of the rejection, and the sensation was novel enough to register through his extensive pain tolerance. He deployed Amaterasu, the second Mangekyo technique, flames of the sun goddess, burning at temperatures beyond what physical matter could produce, undying and unquenchable by any known means. They had never been extinguished. In the entire history of the Uchiha clan and the entire catalog of techniques developed against them, nothing had ever put out Amaterasu. The black flames landed on Naruto's shoulder. They adhered. They began their consuming burn, the darkness spreading, the heat intensifying, the technique doing what it always did against everything it had ever touched. 2 seconds passed. The flames burned against Naruto's jacket, and the fabric caught, and the Amaterasu dug deeper and found skin beneath. Then it faltered. The gamma radiation came up from underneath. The base cellular temperature of Naruto's epidermis, at rest at baseline, without any emotional activation or power output increase, exceeded what Amaterasu could sustain itself against. The technique required fuel. It required matter to consume at a temperature differential that allowed the combustion to propagate. Naruto's cells burned hotter than the technique itself. The differential inverted. The fuel source was hotter than the flame. Amaterasu choked. The black fire diminished, smaller, weaker, less, until it went out. It died against his shoulder like a match dropped into a furnace, extinguished by being outburned. For the first time in the recorded history of this technique, Amaterasu ended without being sealed, stamped, or dimensionally removed. It simply lost. Itachi's face showed something it had not shown in years. The Sharingan, spinning, recording, cataloging, captured his own expression reflected in the boy's blue eyes and found on it the unmistakable presence of genuine surprise. A fraction of a second. Behind the genius, behind the mission, behind the grief and the sacrifice and the lifetime of performance. Genuine surprise from a man who had long since decided nothing could produce it. "You're going to leave now," Naruto said. He was turning back to the cliff face. His voice carried none of the tension that the situation's participants might have expected, only the flat disinterest of someone whose afternoon had been interrupted by something irrelevant and wanted to return to what they were doing. "Tell your organization whatever you want. I'm busy." Kasame looked at his still trembling sword. He looked at Itachi. He looked at the boy whose shoulder had killed Amaterasu by being warm. He performed the fastest risk assessment of his career, a career built on calculated violence and professional danger, and arrived at a total that demanded immediate departure. They left. They retreated, because that was the accurate word, even if Itachi would never use it in his report, and Kasame would never admit it at the next organizational meeting. They retreated from a 13-year-old who had dismissed them with the energy of someone turning away from a conversation that had stopped being interesting. Kasame carried his trembling sword for 4 miles before speaking. What was that? Itachi walked beside him with both Sharingan still active, recording nothing, processing everything. His report to the leader was forming in his mind, and the words required to convey what he had witnessed did not exist in any language. The boy's chakra was wrong. The fox's chakra was wrong. Everything about the encounter contradicted every assumption the Akatsuki's extraction plan was built on. "A miscalculation," Itachi said. His voice was even. The migraine behind his eyes was still throbbing. Hours. Nagato received the report through the Devapath's communication network. He sat in his chair, the machine that kept his broken body alive, the throne of a man who had made himself into a god through the accumulation of enough pain to break the world's rules. And he listened to Itachi's account with the expression that the Six Paths always wore, blank, still. unreadable. Then Itachi described Amaterasu dying, and something in the way Nagato held his body changed. It was subtle, a shift in the angle of his shoulders, a recalculation happening behind Rinnegan eyes that could see the flow of chakra and the nature of reality, and were being told that both had produced something outside their map. He began planning differently. The Ninetales host was no longer a retrieval target. He was a problem requiring a different solution, one that bypassed strength, because strength was evidently not a viable angle of approach. Months continued their passage. Naruto grew, his control refined. His relationships deepened the way of things that accumulate meaning through proximity and time. He ate ramen with Iruka on Wednesdays. He trained with Jiraiya every morning. He visited Sasuke in the compound, less frequently now that Sasuke was mobile and training on his own, but with a regularity that communicated presence without hovering. He sparred with Sakura, who was training under Tsunade and developing the kind of focused intensity that reminded Naruto of someone he could not quite place. He spoke with Kakashi about things that had nothing to do with missions and everything to do with the silent curriculum that a teacher passes to students when the student is ready to receive it. The world outside continued its murmuring. Intelligence networks passed information back and forth across borders with increasing frequency. The Akatsuki was restructuring. Pain was consolidating. Something was building toward a point of no return. And every sensor operator in every village could feel the pressure changing the way sailors storm approaching before the clouds arrive. They sent 4 the next time. 2 approach vectors, Deidara and Sasori from the north, Kakuzu and Hidan from the east. The objective remained extraction, but the resource allocation had doubled, and the tactical parameters had been revised to account for what Itachi's report described. Maximum assets, overwhelming force. Arrive coordinated, engage simultaneously, create enough chaos to generate an opening. The plan was sound. The plan assumed a target that could be overwhelmed through volume. The plan was wrong in the way that all plans built on false assumptions are wrong, completely, catastrophically, and at the precise moment when revision becomes impossible. Deidara was excited. He had heard about the Valley of the End, the seismic data, the permanent geographic alteration, the scale of what a single person had done to a landmark that had existed for generations. He was an artist. He appreciated scale. He appreciated destruction as a creative medium. Something in him wanted to see it matched. Something in him wanted to offer his own scale and see what happened when art met whatever this boy was. Sasori was indifferent. He did not get excited about targets. He got occupied by the perfection of execution, by the elegance of process, by the beauty of a plan working the way it was designed to work. He walked beside his partner and offered nothing to the conversation because conversation was a waste of time that could be spent being effective. They found Naruto and Jiraiya on the forest road, returning from a training excursion, Naruto carrying a pack that contained 7 empty ramen containers and nothing else, Jiraiya carrying research notes and a satisfaction that came from watching progress happen in real time. The forest was green, and the road was wide, and the afternoon light was doing pleasant things to the canopy above them. Then the sky filled with clay. C2 Dragon. Deidara was already in the air, mounted on a clay bird, hands working, the mouths in his palms producing explosive constructs at industrial volume. The dragon took shape above the tree line, white clay assembled into artistic form, beautiful in the way all of Deidara's creations were beautiful, and alive with the destructive potential that made his art meaningful to him. It opened its mouth and released its payload, hundreds of clay birds descending through the canopy, each one a guided explosive, each one finding a target surface. The detonations were real. The forest floor ceased to exist within the impact pattern. Trees became splinters, soil became craters, the smoke rose in columns that blocked the sun and turned the afternoon into something that smelled like burning earth and ozone. The explosions continued for 9 seconds. The full deployment of C2 Dragon's initial payload, a bombardment that would have killed any standard team of shinobi through sheer volume of destruction. The smoke thinned. The dust began to settle. Naruto was standing in the center of a ruined landscape with his hair pushed back from the blast pressure, and one eye half squinted in the expression of someone who had just encountered a loud noise and found it annoying. His jacket was scorched. His pack was gone. The empty ramen containers now scattered debris. His skin was unmarked. His posture was relaxed. He looked up at the clay dragon still circling above with the same expression someone might give a particularly persistent mosquito. Loud, he said. Deidara's hand stopped moving. His clay bird hovered. He was looking down at a boy standing in the center of his art's impact zone, unburned, undamaged, unmoved, and the artistic philosophy that had defined his entire existence was experiencing something it had never encountered: irrelevance. His art was an explosion. Explosions were his truth. And his truth had just been demonstrated to have a ceiling, and that ceiling was a 13-year-old in an orange jacket looking bored. The silence from Deidara lasted a full 4 seconds. His partner would later note that it was the longest Deidara had gone without speaking in the entirety of their partnership. Naruto leaped. He left the ground with a compression that turned the crater beneath his feet into a deeper crater, and he hit the C2 dragon at supersonic speed. The clay construct detonated around him on contact, the embedded explosives triggering simultaneously, a chain reaction that consumed the entire dragon in a single catastrophic blast, fire and force and compressed air expanding outward in a sphere of destruction that would have killed anything within 200 meters. Naruto emerged from the other side of the explosion. He arrived at Deidara's position on the clay bird with smoke trailing from his shoulders and debris falling from his hair, and an expression that said the detonation had registered as approximately room temperature. He grabbed the Akatsuki member by the front of his cloak and held him at arm's length. Deidara's response was instant and desperate. C4 Garuda! His final technique, the one that operated at a scale invisible to the naked eye, the microbombs that invaded through inhalation and detonated at the cellular level, destroying the target from inside out. The cloud erupted from his body at point-blank range, enveloping Naruto's face and hands and chest in a mist of destruction so fine it could not be seen. The cloud entered Naruto's respiratory system. The micro-explosives found cells. They attempted detonation, and they discovered that the cells they had infiltrated were running at a temperature and density that converted microscopic clay explosives to vapor before the detonation signal could travel from one end of the construct to the other. The bombs died inside him, every single one. An entire technique designed to be unblockable, meeting a body that was unassailable at every scale from macro to micro. Deidara was dangling in Naruto's grip with both eyes full of something that his artistic ego would later refuse to name. His greatest work, his masterpiece, the technique that was supposed to be his legacy. Dead inside a boy who was looking at him with the specific expression of someone waiting for something interesting to happen and finding the wait tedious. "Are you done?" Naruto asked. Genuine question. Patient tone. Deidara said nothing. His mouth opened and closed twice without producing sound. Then his body went limp in Naruto's grip, the specific limpness of someone who had expended every option and found the bottom of their capability and discovered that the bottom was nowhere near the floor they needed to reach. Naruto dropped him. Deidara fell 60 feet and hit the ground with the impact of an unconscious body meeting Earth at terminal velocity, which was enough to break things, but was also survivable, which was the point. Sasori was on the ground below. He had deployed during the aerial engagement. 100 puppets, his full performance, the culmination of a lifetime of craft, arranged in formation around the clearing. Poison-tipped weapons, hidden blades, mechanical joints refined over decades of obsessive modification. Each puppet was a killing machine. 100 of them together represented a military force that had conquered a small country in a previous engagement. Naruto landed in the middle of the formation. His impact arrival scattered 20 puppets through displacement alone, their wooden frames sent flying by the shockwave of his landing, their strings snapping from the sudden tension shift. The remaining 80 closed in. Blades found him. Poison-tipped spears met his skin. Mechanical arms wrapped around his limbs. The blades broke. The poison evaporated. The arms crushed themselves against a body that gave nothing back. 100 puppets. the work of a master craftsman's entire career, meeting a surface that reduced their function to decorative, pretty, complex, and absolutely useless. Naruto walked forward. The puppets clung to him and he ignored them. They stabbed and slashed and constricted, and he moved through them the way someone moves through tall grass. Aware of their presence, unbothered by their function, he reached Sasori's position at the center of the formation, the true body, the converted form, the single core container that held the human portion of whatever Sasori still was, and looked at it. "What are you?" Sasori asked. His voice was flat. His face was incapable of expression because it was made of the same material as his puppets. But his eyes, the one part of him that retained organic composition, showed something. A question that had nothing to do with combat and everything to do with category. He was a man who had spent his life converting the living into the unliving, and he was facing something that defied both categories. A ninja, I think. Naruto considered it. Mostly I'm a ramen enthusiast. He took Sasori apart. The word apart is doing work here. It means the disassembly of a construct, the removal of components from their configuration, the systematic dismantling of something that was put together with great care. Naruto did it with the same absence of malice he applied to most problems. He was thorough. He was efficient. And when the core container was immobilized and the human remainder of Sasori was pinned to the forest floor by a hand that could have crushed mountains and was choosing instead to simply hold, the fight was over in the way that all of Naruto's fights were over, completely, and with the winner asking about food. Kakuzu and Hidan arrived from the eastern approach vector 11 minutes after the northern pair went silent on their communication frequency. They had heard the explosions. They had felt the tremors. They had revised their expectations from coordinated retrieval to damage assessment during the approach, and what they found when they reached the engagement site confirmed the revision had been insufficient. Deidara was unconscious in a crater. Sasori was disassembled across a 30-yard radius. The forest around the site looked like a war had been fought and won by one side in under 3 minutes. And at the center of it, sitting on a stump that had survived the general destruction, by virtue of being slightly behind him, was a 13-year-old boy eating a rice ball from his jacket pocket with an expression of contentment. Hidan deployed first, because Hidan always deployed first, because Hidan had the same relationship with impulse control that fire had with paper. His triple-bladed scythe came down in the killing formation of the Jashin ritual, the weapon designed to draw blood, the blood required for the curse technique that made Hidan's religion more than faith. The blade arced toward Naruto's extended arm with precision that belonged to a man who had performed this technique 1,000 times. The scythe hit Naruto's forearm. The blade bent. The handle vibrated with the transmitted force of an edge meeting something beyond its design parameters. The metal deformed on contact, a permanent bend in the weapon that rendered it useless for anything except uncomfortable display. Hidan looked at his scythe. He looked at the unmarked arm. He looked at his scythe again. "You can't bleed?" His voice carried genuine bewilderment, the tone of someone whose entire combat methodology had just been invalidated by a single material interaction. "Not for you," Naruto said between bites of rice ball. Hidan attacked again and again. He swung with the bent scythe and it accomplished nothing. He punched and his knuckles broke. He kicked and his shin fractured against the boy's leg like a stick against a tree. His immortality meant the damage healed, and he tried again and it healed, and he tried again and the cycle repeated and repeated, and each repetition produced the same result. And at no point did Hidan exhibit the self-awareness necessary to stop. Kakuzu watched. He watched his partner's repeated, fruitless attempts with the resignation of someone who had spent decades working beside Hidan and had long since calibrated his expectations to the floor. He watched for 60 seconds. Then he deployed his own capabilities. Earth Grudge Fear active, 5 hearts exposed, 5 elemental masks positioned, every nature technique in his arsenal charging simultaneously. Futon, Atsugai, wind pressure that would flatten forests. Karon, Zukaku, fire that would consume villages. Jian, lightning that would split the sky, all 3 released simultaneously. a combined elemental assault from a shinobi who had lived 2 centuries and collected hearts from the strongest opponents he had ever faced. The techniques converged on Naruto's position, fire and wind combining into a firestorm, lightning threading through the flames, the earth beneath his feet responding to the combined assault with fractures that ran in every direction. The smoke from the combined assault rose for 30 seconds before settling. Kakuzu's 5 hearts beat in sequence, while his ancient eyes processed the result. Naruto was still sitting on the stump. The rice ball was still in his hand. His expression had shifted from contentment to the mild irritation of someone whose meal had been interrupted by something that felt like a stiff breeze. Then Kakuzu said the most honest thing he had said in 2 centuries of professional violence and accumulated lives. "I quit." He meant it. The word carried the weight of 200 years of combat experience, arriving at a conclusion it could never reverse. He deactivated his masks. He withdrew his threads. He turned toward the nearest Konoha Junin, who had arrived at the perimeter of the engagement site, drawn by the explosions, standing at the tree line with weapons drawn and expressions that communicated the specific confusion of people arriving at a battle that was already over. Kakuzu walked to the nearest one. He sat cross-legged on the ground. He placed his hands on his knees. "I surrender," he said, and the Junin, a Tokubetsu special Junin named Genma, who had seen a great many things in his career, found that his training contained absolutely no protocol for this situation. He accepted the surrender anyway, because what else was there to do? Naruto flicked Hidan. 2 fingers against the immortal's forehead, delivered with the same casual energy someone uses to flick a crumb from a table. Hidan flew backward 60 yards and embedded himself in a cliff face with enough force to bury his body to the waist in solid stone. He was still screaming profanity from within the rock when the Anbu containment team arrived to seal his immortal body in a manner that would keep him screaming forever in a hole nobody would ever dig up. Jiraiya arrived at the aftermath breathing harder than he wanted to admit. He had been running since the first explosion, his sage body carrying him faster than most shinobi could manage. But the fight had ended before his speed became relevant. He stood at the edge of the clearing and surveyed it. 4 Akatsuki members down, the forest resembling a bombing range, and Naruto finishing his rice ball on a stump with an expression that suggested the previous 7 minutes had been a minor inconvenience rather than a confrontation with 4 S-rank missing nin. Jiraiya opened his notebook. He wrote 1 line, 4 S-rank, rice ball unfinished. He closed the notebook. He did not need another line because 1 was enough. The Akatsuki reeled. Half their operational roster was eliminated or captured in the space of 2 encounters. Payne's assessment of the Nine-Tails host had moved past unquantifiable anomaly into territory that his vocabulary could only describe as absolute. The remaining options narrowed to 1. If force was impossible against the host directly, then force must be applied to what the host valued. Destroy the container's reasons for existing. Remove the things he protected. Create a void where the meaning used to be, and in the vacuum, seize whatever could be seized. Payne prepared. He prepared for months. He consolidated his remaining forces. He refined the 6 paths. He chose his moment with the patience of a mind that had been hurt enough to believe its own conclusions were more important than reality's objections. He chose Konoha. The sky above the village went wrong on a Thursday morning in early spring. The birds left in patterns that suggested evacuation rather than migration. Too fast, too coordinated, too many species moving in the same direction. A pressure built in the air like a headache given atmospheric form. The Anbu sensor grid caught a signature at the eastern horizon. 6 signatures, actually, each one different, but connected by an energy thread that defied classification. Then the Deva path hit the outer wall, and the alarm screamed, and the village was at war for the 2nd time in 2 years. Payne's 6 paths arrived distributed. Each one entered through a different breach in the village perimeter. The Asura path, all mechanical augmentation and missile arrays, targeted infrastructure with the efficiency of someone removing supports from a structure they intended to collapse. The Naraka path dragged shinobi into the Hell King's judgment. The human path pulled souls from bodies with extended hands. The animal path filled the streets with summoned beasts that tore through defensive lines. The Preta path absorbed every jutsu fired at it and returned them to nothing. People died. In the first 60 seconds, 4 Chunin fell to the Asura path's initial barrage. 3 more were taken by the human path before anyone understood what the extended hand meant. Buildings collapsed. Streets cratered. The village alarm was screaming, and the emergency protocols were activating, and the shinobi of Konoha were scrambling to meet a threat that had 6 faces and attacked from everywhere simultaneously. Kakashi engaged the Deva path on the main thoroughfare. His Sharingan was exposed, his lightning blade already forming in his palm, his body operating at the absolute ceiling of what a lifetime of excellence had produced. He was fast. He was brilliant. He was everything a shinobi could be within the boundaries of human capability. The Deva path said, "Shinra Tensei," and Kakashi flew backward 300 yards, cratering through 2 buildings before the third one stopped his momentum. He survived. The Sharingan had given him just enough warning to redirect the impact's most lethal vector. But he was down. He was damaged. He was lying in rubble with cracked ribs and a dislocated shoulder, and the understanding that the gap between himself and what he was facing was wider than talent could bridge. Sakura was in the hospital, coordinating medical response, her hands moving between patients with Tsunade's taught efficiency, her voice carrying instructions to nurses and medics while the building shook around them, and the war came closer with every explosion. Sasuke moved through the chaos with focus. His Sharingan tracked the animal path's summons, and he engaged them one by one. The snake, the dog, the bird, cutting through them with techniques he had refined in the months since the valley. He was strong. He was growing stronger. He fought because the village was being attacked. And whatever else was true about his relationship with this place, it was still the place where his people had lived and died and the graves of his family were. Naruto was outside the village when it started, 6 miles east, training with Jiraiya in a clearing that had once been a hill before their morning exercises converted it to a flat surface. He felt the first explosion through the ground, a tremor that his feet registered before his ears caught the distant sound. He looked up. The horizon above the tree line showed smoke. His face changed. 6 steps. That was all it took. 6 footfalls across 6 miles of forest floor, each one cratering the earth where it landed, each one launching him forward at a speed that made the trees blur into a green tunnel, and the air ahead of him compress into a visible cone of displaced atmosphere. He hit the village wall, going supersonic. He did not go over it. He went through it, the stone parting around his arrival with a spray of masonry that scattered across the nearest rooftop. And then he was inside, and he was looking at what was happening to his home. The World Breaker state activated. The ground fractured in a ring, a perfect circle of splitting earth, cracks racing outward from his feet like lightning captured in stone. The air above his position turned green, ionized, crackling with a charge that made nearby metal vibrate and dust motes glow. His veins burned visible. Every vessel, every pathway, the entire circulatory map of his body illuminated in lines of emerald fire that cast shadows in directions that had nothing to do with the sun. The moisture in a 12-foot radius converted to steam, and the steam glowed, and the glow was visible from every point in the village. Every path stopped, simultaneously. Whatever threaded connection ran between them carried the sensor data from one to all, and what the data showed, the energy output, the radiation spike, the seismic disruption spreading from a single point, arrested their programming mid-action. You wanted to find me. His voice carried across the entire battlefield. It carried the way earthquakes carry, through the ground, through the foundations of buildings, through the souls of every foot standing on the earth of this village. The summoned beasts froze. Their animal instincts overwhelmed their summoner's control, because the thing making that sound existed outside their comprehension of what they should approach. I'm here. Let's finish this. He moved. The Preta path was nearest. Its function was absorption. Chakra-based attacks dissolved against its palms, ninjutsu of every nature returning to raw energy upon contact. It reached toward Naruto as he approached. Its hands opened. The absorption field engaged. Naruto's fist was mass. His fist was velocity. His fist was physics in its most fundamental application, a dense object moving at speed carrying the kinetic energy of something that turned equations into suggestions. There was nothing in chakra absorption that addressed what his fist represented. The Prita-Path's absorption field touched the approaching strike and found nothing to absorb because the strike was not chakra. It was a physical object weighing more than a building, moving faster than sound, and the Prita-Path received it the way a window receives a thrown boulder. The Prita-Path ceased to be a recognizable form. The Asura-Path deployed its full mechanical arsenal, missiles launching from compartments, rotating blades extending from limbs, every built-in weapon system activating simultaneously in a barrage that would have overwhelmed a fortified position. Every projectile that reached Naruto failed against him. The missiles detonated against his chest and the fire washed around his frame. The blades met his skin and sheared their own edges flat. He reached the Asura Path and dismantled it with his hands, literally, physically, pulling the mechanical construct apart, the way someone disassembles furniture, each component removed and discarded without ceremony. The animal path stopped summoning after its third attempt produced a creature that took one look at Naruto and reversed its own summon. The beast disappeared in a puff of smoke, choosing dismissal over proximity, an unprecedented behavior that said more about the situation than any combat analysis could. The human path reached for Naruto's soul. The technique that required nothing except proximity, the grasp of the intangible, the extraction of what made a person rather than a body. The hand pressed against Naruto's chest and found Kurama. Inside the seal, the nine-tailed fox opened both eyes. The intrusion registered against his awareness, a foreign chakra presence reaching through the container's chest toward the thing that lived behind the seal. Kurama looked at it. The invading technique, seen from the inside, looked fragile. It looked like a hand made of smoke reaching into a furnace. The fox moved one tail, a single sweep, lazy, dismissive. The tail, gamma-infused, burning with emerald radiation at its tip, connected with the intrusion's anchor point. The soul extraction technique snapped. The human path's head rocked backward as the feedback traveled in reverse through the connection, and Naruto's fist arrived half a second later with the punctuation mark that ended the sentence. The Deva path remained. It stood in the center of the village's main thoroughfare, with the stillness of something that had been waiting for this and was now confirming what it already knew. Nagato, through it, was measuring. The 5-second interval between Shinra Tensei deployments was counting down. At 0, the technique would fire. Shinra Tensei. The almighty push erupted in a sphere of repulsive force that expanded outward from the Deva Path's position. In another version of this story, this technique leveled Konoha. In another timeline, every building within the blast radius was flattened and every person within it died or suffered. The force was real. The power was genuine. It was the single most destructive technique in the Rinnegan's arsenal below the Chibaku Tensei. Naruto set his feet. The repulsive force hit him, and he did not move. The buildings behind him moved, shuddering, cracking, some of them losing their upper floors to the pressure wave that passed over his body without displacing it. But he was planted. His density held him to the earth the way gravity holds the planet in orbit, an absolute relationship between mass and position that no repulsive force could override. He took a step forward, into the almighty push, against the full output of a Rinnegan-powered gravitational repulsion at maximum capacity. One step, then another, each one grinding his feet another inch into the stone beneath him, each one representing a forward movement that the technique was trying with everything it had to prevent. His progress was slow. 2 steps, 3. The buildings around him were being pushed away from his path. The street was cracking in lines that radiated from his footprints. His hand found the Deva Path's wrist. The Shinra Tensei stopped. Physics did not repel what was already in contact. And the contact Naruto was making was the kind that transcended whatever gravitational manipulation the Rinnegan could produce. His grip closed. The Deva Path attempted to break free and found that the hand around its wrist was as permanent as geology. The remaining paths fell. Each ending was clean. Each ending was a single motion, A strike, a hold, a removal from operational status. The Naraka path, the remnants of those already engaged. One by one, the 6 paths of pain ceased to function as combat units, and the thread that connected them to their origin grew taut with the absence of operating endpoints. Naruto followed the thread. He felt it, the connection between the paths and their source, a thin line of Rinnegan chakra running east from the village, over the wall, through the forest, toward a point that his senses could identify now that his full output was active. He moved toward it. The village was behind him. The war was over within its walls. What remained was the source. He found Nagato in a paper tree structure 3 miles from the village perimeter. Konan was there, blue hair, paper wings folded, eyes carrying the weight of someone who had watched the person they loved most make decisions they could never fully support. And Nagato, in his chair, his body ruined. His eyes, the most powerful things in the world, attached to a frame that could barely support their weight. The tubes, the emaciation, the cost of what he had made himself into, written across his body in the language of permanent damage. Naruto looked at him. The green was fading from his eyes. The world breaker state was receding because the threat was receding. Because what he saw in front of him was a broken person in a machine, and rage had no purchase against something that was already suffering. "You attacked my village," Naruto said. His voice was his own, young, direct, carrying the blunt honesty that defined everything he said. "People died before I got there." Nagato's Rinnegan burned in sunken sockets. His voice was thin but absolute in its conviction. "Pain is universal. The world refused to acknowledge it without force. I became the force. You built this whole thing because the world hurt you." Naruto stepped closer. His footprints were normal depth now. His energy was contained. He was choosing presence over power. "And then you became the thing that hurt the world. That's a cycle. That's just passing it on." "And you would do differently?" Nagato's eyes were searching, the Rinnegan reading everything visible about the boy in front of them, and finding things their user had never encountered in any other target. "With what you carry, with everything inside you, I am doing differently. Right now." A pause that held the weight of something true. "And I won't let you keep going." Nagato looked at him. The Rinnegan, eyes that had seen the world's worst and concluded that the worst was the only truth worth telling, looked at a boy who had seen the world's worst and concluded something different. Something that did not require the world to suffer in order to prove a point about suffering. Something shifted behind those ancient eyes. Something that had been locked in place since Yahiko died on his own kunai. A certainty, a conclusion, a wall that had kept everything out and everything in, developed its first visible crack in decades. "Gedo, Rinne Tensei no Jutsu." The words came from his mouth with the weight of a decision that cost everything remaining. The outer path technique, the reversal of death itself, the most forbidden application of the most forbidden eyes, the technique that gave life back to those it had been taken from at the cost of the caster's own remaining time, the technique activated. Across Konoha, bodies breathed again. The 4 Chunin from the first 60 seconds opened their eyes. The civilians who had been caught in collapse zones found their lungs filling. The dead returned. All of them. Every person Pain's invasion had taken was given back, and the cost was the last light in Nagato's eyes, going from burning to fading to the stillness of something that had made its final choice. Naruto sat. He sat on the ground beside the dying man's chair, beside him, at his level, close enough that Nagato could hear his breathing and know that someone was there. The boy who could crack the world in half was sitting on dirt beside a dying man and being present because that was what the moment needed. "Hey!" Naruto's voice was soft in the way of things that are strong enough to be gentle. "You made a bad call, but what you're doing right now, this is the right one." Nagato's mouth moved. His eyes, the legendary Rinnegan, the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths, the most powerful dojutsu ever manifested in mortal flesh, looked at the boy beside him with something that had nothing to do with power and everything to do with recognition. He saw something in this child's face that he had spent 20 years believing the world had killed. He saw it alive. He saw it winning. "Then maybe," Nagato said, his voice barely present, "the student surpassed the teacher after all." He closed his eyes. The Rinnegan went with them, fading from purple to gray to nothing, the rings dissolving into ordinary iris, the extraordinary becoming the merely human in the instant that the life behind them went away. Konan moved, her paper wings spread, her body lifted from the structure. She looked down at Naruto sitting beside the man she had loved for most of her life, the man whose grief had consumed the world and whose final act had been to give some of it back. And she said nothing because what she felt exceeded language. She left. She flew east toward a Megakure with the body of the man who had been her leader and her friend and her mistake, and Naruto watched her go and felt the specific heaviness that comes from winning a fight that costs someone else everything. He walked back to Konoha. The walk was necessary. The distance needed to exist in his body before he could face what was waiting for him on the other side. The village was counting its restored dead. Shinobi were performing confused medical assessments of people who had been deceased and were now arguing about hospital food. Tsunade was at her desk writing a report that she would need to revise 17 times before the language adequately captured what had transpired. Kakashi was in a hospital bed, awake, alive, looking at the ceiling with his single visible eye and the specific gratitude of someone who had been very close to somewhere else and was being allowed to stay. Jiraiya sat alone on the Hokage monument that evening. His notebook was open. One sentence was written on the page. He sat beside the man and stayed until it ended. The rest of the page was empty. 3 pages after it were empty. Some things did not require additional notation because the first entry said everything that mattered. Inside the seal, Kurama was still. His tails were motionless. His eyes were open, both of them, wide, luminous, reflecting the emerald of his own mutated chakra back into the seal space. He had watched the entire engagement. He had watched his container destroy 6 bodies that shared the Rinnegan. He had watched him track the source. He had watched him sit on the ground beside a dying enemy and stay there until it was over. The fox's ancient mind was processing something it had never needed to process before. In 1,000 years of existence, 1,000 years of being used, sealed, feared, worshipped, weaponized, hated, nobody had ever sat beside someone who wanted to hurt them and offered them the dignity of presence during their final moments. Nobody in all his history. Across every container and every village and every war, something in the fox's expression changed. It was still silent. It was still watching, but the watching had a new quality now. The quality of someone who has decided that the thing they are observing deserves to be observed with full attention, with both eyes, with all 9 tails curled in something that was beginning to resemble investment rather than contempt. Months passed. The world reorganized. The Akatsuki's operational collapse created ripples across every intelligence network in the Shinobi system. Villages that had been preparing for a war of extraction were now preparing for something else. Something that had emerged from the ashes of Pain's invasion in the form of a 14-year-old boy whose reputation had grown past what rumors could contain and into the territory of verified fact. Sasuke left Konoha on a Tuesday morning. He left alone. He told Naruto where he was going before he went. Standing at the gate, pack on his shoulder, Sharingan inactive, because this was a conversation between people rather than shinobi. "I'm going to find him," Sasuke said. His voice was flat, but his eyes were honest. "Itachi, there are things I need to hear." Naruto looked at him, 14 years old, 2 inches taller than the last time they had been at this gate together. Different. Everything was different except the distance between them, which had collapsed to something manageable since the valley. "You coming back?" Naruto asked. Yes, one word. Absolute. Carrying the weight of a person who had tried leaving once and discovered what waited on the other side of that choice. "Then go." Naruto put one hand on Sasuke's shoulder. The weight of that hand, the impossible mass behind what looked like a casual gesture, communicated everything that words could not. "Find what you need. I'll be here." Sasuke walked out of the gate. He walked east. He did not look back, because looking back was unnecessary when you knew with certainty that the thing behind you would still be there whenever you chose to turn around. He found Itachi in a room that smelled like medicine and endings. A safe house in a country that did not know or care about the history between the two men in its smallest rented space. Itachi was sitting in a chair by a window with the stillness of someone who had been waiting for this visit for years and was relieved it had arrived before the other thing did. His eyes were failing. The Mangekyo had taken its toll across a lifetime of using techniques that were never meant for human eyes. His body was thin beneath the Akatsuki cloak he still wore, because removing it would require acknowledging that the organization he had been monitoring from within was gone. The illness in his lungs was audible in every breath, a rattle that said months rather than years. Sasuke. Itachi's voice was gentle in the way it had always been gentle when the performance was unnecessary. Sasuke stood in the doorway. His Sharingan was off. His hands were at his sides. His face was doing the specific thing that Uchiha faces did when the emotion underneath exceeded the expression's capacity, completely still while everything inside was in motion. "Tell me the truth," Sasuke said. "All of it." Itachi told him. The massacre, the order from the village elders, the choice between his clan's coup and his village's survival. The night he killed everyone he loved to prevent a civil war that would have killed everyone else. The years of performance, the villain's mask, the missing nine's cloak, the elder brother reimagined as the elder monster. All of it told in a voice that was running out of time to tell it, in a room that smelled like the approaching end, to a younger brother who was hearing the architecture of his entire purpose collapse and rebuild simultaneously. Sasuke said nothing for a long time after. The room held them both, the silence, the truth, the distance between what was and what had been believed. Something in Sasuke's face was working through a reconstruction so total that it looked like stillness from the outside and was anything but. Then Naruto was there, in the doorway, leaning against the frame with his hands in his pockets and his eyes carrying the specific warmth of someone who had come, because being alone with a weight like this was wrong, and he could fix that by being present. Jiraiya had sent him, told him where Sasuke had gone, told him the general shape of what would be waiting there, told him to go because some things shouldn't be carried alone the first time they land. Naruto looked at Sasuke's face. He looked at the nothing on it that was actually everything rearranging itself beneath the surface. He recognized it. He had worn similar expressions at various points in his own life, the expression of someone whose world had just been redrawn without their permission. "Hey," Naruto said, "you eat yet?" Sasuke looked at him. The question was absurd. The question was perfect. The question was exactly what was needed because it was normal, and normal was the thing that kept you from falling when the ground changed shape underneath you. "No," Sasuke said. "Let's fix that." Itachi watched them from his chair. His failing eyes saw the exchange, the simplicity of it, the weight of it, the specific bond between two people who had been through enough together that words were optional and presence was sufficient. Something on his face, visible only because the masks had been removed and the performance was over, showed peace, a fragment of it. Enough. He died 3 days later, in his sleep, with his brother in the next room and the knowledge that Sasuke had someone beside him when the moment came. The Mangekyo closed for the last time, and the secrets it carried went with it into whatever existed beyond the world it had been born to observe. Toby appeared at the funeral. Obito Uchiha, spiral mask, dimensional phasing, the architect behind the architecture of the last decade's worst events, stepped out of the swirl of his own space-time technique into the clearing where Itachi's body was being given to the fire. He appeared because the moment was ripe for manipulation. Sasuke's grief was fresh. The truth about the massacre was raw. The fuel for recruitment was at its most combustible. "The village killed your clan," Toby said, his voice carrying through the mask with the smooth certainty of a prepared speech. "They ordered your brother to do it. Everything you suffered was their choice. Come with me. The Tsukinomi plan will create a world where..." "No." Sasuke's voice was flat. His Sharingan was active. His body was facing the masked figure with the squared-off posture of someone who had already made their decision and was communicating it through stance before words. Toby paused. The slight tilt of the mask communicated something. Recalculation, confusion, the adjustment of a script that had been rehearsed to account for a different response. The world wronged you, Sasuke. The system that... I said no. Sasuke's voice hardened. I'm going home. The pause stretched. Behind the mask, something was shifting. The model that had predicted this outcome as near impossible was encountering reality's disagreement. Tobi's hand came up, reaching, perhaps to gesture, perhaps to deploy Kamui, perhaps to make one more argument. Naruto hit him. The fist moved at a speed that filled space. The gamma radiation bleeding from his knuckles ionized the air in a 12-inch sphere around the impact point, turning the atmosphere into something that existed at every position within that sphere simultaneously. There was nowhere within the zone for intangibility to function. Kamui operated by shifting matter out of phase with its surrounding space. Naruto's fist was modifying the space itself. The 12-inch sphere around his knuckles was solid with energy, every point occupied, every phase filled, every dimensional angle blocked by radiation that existed in all of them at once. The fist connected. Tobi's mask cracked. The impact sent him backward 15 feet, feet actually leaving the ground, body actually displaced by force, the intangibility that had been his absolute defense for 3 decades, failing to engage because the space it needed to shift into was already occupied by something that burned hotter than dimensions. He landed. He touched the crack in his mask. His fingers found the split running from left eye hole to jawline. Behind the mask, his Sharingan, the Mangekyo that contained Kamui, the technique that had made him untouchable, was wide. He had been hit, for the first time since he became Tobi, since the night of the Nine Tails attack, since the cave and the boulder and the decision to abandon everything he had once been. Someone had found him. Someone had connected. The fundamental assumption that underpinned everything, the confidence that came from being unreachable, the certainty that being intangible meant being immune, broke like glass against the understanding that the boy in front of him existed outside the parameters his technique was designed to handle. He phased. He retreated, spinning into the Kamui dimension, vanishing from the space where he had been hit, disappearing into the swirl of his own technique with a speed that communicated something very close to flight. Something in his certainty had broken. The plan was still intact. The objective was still viable. But the foundation underneath, the assumption that he could never be touched, was cracked in the same way his mask was cracked, and cracks did not repair themselves. Naruto watched the swirl close. His fist was still extended. The air around his knuckles was still crackling with residual charge. He lowered his arm and turned to Sasuke. "That guy's going to come back," Naruto said. "I know," Sasuke replied. "We'll handle it." "I know." They stood in the clearing where Itachi's pyre was dying to embers. 2 boys, 14 years old, carrying different weights toward the same future. The fire faded and the smoke rose, and somewhere very far away, in a dimension between dimensions, a man with a cracked mask was learning what it felt like to reassess everything. Sasuke returned to Konoha the following week. He appeared at the gate one morning without announcement or escort, standing before the entrance with his pack over one shoulder and his expression carrying the specific resolution of someone who had made a decision and intended to stand behind it, regardless of what the standing cost. Kotetsu and Izumo looked at each other. They looked at Sasuke. They looked at each other again. Naruto was there within a minute. He walked down the main road with his hands in his pockets and his face wearing the grin that meant he had been expecting this and was pleased to be right. He stopped in front of Sasuke. 2 feet of distance. 14 years of history compressed into the space between them. "Took you long enough?" Naruto said. "Your village is annoying," Sasuke replied. "It's your village too." Sasuke said nothing to that. He walked through the gate. Naruto walked beside him, and the gate guards watched them go and felt something settle in the morning air that had been unsettled for longer than they could remember. The specific feeling of a thing returning to where it belonged and the world adjusting to accommodate the return. The 4th Great Ninja War began on a scale that dwarfed everything that had come before. Kabuto's intelligence, delivered across months of cooperation, verified through multiple sources, built into a picture that grew more complete and more alarming with every briefing, had made the shape of the threat clear. The 10 Tails, the God Tree, the infinite Tsukuyomi, a plan to capture the consciousness of every living being and imprison it in a dream of perfect satisfaction while the world outside became something else. Toby was driving it. Madara Uchiha, the real one, the legendary one, the shinobi who had fought Hashirama at the founding and never truly accepted defeat, was the intended resurrection at its center. The Kage Summit convened. 5 leaders around a table in the Land of Iron, the Hokage, the Kazekage, the Raikage, the Tsuchikage, the Mizukage. Each of them carrying intelligence briefings that pointed the same direction, each of them carrying the knowledge that what was coming exceeded what any single village could face. The Tsuchikage, Onoki, ancient and small, and carrying the weight of a lifetime spent measuring the world through the lens of military power, said what everyone was thinking. "We need the Leaf Boy." His voice was flat. His eyes were old. He had been carrying the Valley of the End seismic data on his desk for 2 years, reading it before bed, imagining what produced it. Whatever he is, however he works, we need him in the field when this starts. The Raikage, massive and electric and carrying the specific frustration of someone who had been the strongest person in every room his entire life and was being told there was someone stronger, ran a hand over his face. His chakra sensor was on the table. He had brought it out of professional habit. Agreed. Where is he? The door opened. 15 minutes late. Naruto Uzumaki walked into the Kage Summit with slightly rumpled clothes and an expression that suggested he had been looking for food and taken a wrong turn that accidentally led him to the most powerful gathering of shinobi leaders on the continent. "Hey," he said, "someone said there was a meeting?" 5 Kage looked at him. 5 leaders of 5 hidden villages, each one commanding armies, each one trained since childhood in the assessment of threats, each one possessing the experience and the instinct to read a person's capability from their presence alone. What they read from Naruto was contradictory. He looked like a teenager. He stood like something else. His feet were flat on the floor, and the floor was responding, a tremor so micro that only sensor types caught it, a vibration that said the ground itself was acknowledging the weight above it. The Raikage activated his chakra sensor out of habit. The instrument's display flickered, then the number climbed. Then the number exceeded the display's maximum value. Then the instrument made a sound that instruments should never make, a high-pitched whine of circuits reaching their operational ceiling. And the display went black. I broke the sensor against the table. That thing was rated for tailed beast output. "Sorry," Naruto said. He was looking at the tea service on the side table. "Are those rice crackers?" The war opened 2 weeks later across 5 fronts. The Allied shinobi forces deployed 80,000 strong, the combined military power of every major and minor village, united under a single command structure for the first time in the history of the shinobi system. 80,000 shinobi facing an army of 100,000 white Zetsu clones and an Edo Tensei deployment that numbered in the hundreds. Naruto was placed on the front line. Every front line. Jiraiya had taught him a variant of the shadow clone technique that functioned differently for his body, each clone carrying a fraction of his physical capability that still exceeded what any single shinobi alive could produce. He sent clones to every front. Each one was strong enough to turn battles single-handedly. Each one hit like a natural disaster, arriving without weather warning. Each one dismantled Zetsu formations in single strikes and held territory through presence alone. But the real Naruto, the original, the world breaker, the thing that had cracked the valley and killed a Sannin and destroyed Pain's 6 bodies in under 3 minutes, was waiting. He was waiting for the thing he knew was coming, because Kabuto had told him it was coming, and his instincts had confirmed it, and the ground itself was beginning to vibrate with the approaching presence of something old and terrible that was heading for the main battlefield. Madara Uchiha arrived like weather. The sky changed color. The chakra pressure that preceded him was visible. A distortion in the air above the main battlefield that made the clouds darken and the light shift, and every sensor operator on both sides register a signature that their instruments were inadequate to process. He appeared at the center of the conflict zone with the unhurried certainty of something that had never met resistance worth the name. Both Rinnegan active, purple and ringed and terrible in their implications. The legendary Susanoo wrapped around him in its perfect form, a 100-foot construct of chakra given shape, carrying a blade that could split mountains, armored in energy that had resisted everything the first Hokage threw at it a century ago. He looked at the battlefield below him. 80,000 allied shinobi, the combined military force of the world. He looked at them the way someone looks at a garden, with appreciation for the arrangement, without concern for the individual components. "I was expecting more," he said. The allied forces felt the fear. It was accurate fear. The terror of people looking at something that their training and their experience and their power told them was beyond their reach. Kaji-level shinobi went still. Junin, who had fought in wars, felt their bodies lock against orders they could not force their muscles to obey. This was Madara Uchiha. This was the man who had fought gods and judged them insufficient. Then the formation parted. Experienced Konoha shinobi moved to the sides, fast, instinctive, the movement of people who recognized what was about to happen and valued their proximity to it. A space opened in the center of the allied line, a path from the rear to the front, wide enough for one person. Naruto walked forward. His footsteps were audible, each one carrying the weight that made the earth acknowledge his passage. The allied shinobi on either side of the path felt the tremors through their feet and stepped further back without being told. He walked past the front line. He walked past the last row of defenders. He walked into the open space between two armies and stopped. Madara's Rinnegan focused on him. The legendary eyes, capable of reading chakra flow, of perceiving the nature of reality, of seeing things that other dojutsu could not conceptualize, attempted their standard reading. The result was unusual. The radiation surrounding the boy's body confused the visual scan. The density of his cellular structure produced a reading that the Rinnegan had never returned in its centuries of use. The chakra output was beyond the measurement scale. Something in Madara's expression shifted. Curiosity. The genuine article, the curiosity of someone who had spent a century and more seeking a ceiling to existence and had never found one, now encountering a variable that suggested one might exist outside himself. The Nine Tails host, Madara said. His voice resonated through the Susanoo's amplification. Interesting chakra. The reports are old, Naruto said. His eyes were already shifting, blue going green, veins beginning to illuminate, the air around him starting to distort as temperature and radiation climbed toward the activation state. Madara smiled. It was thin and genuine, and belonged to a warrior assessing a potential equal for the first time in living memory. He raised one hand toward the sky. Tengai Shinsei. 6 asteroids tore through the upper atmosphere. Celestial bodies pulled from orbit by the gravity manipulation of the Rinnegan. Each one the size of a building. Each one burning through atmospheric entry at terminal velocity. Each one carrying enough kinetic energy on impact to level a city. They descended in sequence, one after another, each impact point calculated to overlap with the previous one's destruction radius, creating a carpet-bombing pattern of geological devastation that would erase everything in a square mile. The first hit the battlefield. The impact was everything a meteor impact should be. The shockwave, the debris plume, the seismic disruption that knocked every standing shinobi within a half mile to the ground. The crater it left was 300 feet across and 60 deep. The second hit behind it. Then the third. The fourth hit Naruto directly. It hit him. A celestial body the size of a house, traveling at terminal velocity from orbital height, carrying the accumulated kinetic energy of something that had been accelerating since the edge of the atmosphere. It hit him on the crown of his head and broke. The asteroid broke. It split on contact with his skull, the way an egg breaks against a countertop. The structural integrity of the stone exceeding its design parameters at the point where it met something harder than it was. The halves separated and tumbled to either side, each half cratering the ground 20 yards from where Naruto stood. And the dust of the impact settled around him in a circle, and he was standing in the center of it, with his hair displaced by wind pressure, and his expression carrying the specific annoyance of someone who had just been interrupted. "Are these yours?" he shouted upward at Madara. The fifth asteroid was already descending. Naruto crouched, his legs loaded with potential energy that made the ground beneath him compress into something resembling stone. He launched straight up, meeting the fifth asteroid at the apex of its descent, his hands finding purchase on the burning surface, his fingers sinking into heated stone that was softer than his bones by several orders of magnitude. He held it, a celestial body, in both hands. The stone superheated against his palms and glowed orange under the compression of his grip. The Allied army below went silent. 80,000 faces turned upward. Both sides of the conflict stopped. Every eye on the battlefield, Zetsu clone, reanimated warrior, allied shinobi, Kage in their command positions, was looking at a boy holding a meteor in his hands against the sky. He threw it back. The asteroid returned toward Madara at a speed that exceeded its original descent. The Susanu's blade came forward, a single sweep that split the returning celestial body in half, each half tumbling past the spectral warrior's shoulders and detonating against the ground behind it. Madara's eyes were open, genuinely open. The warrior, who had spent a century being bored by everything the world offered him, was looking at the person who had caught his meteor and returned it with an expression that he had believed himself incapable of producing. Interest. Real, uncomplicated, warrior-to-warrior interest. Naruto activated the infinite Tsukuyomi counter before it was even deployed, because he felt it building. He felt the Rinnegan's technique reaching toward the moon, felt the chakra construction that would bind the world beginning its architecture, felt the silver light preparing to fall. He leapt. He left the surface of the planet. The entire Allied army watched Naruto Uzumaki ascend. The trail of green fire rose through the atmosphere, visible from every point on the continent, a streak of emerald against blue climbing higher and higher until it passed the cloud layer and kept going. 80,000 shinobi looking up, 5 Kaj looking up, Madara Uchiha looking up, his Susanu's head tilting back, his Rinnegan tracking the ascending presence with an intensity that the legendary eyes had not applied to anything in 100 years. He reached the moon. The gamma radiation at full world breaker output poured from his body in a sphere of disruption that interfered with the Tsukuyomi's focal wavelength. The technique required the moon as a reflective surface for the Genjutsu's visual transmission, and Naruto was burning at a frequency that turned that reflection into static. The silver light that had been preparing to fall across the battlefield flickered. It stuttered. The shinobi who had begun to drop into the technique's hold blinked and shook their heads and found themselves awake and present and free. Then he fell back. The descent was a green meteor, a streak of emerald fire growing in the sky above the battlefield, brighter and larger with each passing second, the trail behind it painting the atmosphere in a line that would be visible from neighboring countries. He came down at the speed that his mass demanded, faster than terminal, heavier than anything that had ever fallen from this height and remained intact. He hit the battlefield. The impact reshaped the terrain in a half-mile radius. The ground liquefied at the epicenter and resolidified in a bowl shape that would take geological surveys decades to explain. The shockwave flattened everything standing within the immediate radius, fortunately empty, cleared by the Allied forces who had learned by now what his landings meant. The sound hit a full second after the light and carried enough physical force to stagger the Kaj in their command positions a mile from the impact zone. Naruto rose from the crater. His eyes were blazing. Full world breaker. Full output. The radiation coming off his body was visible as a green aura that made the air around him into something closer to plasma than atmosphere. The ground beneath his feet was molten, and his boots walked on it without notice. Madara stood in his Susanoo, the perfect warrior, the strongest shinobi who had ever lived, the man who had fought gods and found them wanting. He looked at the boy climbing out of an impact crater after falling from the moon, and his expression held something it had never held in the presence of another being. "What are you?" Madara asked. And unlike every other person who had asked that question across the length of this story, from Sasori and his destroyed puppet army to Kasame with his trembling sword to Nagato behind his failing paths, this was a question asked between things that recognized each other's scale. This was one peak reaching toward another to determine which one was taller. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. His voice carried the resonance of full activation. Too deep, too wide, too heavy for any human throat to produce. The air between them was combusting at the edges of his aura. I'm going to be Hokage, and you're in the way. You had an army. I have a bad mood. Let's see which one runs out first. Madara's Susanoo moved. The spectral warrior's blade descended, 100 feet of concentrated chakra shaped into an edge, carrying enough force to split a mountain range, moving with the speed that the most powerful dojutsu in history could provide. It was the strongest offensive technique the shinobi world had ever produced. It was the blade that had matched Hashirama's sage art techniques. It was the apex of what any warrior in the recorded history of this planet had achieved. Naruto's fist met it. The sound the collision produced registered across the continent. The Susanoo's blade stopped. The spectral warrior's arm stopped. The technique's forward momentum, the full force of Madara Uchiha's combat output behind a Rinnegan-enhanced perfect Susanoo's maximum attack, met Naruto's fist and found that the fist was the end of the road. Then the blade cracked. The fracture ran from the point of contact outward, spreading through the chakra construct the way fractures spread through ice, each new line branching into more lines, the structural integrity of the technique failing at its point of maximum stress, because the point of maximum stress was a fist that exceeded what the technique was built to withstand. The blade broke. The arm broke. The rib cage cracked. Naruto hit again. A second fist through the failing construct, punching through the Susanoo's chest plate, through the layered chakra defenses that had resisted the first Hokage's most powerful techniques, through the barriers that had been the gold standard of what was survivable in shinobi combat for a century. The Susanoo gave way, its form destabilized around the impacts, the chakra construct losing coherence, the spectral warrior coming apart the way everything eventually came apart when Naruto decided it should. A third strike found Madara himself, through the remnants of his Susanoo, past the Rinnegan's predictive combat analysis, past the centuries of warrior instinct that should have produced a dodge or a counter. The fist connected with the legendary shinobi's torso, and the force behind it launched him backward through the battlefield at a trajectory that carved a trench in the earth 300 meters long. Madara stood from the trench. He was smiling. Blood on his face, actual blood, the evidence that something had reached him, the proof that he was in a fight rather than a performance. He wiped it with the back of his hand and looked at the red on his fingers with something that looked startlingly like gratitude. Finally, he said. His voice carried across the battlefield to where Naruto was already advancing. Something real. The fight that followed shook the continent for 6 minutes. Madara deployed everything. Rinnegan techniques cycling through at combat speed, the full catalog of the most dangerous shinobi who ever lived, unleashed without reservation for the first time since the founding. Shibaku Tensei, limbo clones, 6 past techniques that bent reality around their deployment. He was stronger than anything Naruto had faced before. He was the ceiling of what a human being infused with divine power could achieve. He was still losing. Naruto took every technique. The Shibaku Tensei formed around him, layers of earth and stone drawn by artificial gravity into a sphere that should have imprisoned anything within its radius. He punched his way out. The stone exploded outward in a spray that rained across the battlefield for 30 seconds. The limbo clones engaged him, invisible to normal sight, existing in a plane adjacent to the physical world. His radiation filled both planes. His fists found them anyway. He hit Madara again and again, each strike breaking through whatever defense the legendary shinobi erected between them. Each impact driving him further back, further down, further toward the conclusion that both of them could feel approaching. Madara fought with everything he was, and everything he was had been the most everything anyone had ever been for 100 years, and it was insufficient. The final exchange was simple. Madara's hands formed seals. Naruto's fist arrived before the technique completed. One strike. Through the remaining fragments of the Susanoo's attempt to reform. Through the hands that were trying to shape chakra into salvation. Through the chest of the greatest warrior the shinobi world had ever produced. ever produced. Madara fell. He hit the ground on his back with a sound that was too soft for what it represented. He lay in the trench of his own making, looking up at the sky, and his Rinnegan was fading, the rings growing less distinct, the purple dimming towards something more human. His face was still. His mouth was curved in something that was entirely a smile and carried nothing bitter in it. "Ah," he said. His voice was quiet in the way of things ending. "There you are." He was looking at Naruto standing above him, and what he saw, the full scope of it, the green aura and the impossible body and the boy underneath both, produced something on his dying face that looked like satisfaction. "I spent my whole existence looking for something beyond what I knew, something past the ceiling." His breath came shorter. "I found it wearing an orange jacket." "I told you once," Naruto said, looking down at the legendary warrior's fading eyes. "You didn't listen. That's on you." Madara's smile widened by a fraction. His eyes closed. The Rinnegan went with them, the rings disappearing, the power fading, the legendary dojutsu returning to wherever such things went when their users stopped needing them. The greatest shinobi who ever lived stopped being anything at all, and the battlefield around his fallen form was still in the specific way that only witnesses to something singular could produce. Then, Black Zetsu moved. The thing that had lived in Madara's shadow, the will of someone older and worse than any villain this story had yet produced, surged from the fallen body toward the earth with a speed that defied its usual nature. It found what it needed. It found the connection to the God Tree's remnant. It found the path to the dimension where the thing it served had been sealed millennia ago. And it tore. Kaguya Otsutsuki manifested through the rip in the world's fabric, like a memory the planet had been trying to forget. The rabbit goddess, the progenitor of all chakra. The divine being whose consumption of the God Tree's fruit had given this world everything it knew about power and everything it feared about its origins. She was pale and terrible and beautiful in the way that things beyond comprehension are beautiful. The way a star is beautiful, when you understand it, will consume everything within its radius. The Rinne Sharingan on her forehead opened like a third eye, finding a world it had been absent from too long. The truth-seeking ball began forming in her palm. Every nature released simultaneously, yin-yang combined, the complete conceptual arsenal of all chakra made into a single weapon. She looked at Naruto. Eyes that had watched civilizations build themselves from nothing and collapse back into it. Eyes that had measured humanity since before the concept of measurement existed. She looked at him and her expression showed nothing because her face was beyond expression, beyond the human scale of readable emotion, beyond the categories that mortals use to communicate internal states. "You are strong," she said. Her voice was the sound of something that had never needed volume to be heard. "Stronger than anything this world has produced since my sons." She raised the hand containing the truth-seeking ball. "But I am what came before strength. I am the origin. I don't have a limit." Naruto's voice carried the world breaker frequency, the bass note of continents, the resonance of tectonic plates, the sound that things made when they exceeded what sound was supposed to contain. "You do. That's the whole fight." Kaguya shifted dimensions. The world around them changed, one reality folding into another, the battlefield replaced by an ice dimension that stretched to every horizon, temperatures dropping below what organic life was designed to tolerate. She was the architect of these spaces. She controlled them. The environment was her weapon. Naruto walked. His feet touched the ice, and the ice held, because his steps were measured, because Jiraiya had taught him measurement. But the air around his body was warm, and the frost retreated from his proximity in a 6-foot radius. He walked across the ice field the same way he walked anywhere, forward, without hesitation, without concern for the terrain's opinion of his presence. Kaguya shifted again. Lava, a dimension of molten stone that stretched in every direction, the heat extreme enough to incinerate anything organic in milliseconds, the air itself carrying temperatures that would cook lungs before a single breath could complete. Naruto stood in it. The lava lapped at his ankles and felt like bathwater, warm, present, irrelevant. His body existed at a temperature that made lava feel lukewarm by comparison. The gamma radiation in his cells burned hotter than the core of this artificial sun. She shifted again. Gravity. A dimension where the force pressing down exceeded planetary normal by factors of 1,000, enough to compress buildings to their foundations, enough to flatten mountains over time, enough to turn any physical being into a thin layer of biological material against whatever surface they were pressed upon. Naruto took a step forward. The gravity pressed him. His knees bent by a degree. His shoulders shifted by a fraction. And then he straightened, his body rejecting the increased force the way it rejected everything else that tried to make it do something it hadn't chosen. And his next step was at full height and full pace. "Is this all the dimensions you have?" His voice carried through the gravity field without compression, without distortion, without any indication that the force pressing on him existed in his awareness as anything beyond mild inconvenience. Kaguya paused. She was looking at him across the gravity dimension, looking at a being who had walked through ice and lava and crushing force and found all three irrelevant to his function. Her Rinne spun. The truth-seeking ball in her palm intensified. She deployed it. The truth-seeking ball launched. Every nature, every release. Yin-yang combined at the origin point, where all techniques became one. The complete destructive arsenal of chakra's progenitor compressed into a single sphere and aimed at the thing that had refused every other weapon in her possession. It traveled between them like the period at the end of everything. Naruto's fist met it. The collision happened at the boundary between two things that should never have contacted each other. The gamma-fused world breaker and the origin of chakra itself. Two absolutes pressing against each other in a space that was too small for both. The truth-seeking ball pushed. Naruto's fist pushed back. The dimensional space around them began to fracture. Cracks appearing in the fabric of the reality they occupied, the dimension unable to contain the energies being expressed within it. The truth-seeking ball compressed. It was being driven backward. The irresistible meeting, the more irresistible. The absolute meeting, the more absolute. Naruto's fist advanced through it. The sphere's surface deformed around his knuckles. The yin-yang release that composed it was being exceeded at its point of contact by something that did not care about concepts or origin stories or what came first. His fist went through. The truth-seeking ball parted around his arm and collapsed. Its structure failing at the penetration point and cascading outward from there, the entire technique dissolving into component energies that dispersed into the fracturing dimension without effect. His hand closed on Kaguya's wrist. The progenitor of all chakra was held. She attempted dimension shift. The technique stuttered. His grip interrupted the chakra flow required for transition. Physical contact at a density and radiation output that scrambled every technique that tried to form within its proximity. She was held. She was being held by something that should never have existed within her creation. Something that came from outside the system she had built. Something that the god tree's fruit had never accounted for because it predated every variable the tree had been designed to process. "You could have asked nicely," Naruto said. His free hand was forming something. A seal. A technique. Something Jiraiya and the Hokage had been preparing since Kabuto's intelligence confirmed what was coming. A sealing array designed for divine class entities, built on principles older than the village system, powered by the only source strong enough to activate them. Kaguya's free hand reached toward him, bones extending from her palm. The all-killing ash bone technique, the absolute kill that dissolved anything it pierced at the cellular level. The bones touched his chest. They snapped. They broke against his sternum the way pencils break against walls. The all-killing property irrelevant against cells that existed at a temperature and density beyond what the technique's dissolution frequency could reach. "I'm not what you feared," Naruto said, the sealing array completing in his palm, the technique's light matching his own in intensity. "I'm what happens after." He pressed the seal against her forehead. The technique activated with a light that filled every dimension simultaneously. A sealing array powered by world breaker output, burning through the dimensional barriers Kaguya had erected, collapsing her subspaces one by one back into the base reality. The rabbit goddess went rigid. Her body began to convert, matter shifting into contained energy, physical form transitioning into sealed state, the most powerful being this planet had ever produced, being returned to the imprisonment she had escaped. She was gone. The dimensions collapsed. The battlefield returned. The real world, the real sky, the allied forces staring at the space where the impossible had been happening and was now finished. Naruto stood in the center of it, with the sealing array fading from his palm, and his eyes still burning green, and the divine imprisoned behind a technique that would never weaken, because the energy maintaining it would never diminish. Toby was the last. Obito Uchiha emerged from his dimension when the silence settled, when Madara was dead and Kaguya was sealed, and the architecture of his decades-long plan was rubble around his feet. He appeared on the battlefield with his cracked mask and his single Sharingan, and the look of someone who had watched everything they built be disassembled and was facing the dismantler with nothing left except the willingness to try. "You destroyed everything," Obito said. His voice was thin. The mask's crack ran across his words like a fracture in his conviction. "The plan, the dream, a world without pain. You took it. You wanted to put everyone to sleep," Naruto replied. The green was fading. The world breaker state was receding because the threat was receding. "That's a pretty garbage dream. You don't know what I lost." Obito's hand came up, Kamui spinning. The technique that had been his identity for 30 years, the intangibility, the dimensional phasing, the untouchable nature that had defined his existence since the cave. "You don't know what the world took from me. Everyone loses things." Naruto's voice was simple, young, carrying the specific honesty of someone who had been losing things since birth and had decided what to do about it without anyone's help. "The rest of us just don't try to end the world about it." Obito charged, Kamui at full activation, his body phasing in and out of tangibility with the fluidity of decades of practice, his Mangekyo spinning at maximum rotation, everything he had left deployed in one final action. Naruto's radiation filled the space. The 12-inch sphere around his fist burned in every phase, every dimension, every angle of approach. Obito phased and found the phase occupied. He shifted and found the shift blocked. He reached for intangibility and found that the space he needed to be intangible in was full of something that burned at a temperature dimensions could not contain. The fist connected. Again, same physics, same impossibility. Same result as the first time Naruto had hit him at Itachi's funeral. The irrefutable fact of contact, the undeniable reality of being reached, the fundamental truth that nowhere was safe when the person reaching for you existed in all places at once. Obito hit the ground. His mask broke fully, the crack spreading until the ceramic could no longer maintain its shape, falling away in pieces to reveal the face beneath, scarred, young, carrying the specific expression of someone who had been running for 30 years and just been stopped. He looked up at Naruto from the ground. His Sharingan was still spinning but slowing, the technique fading, the will behind it finding its limit. Something in his expression was changing, something that had been locked in place since the night Rin died on Kakashi's hand was developing its final crack. "You wanted to find the Nine Tails?" Naruto said, standing over him. His voice carried a simplicity that was worse than rage because it was honest. "Found him. You can go now." Obito's eye closed. His body did not move. The war ended above him, the last pillar of the last plan collapsing, the final thread of 30 years of machination, severed by a boy who could not be phased through and could not be outpaced and could not be escaped. He died, looking at the sky. The expression on his uncovered face was complicated and human and carried nothing of the villain he had been performing as for 3 decades. It carried the specific look of someone who was exhausted and had been allowed to stop. The Edo Tensei collapsed across every front. Without Kabuto's active maintenance, he had surrendered it willingly an hour prior, understanding that the war's conclusion was inevitable, and his cooperation was the only remaining card worth playing. The reincarnated shinobi returned to rest. Across 5 battlefields, hundreds of figures dissolved into ash and light, their souls returning to wherever souls went, the violation of their rest ending as gently as a technique could end. The battlefield grew still. The silence after something enormous stops is different from other silences. It has weight, it has texture, it carries the specific quality of a world recalibrating to the absence of what was just filling it. 80,000 allied shinobi stood in reformed terrain that would take generations to map. They stood in craters and trenches and on ground that was still warm from things that had happened to it. They stood and they breathed and they understood that they were alive and the war was over. The 5 Kage made reports that none of them knew how to file. The Tsuchikage looked at his seismic instruments and found they had all broken at the same timestamp. The Raikage looked at the trench where Madara had fallen and said nothing for a very long time. The Mizukage was composing a diplomatic communication to Konoha that would take her 3 days to find the right language for. The Kazekage, Gaara, grown into his role, carrying the sand that once served hatred and now served purpose, stood at the edge of the main battlefield and watched the green glow fading from a figure at its center and felt the same resonance he had felt at 13, the kinship of containers, the frequency that only they could hear. Sasuke was at the war's edge. He had fought throughout. His Sharingan had recorded everything, every strike, every technique, every moment where the world's strongest met Naruto and found themselves insufficient. He stood with his arms at his sides and his face carrying something that was neither defeat nor acceptance, but some third thing that contained elements of both and was honest about it. He was still becoming. He was still in the middle of deciding who he would be. The answer was closer than it had been at the valley, closer than it had been at Itachi's funeral, closer every day. Incomplete and honest about its incompleteness, Kakashi was alive. He was standing at the edge of the battlefield with his Sharingan covered and his hands in his pockets and his visible eye fixed on the boy, the man, nearly, walking back from the center of what had just happened. His expression behind his mask was full of things that would take him years to articulate and would probably never fully leave his face. Sakura was at the medical tent. Her hands were steady. Her patients were stable. The war had ended before the casualties could accumulate past what healing could reach, and she was grateful for that in a way that sat in her chest alongside the other things she felt. The pride and the fear and the specific ache of watching someone you care about do something that separates them from everything else alive and choosing to care about them anyway. Jiraiya stood on a ridge overlooking the main battlefield. His notebook was closed. His eyes were on the boy walking back toward the Allied lines, small against the scale of what he had just done, carrying nothing visible that indicated he had just ended a war by himself, looking like nothing more than a tired teenager heading home from something he wanted to be finished with. The old sage's expression carried everything a teacher's expression carries when the student exceeds the teaching. Pride, wonder, the specific grief of knowing you are witnessing something that will outlive you by centuries, and being grateful for the witnessing even as the grief arrives. His pen was in his pocket. He would write later. Right now he was watching. Inside the seal space, Kurama uncurled. For the first time since the Star of Wrath had fused itself to a 5-year-old's bones in a forest that should have killed him, the 9-tailed fox uncurled. All 9 tails spread behind him. His massive frame lifted from its resting position. His emerald-tinged chakra flowed outward from his body in waves that matched his container's heartbeat. The synchronization that had developed without choice now being acknowledged with full intention. He had watched the entire war. He had watched his container face a god and win. He had watched him face the origin of chakra and seal it. He had watched him stand over defeated enemies and choose what came next with a mercy that had nothing to do with weakness and everything to do with a strength so complete it could afford to be gentle. The fox opened his mouth. He said nothing. He closed it. He opened it again. What he felt exceeded what his vocabulary, built across 1,000 years of existing as the world's largest collection of hatred, could express. He settled for a sound, a rumble in his chest that his container might hear if he was paying attention. A vibration that communicated something the fox could not yet put into words, but was beginning to believe he might find words for, given time. That was new. The fox was thinking in terms of future, of what came next, of what his container would do tomorrow and the day after, and the year after that. He was investing. He was choosing to remain present rather than merely imprisoned. The difference was everything. Naruto walked home. The gates of Konoha appeared between the trees the way they always appeared, stone and mortar and promise. The threshold between outside and inside, between the world at large and the specific corner of it that held everything that mattered to him. The guards were different faces today. The shifts had been reassigned for the war, everyone deployed and redeployed, and now returning to positions that felt different, because the people filling them were different. They saw him coming through the trees. They saw the orange jacket. They saw the dusty face and the tired eyes and the boy who had ended a war carrying nothing home except himself. They let him through without a word. What word was there? What language existed for the thing they were witnessing? A boy their age walking home from saving the world with the posture of someone who wanted food and sleep and nothing else. The village was intact. Pain's dead had been restored. The war had ended before it reached the walls. The buildings were the same. The streets were the same. Ichiraku stood where it always stood. The curtains hanging, the light inside warm, the smell of broth reaching the street the way it always reached the street, finding him the way it always found him. He walked through the curtain. Tochi looked up from behind the counter. His face did something. The recognition, the warmth, the specific expression of a man who had been feeding this boy for years and was always glad to see him walk in. He did not mention the war. He did not mention the world. He said, "The usual?" Yeah. Naruto sat on his stool. The wood creaked. It always creaked. His density had been making that stool protest since he was 7 years old, and neither of them had ever mentioned it, and neither of them ever would. Extra pork. Ayame was already filling the bowl before he finished the sentence. The steam rose. The broth caught the late afternoon light coming through the curtain's edge, and the surface reflected gold. And the world outside continued its endless project of being the world, while inside the stand, a boy put his hands together and said the thing he always said before eating. The village moved outside. People walked past and glanced in and saw a boy eating noodles and felt something on their faces that was different from what they used to feel when they looked at him. The old weight was gone, the demon orphan weapon failure weight that had pressed their expressions into shapes of dismissal and hatred for 12 years. What replaced it was complicated and honest and varied from face to face, but the common thread running through every expression was recognition. They saw him. They saw what he was. They saw what he had done. And the seeing produced something that was closer to gratitude than anything else, even in the faces that still carried shame about what they used to see when they looked at him before. Iruka found him there. He came through the curtain 20 minutes after Naruto sat down, still in his uniform, still carrying the scroll bag from his teaching shift, still looking exactly like the man who had claimed Naruto in front of a man trying to kill them both on a night that felt like a lifetime ago. He sat on the stool beside his former student without announcement or ceremony. He ordered tea. He sat with it. They were silent for a full minute. The comfort of people who have known each other long enough that presence is its own conversation. Then Iruka said, "I'm proud of you." Naruto looked at him, broth on his lip, steam around his face, eyes that had been green enough to burn dimensions an hour ago and were now blue and wet in a way that had nothing to do with the steam. "Thanks, Sensei." 3 syllables, carrying everything. Carrying 12 years of wanting someone to say that, and hearing it now in a ramen stand that smelled like home and felt like the only place in the world where everything was the right size. On the counter beside the bowl, his headband lay flat, still scratched, still slightly crooked in the way it had been since the night Iruka tied it on him. The metal plate reflected the evening light, and the cloth was worn at the edges from years of daily use, and it was the most important object in this building, more important than anything else in this village, more important than any power or any title or any destiny that had been assigned or assumed or stumbled into. It was the thing that said he belonged somewhere, and it had been right. Outside, the sky was turning colors that belonged to endings, orange and pink and the deep blue that came before the stars appeared. The village was settling into evening the way it always settled. The sounds diminishing, the lights coming on, the rhythm of a place that had survived everything the world could throw at it because the people inside it kept choosing to rebuild. It sounded like home. It sounded the way home sounds when you have earned the right to call it that, through everything you have survived on its behalf. Inside the seal, in the emerald-tinged space that hummed with a frequency that used to mean hatred and now meant something else, Kurama curled with all 9 tails around himself. Each tail tip glowed soft green, the gamma radiation that had become part of him pulsing with the same rhythm as his container's resting heartbeat. He was watching, both eyes open, fully present, fully invested in the boy eating ramen and the teacher beside him, and the evening settling over a village that had spent 12 years being wrong about everything was now finally in the process of being right. The fox said nothing. He did not need to. His presence was enough. His attention was enough. And what lived on his ancient face, visible to no one, witnessed by nothing except the space itself, was something that had never lived there before. The Star of Wrath lit up a crater in the Forest of Death 9 years ago. It was pride, pure and simple and enormous, and his Naruto put down his chopsticks. He looked at the empty bowl. He looked at the evening light coming through the curtain. He looked at Iruka beside him in the village beyond and the headband on the counter that held everything between its scratched surface and its crooked cloth. He smiled. The real one. The one that had nothing to do with performance or defense or filling space. The one that came from somewhere genuine and arrived on his face with the warmth of something earned. Same time tomorrow, old man, he called to Tucci. Same time every day, kid. You know that. Naruto stood. He put the headband back on, still crooked, always crooked. He adjusted it once and left it imperfect because imperfect was how it fit. He walked toward the curtain, toward the evening, toward the village that finally knew his name and the life that was waiting for him on the other side of everything he had been through to reach it. At the threshold, one hand on the curtain, half his body in the warm light of the stand and half in the cooling air of the evening, he paused. He looked back at Iruka, at the counter, at the place that had been his first home before he understood what the word meant. Believe it, he said. He walked out into the evening. The curtain swung closed behind him. The village held him. The stars were coming out above the Hokage monument, and the faces carved in stone were looking out over a place that was safer than it had ever been, because of one boy who had started with nothing except a star that fell in the wrong forest and a stubbornness that the universe itself could never break. This is the life of Naruto Uzumaki. It ends here, in a ramen stand, with a full stomach and a crooked headband, in a village that took 12 years to learn what it was living beside. The most dangerous thing alive walked home through streets that loved him now, and the ground trembled with each step, and the world was at peace, and the broth had been good.
This man walked into every war zone uninvited, shirt still on somehow, and left the entire shinobi world in ruins and respect. Thanks for watching. If you love unfiltered gamma-fueled domination and absolute badassery, smash like, subscribe, and turn on notifications. More monster Naruto content coming. Believe it.